The teams out on the outfield, wasn't selected to play, actually contracted COVID, which delayed his departure from New Zealand. And it's Ireland who are going to bat first. New Zealand winning the toss and deciding to bowl. Ian O'Brien alongside me. Happy birthday, Ian. You're working on your birthday.
I'm happy to work.
Is this work?
Well, yeah, exactly. I get to pop out every now and again and watch the views. It's not a bad way to spend your birthday, in fairness. Did have a video call with the kids this morning, so very nice.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you, mate. And I tell you what I'm looking forward to. We've spoken about Finn Allen and Glenn Phillips, but first up we're going to see the returning Lockie Ferguson.
Over 2 years.
2 years, it's been a while.
Over 2 years for an ODI, a little bit less for a T20s. Obviously, played a couple of T20s and played some big parts in some T20 campaigns, but 2 years with a calf Achilles injury, just brilliant. You go back to the World Cup over here a few years back. He was wonderful. He was quick, and while probably stats didn't shine, he was better than his stats suggested. Both him and Matt Henry were wonderful through that tournament. So. Yeah, that out-and-out place. I would have loved to have seen Milne on this one as well. Just quick and sadly no, but Tickner gets to go. CD, central districts, left, right arm with medium quick, swings it a little bit. There's some inexperience through the New Zealand. First game's obviously for Allen and Phillips. Will Young 5 games, Bracewell just the 3, Tickner the 2. And then Ferguson nothing for 2 years. So there's quite a lot of people quite a lot of players that have a little bit of that edge on their performance.
Well, we'll wait and see if it makes a difference. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage from talkSPORT 2. This is the first of 3 ODIs. It's New Zealand who have won the toss, and they are going to have a bowl first. It's a little bit blustery. But the conditions certainly better than the ones that greeted us for the first T20 between Ireland and India. And I wonder, Kath Dalton, whether the fact that Ireland have got that in the muscle memory, essentially. They've got those 2 matches. New Zealand coming in a little bit cold, and those 5 of this squad played in the Test series. But maybe that's something that Ireland can seek to capitalise on.
Absolutely, and you talk about momentum in sport and momentum with a team. And although they didn't win a game against India, they certainly ran them close. So they'll take a lot of confidence from that. And someone I'm really looking forward to seeing is Harry Tector. Batted so wonderfully in that India series, so to see him in a longer format here will be really exciting.
Well, Ireland have never beaten New Zealand in a 50-over contest. Admittedly, they've only played 4 times. Can they do so today? Well, we're going to find out through the former Ireland international Kath Dalton and also Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to John Young. So the umpiring team of Aleem Dar and Rowley Black make their way onto the field. The third umpire today is Jareth McCready. Yes, not only have Ireland not beaten New Zealand, they've had some spectacular defeats to them. 2011, they lost by 290 runs. New Zealand making 402 for 2. A certain Brendan McCullum made 166. So it's an uphill task for Ireland.
Are you trying to wind me up already, Neil?
No, I tell you, no, because what I was about to say was, remember the last series Ireland played, not against New Zealand, but they lost to the West Indies in the first game and then won the series in the Caribbean. They won the second and third ODIs. So, yeah.
Indeed, they did. It was 2-1, wasn't it, in the end? So they're obviously coming off good form here, and Paul Stirling, I know he hasn't been in the runs massively, but he'll be opening the batting today. Very experienced player, so let's hope he can bat some time.
Do you want him to bat time, or do you want him to just be Paul Stirling?
Oh, definitely. You want your best players to play to their strengths. Paul Stirling's strength is to go for it, and that's exactly what we like to see. But if he can bat a long time doing that, he's certainly in for a big score if he can. Andy
Balbirnie, the skipper, 700s in ODI cricket, 13 50s, 86 games. 86 one-day internationals, and it's a little bit of a chill in the air. It's no rain forecast, but there's certainly a freshness. It's certainly a second layer day for most of the spectators at the village in the grounds of the beautiful Malahide Castle just outside Dublin. Not a full house at this stage by any means, but a couple of thousand in, and more expected to turn up during the course of the day. Matt Henry with the first delivery. Forward comes Sterling. It gets a thick outside edge and it runs away down. Beats Ishsodi on the third boundary, and it was all veil on the ground. They do have 2 slips in, but I think give credit to the batsman there. Soft hands.
Potentially soft hands, although knowing Paul Sterling, he likes to go hard at the ball. A little bit of shape actually early on there from Matt Henry. A little bit of shape out, which is good to see. So the ball is gonna do a bit of talking today.
He didn't push as hard at the ball as Paul Sterling often does, did he?
That's true.
It's not soft hands. I think that's maybe that's pushing it a bit. Full and wide outside the off stump now, and this one is left alone by Sterling. Forward outloss then. Ireland put into bat by New Zealand.
Yeah, Matt Henry just shaped that delivery back in actually, so it looks like he is getting a little bit of shape on the ball. A little bit of swing, and that's good early on for these New Zealand bowlers.
Oh dear, it's a no ball. Oops, Matt Henry's overstepped the tiniest of margins.
That was very tight, wasn't it, on that front line?
Dear me. Actually, when it came down, I thought it was behind the line and slid over. But anyway, it's a free hit for Paul Sterling, and he bowls a brilliant leg stump Yorker, Matt Henry. That's absolutely fabulous. Paul Sterling, one of those players from anywhere in the world who you would just back to get a lot of bat on a free hit.
Yeah, you'd back him to hit that all the way across the boundary, but that was a wonderful Yorker by Matt Henry, and in the end, Paul Sterling did well to dig that out. It was almost a leg stump Yorker. Very well bowled.
It trickled towards the stumps. It wouldn't have been out, of course. Here is Henry once again, and Sterling comes forward and pushes this one defensively out to Glenn Phillips.
Funny story about Matt Henry. He played for my old cricket club.
Really? How's that?
He was the overseas when he was very young. I think he was about 18 or 19 at Halstead Cricket Club up near the Suffolk border. So, yeah, he's played a bit of cricket within Essex and Suffolk before.
He's, I think Matt Henry is 30 now, so it was a few years ago. Here is Henry once again. Sterling comes forward and plays defensively. He is 30 now, Matt Henry, in his 58th game, 103 ODI wickets. Do you remember much about him?
I just remember he was very quick.
Still pretty rapid, isn't he?
And most club batters would not enjoy facing him on a Saturday afternoon. And having to pay for the privilege as well now. Yeah, subs, match fees. Matt Henry once again up to the crease now, bowls. It's good delivery just outside the off stump. And Paul Sterling happy to leave that one alone. 5 without loss. Ireland put into bat. I tell you what, I know that Paul Sterling can cut loose at any stage. And he does have a fabulous record with a career best of 177. He does average just a shade under 39, but he's shown a steely resolve in this first over. Here is Henry once again, tucked away nicely off his pads, past Will Young at square leg, and it'll be picked up and fielded on the deep square leg boundary by Lockie Ferguson. They go through for a single. I know it's the first over of a 50-over game, but Sterling wasn't sort of bristling as he normally does, even in a 50-over game. He looked pretty resolute. He did. He left a lot of deliveries outside off stump there. I think he's just being cautious. It's interesting though, because we're seeing a new brand of cricket being played with Bazball. As we all know now that England are going for their cricket, even in Test match cricket, and this is obviously 50-over cricket. Somebody like Jason Roy maybe would go for it at this stage a little bit more, but maybe we're doing Paul Sterling a bit of injustice because it's only the first over of the game.
Exactly. Did you not think that Brendan McCullum 2 days ago made a fatal error? Did you see his comments about Bazball, saying that he thought it was a silly term and he wasn't in favour of it? How to guarantee that something will stick?
Reverse psychology.
It's just everyone's going to call it Bazball now. I didn't. I also thought it was a little bit silly, but now that he said he doesn't like it, it's like a horrible nickname. Ferguson in, first delivery, big appeal for leg before not out, says umpire Rolly Black. I think that may have been heading down the leg side. Massive fan of Lockie Ferguson. It's great to see him back in 50 over cricket.
Oh, it's brilliant to see him back. A fast bowler, it gets the juices flowing, doesn't it, straight away. That one shaped back quite a long way. 144 kph. I'm not sure what that is in miles an hour. My maths isn't that good, Neil. But that was quick. That looked quick, and it looked like it rushed. It rushed the batter there.
I think 144 is 89. Well, I think 145 is 90.
It's not a bad warm-up delivery, is it?
Is it? Exactly. Presumably he bowled a few in the nets before the game. That's steered off open-face bat by Sterling to Martin Guptill, who's fielding probably at a third or fourth slip rather than a gully. There's a first slip and maybe a fourth slip, and he dived to his left. And there's no run.
He's getting nice shape on that delivery, though, Lockie Ferguson. That seam position is perfect. Going into leg stump, just angling the seam for a little bit of shaping, and it is nipping back off this surface.
Ferguson in once again, bowled him. Oh my goodness, that's a fabulous delivery. Not sure whether he went slightly wider on the crease, but it certainly seemed to come in at an acute angle. I think he probably did go a little bit wider in the crease, but it's gone straight through between bat and pad and has splayed the often middle stumps. And it's always a huge blow when Paul Sterling is dismissed at any stage, but particularly early on. And Ireland now one down, and New Zealand's decision to bowl first looks pretty good. He just maybe was slightly over tentative there, Paul Sterling. And I mean, he was barely there he was only there for 10 balls.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that didn't look like a normal Paul Sterling innings, but that ball nipped back beautifully. A little bit of shape back in, and it's just bowled him, driving through the gate. Really wonderful delivery, and he's getting that shape early on, and he's bowling it at pace, and that is a nightmare for a batter.
Several Irish sports fans wondering whether this might be a golden weekend in Irish sporting history, with the rugby team having beaten the All Blacks yesterday. But, it's going to be a tougher call for the cricketers to overcome their cricketing counterparts. 6 for 1. Andy McBride has come to the crease.
Yeah, as a lefty coming in now, with that shape across him, might be a little bit easier for him to throw his hands through than when you're a right-hander and it's shaping back into you.
Here's Ferguson round the wicket to McBride, and just wide enough for McBride to happily leave it alone and take him behind.
A little bit of bounce there.
Tom Latham. Yeah, it was a bit, wasn't there?
A little bit of bounce in this pitch, so it does look like it's coming through pretty true. It is shaping, though, and that's what's exciting for these New Zealand bowlers. And Lockie Ferguson, it's just great to see him back.
It's a really interesting decision to move McBride up the order. We'll talk about that in a moment. Here's Ferguson in once again, and thick outside edge. Will Young fields it at backward point, and there's no run. Andy McBride in his 66th ODI. He's really has been a bowling all-rounder much of his career. 74 wickets, best of 5 for 29. He does have the 250s and a higher score of 79, but it's definitely something a bit different. It's not in the playbook, I think, to have McBride come in quite so high. Here is Ferguson once again, and just hits him on the pad, on the knee roll, bounces out on the leg side. Henry Nichols comes in from square leg to pick up, and they go through for a leg bye. There are a number of reasons why that might be, as the second over comes to an end. Current form, we don't know, how well he's been batting. He might just be looking $1 million in the nets, or it could be that they reckon that they want to see off the new balls in the power play. Potentially
see off the new ball. With a left-hand combination as well. Sometimes a right-left-hand combination is quite nice as a batting side. But yeah, sometimes it can be form, or it could be just a little bit of protection in that power play.
Create a bit of depth, don't you, in the batting order?
Yeah, with Harry Tector being a little bit lower as well. So a good player coming in a little bit lower down, it could just be a bit of protection for Ireland, because we know this New Zealand bowling side is outstanding and world class. So a little bit of different thinking there by Ireland.
Here's Matt Henry, and that's a quick delivery. That's so quick that it catches Tom Latham by surprise. It's left alone by Balbirnie, and it's hit Latham's gloves sooner than he expected, and he's just parried it for a bye.
Yeah, it looked like a goalkeeper parrying it over the bar there. That just caught him completely by surprise. Maybe a bit of shape in the air. Sometimes we know after it goes past the stumps, it does sometimes wobble. So yeah, just looked a little bit shocked there.
It was quick, wasn't it?
I'm glad I'm not keeping.
It just scurried through. Oh, and a very tentative late push from Balbirnie to this one. He's beaten for pace, really hits the inside half of the bat and drops out on the offside. I don't know whether we're being teased a bit by the graphics operators, but on the advertised scorecard it says that Simi Singh is going to come in at number 4. That's not going to happen.
I'm not sure. No, that can't happen. It can't go above Harry Tector, can
he? He did actually, Simi Singh, create a bit of history. Oh, that's full and straight and just outside off stump, and a play and a miss from Andy Balbirnie. But Simi Singh is, of course, primarily an off-spinner who can handle a bat, but his record's not going to frighten you as a bowler. But he scored 100, an ODI 100 from number 8 last year against South Africa. And they collapsed. They were in a miserable heat, but 60 for 6 or so. And here's Henry once again, full and quick outside the off stump, and another play and a miss from Balbirnie. And he came in and created a bit of history. Jared Kimbers, he's on the case. I don't know whether he's... has he said anything yet this morning? Jared, is he still warming up with his cup of tea?
He's warming up the vocals.
Sorry. I thought I was commentating today. Now you're bringing me in for everything.
No, I just wanted to ask you, Jared, how many hundreds have been scored in ODIs from number 8? Silly question, really. But I know you have the answer off the tip of your tongue. Clipped away nicely through mid-wicket now for an easy single. Andy Balbirnie moves on to 2. Andy McBride has yet to score. Ireland losing the toss, being asked to bat first. And there was suspected to be some little bit of moisture early on in the first hour or so, but certainly the grey clouds have disappeared now, largely blue sky and a few white fluffy clouds. Steered once again down to 3rd, fielded by Ish Sodhi, and Balbirnie, the captain, moves on to 3. 3 overs gone. Ireland 11 for 1.
And for Ireland, they need to just see out this first couple of overs, see out maybe the first 10, and then start to push from there. When the ball gets a little bit older and the spinners come on, it might get a little bit easier. It is shaping around quite a lot. There's been some scrambled seam deliveries, some wobble seam deliveries, as well as some great swing bowling. So New Zealand are using these conditions very well at the moment.
I know you're ball by balling today, Jared, but I'll ensure that there's an extra few quid in the post for a few comments here and there. Lockie Ferguson begins the 4th over, and it's flicked away in the air. In fact, just 2 bounces down towards fine leg, and they go through for a single, and Balbirnie moves to 4.
Simi Singh is the only player in the history of men's cricket to make 100 at number 8.
I'm so glad you confirmed that. I did say he made history. I just didn't know whether anybody had scored 100 in ODI cricket since then. And it was a remarkable effort. It was in a losing cause, but I think nobody was more surprised than him when he scored 100. He wasn't expecting that. Ferguson in, short, and a hook shot by Andy McBride, and it floors him. He's beaten for pace. He's got absolutely no control of it. It's hit the gloves or some part of the splice of the bat and it disappeared over the keeper's head for 4.
Yeah, that looked like it certainly rushed him. He went to play the pull shot, shut his eyes and fell to the ground as he hit it. So lucky he got enough glove on that for it to surpass the wicket keeper there.
Look how close to the stumps he was when he landed. I tell you what, he's landed fully inside his crease. And he wasn't too far away. So you've got to hand it to him for taking on the Ferguson bouncer. And this time it's driven through cover for 4. That is a glorious shot. As glorious as the previous one was inglorious.
Yeah, tale of two halves there with those two deliveries. Lovely, lovely looking shot. That will give him a little bit of confidence as he goes forward through his innings. Strew his hands outside off stump and pierce the gap for 4. Really nice shot.
Worth remembering too, Manners, that being that we're talking about number 8, that's where Andy McBride used to bat. So when you see him play that hook shot, and we'll see him get tested a lot because the West Indies certainly tried him around his nose. I think they hit him in the head about 4 times in that series we commentated.
Upper body, certainly. Full and straight from Ferguson again, outside the off stump. So, Jared, sorry, I won't keep asking you questions, but I'm interested in your theories. You know, Kath and I are speculating as to why Andy McBride might have been shovelled up to number 3, where it's unfamiliar territory for him. Your theory?
It was during the South African series, was it last summer? And they basically ran out of batters. I think someone got sick or injured, and they threw him up because he was going to play anyway, and he put his hand up.
Pushed defensively off the back foot out towards cover. That's a terrible save. They threw him up.
I think he put his hand up. I think he might have said, "I'll do it." And they were all like, "Andy, sit down. You're a bowler." And he said, no, I'll do it. And I think he made a 30-odd and a 40-odd in that series. And then they're like, "Oh, great. Go back down the order, buddy. We don't need you again." And then they got to West Indies and they had more COVID problems, so much so that Will Porterfield was their batting coach and ended up playing for them. Am I remembering that right? Was it Porterfield? And so they had to do it again. So Andy McBride went up the order again.
Ferguson around the wicket. Thick outside edge. Beats second. Slip straight to third. Henry fields and they go through for a single.
And I think he's made a couple of half centuries and a lot of good starts. And I think the thinking at the moment is we don't actually have a number 3.
If George Dockrell can turn himself into a batsman, so can Andy McBride.
They're trying it twice. I think in a perfect world, my guess is that Andy Balbirnie would prefer to bat at 3, and they'd rather have another opener. But they haven't been able to. They've produced a lot of middle order guys like Tector and those sorts, Lorcan Tucker, who they all think will bat 4, 5, 6. But they haven't found a lot of guys who can bat in the top 3 of recent times. So they know. I had Andy Balbirnie on my podcast talking about it. They know it's not like he's not a number 3. He's not Kumar Sangakkara. No one's pretending that he's suddenly become that. But they do think that they can get about 40 runs out of him on occasion.
Here's Matt Henry again. Ball. Oh, that's good delivery. Hits the inside edge, deflects onto the pad and trickles out towards second slip. Stephen Downey, who hasn't played, he was in the T20 squad, and he's an opening batsman. Albeit he's in form this season, but he's got a modest record at List A level. The average is only 23, but he is an opener.
Yeah, I just think that Andy McBride's made runs, so they're going with him at the moment, backing him.
Henry in once again, and this one is driven up towards Bracewell, Michael Bracewell at mid-off.
I was going to say, sorry, it also gives them a huge advantage because they can bat deeper, and when McBride bats at number 8, they get nothing out of him because he's not really set up to come in at the death and sort the balls around. So the only time they ever got any runs out of him or any use out of him was when their top order collapsed. So if he's going to do that, you might as well bat him in the top order and make it so their top order doesn't collapse as often. And that's the theory.
Henry in once again. And it's pushed defensively up towards mid-off. Kath, I'm a huge fan of that. I mean, I think that it's not done often enough. If a bowler really backs himself and they give him the opportunity, her the opportunity, it's okay. Even if you bat 10 overs, given that here is Matt Henry once again, and that one pitched outside leg stumps, good pace on it, hits McBride on the pads, if a bowler has ambitions to become an all-rounder, then that should be encouraged.
Definitely. It's almost like a Moneyball situation where you're trying to get your best players to bat where it's best suited for them. So there's a lot of stats and data out now, and if he's good at batting at 3, you can get 40 runs out of him. Why wouldn't you do it?
Absolutely right. Here's Matt Henry once again, and it's good solid forward defensive from Andy McBride. He's got 9 off 14 balls. Captain Andy Balbirnie has 4 off 6. And the man out. Paul Sterling, bowled by Lockie Ferguson for 5 off 10 deliveries. Unusually subdued innings from Paul Sterling, but it is 50 over cricket. And as Jared Kimber was explaining, Ireland maybe a little short of top order batters, and that just increases the weight of expectation on Paul Stirling. But not to be today. 21 for 1, Ireland. Swing and a miss from McBride. Full outside the off stump. It's certainly there for the drive, and Andy McBride had a full swing at it, but unable to make contact. 5 overs gone. Ireland winning the toss. Losing the toss, being asked to bat first. 21 for 1.
Yeah, it's a shame Paul Stirling didn't get going because, as you said there, Neil, rightly so, he's got a lot of pressure on him up the top of the order. There's a lot of pressure. Everyone knows his name. He's played a lot of franchise cricket. He's a good player, so there's a huge amount of expectation, and sometimes that spotlight can be difficult to deal with, especially for Ireland, not playing huge amounts of cricket compared to some of the other nations. But it's a spotlight he'll relish, hopefully. There's a long way to go in this series.
Here's Lockie Ferguson continuing now into his third over. First delivery back of a length, up at ribcage height and tucked away out on the leg side. No run there. I think that whoever is in charge of the graphics at the ground has just randomly put the 11 names down on the scorecard. Completely randomly, because not only is Simi Singh on the scorecard to come in at number 4, but Curtis Camper's down at number 11. That one is steered away behind square on the offside, down to third, fielded by the mustachioed Blair Tickner. 22 for 1.
Maybe they're trying to play double bluff games with New Zealand. Who knows? That would be a shock if that was the order. Yeah, I'm sure he's not that low down. I'm pretty sure he can't be that low down.
Curtis Camphor, albeit it's a small sample size, the 23-year-old's played 13 ODIs, but he averages almost 39, so it'd be a great number 11. Taken wickets as well. As John Norman said in the build-up, he announced himself in some style against England. That is full and, again, outside off stump, just wide enough for the left-handed McBride to leave it alone.
He'd be best number 11, I think, in international cricket. Can't think of anyone else who's batted 11 with that kind of record, so no, I'm sure he's not batting that low down, but as we said earlier, he made his name for himself in that England series, and he batted wonderfully, so Ireland have got some good players in this order, they just need to bat time here.
Here's Ferguson halfway through his third over, around the wicket, and I think that hit the inside edge of McBride's bat and deflected onto his inner thigh on the rear leg, that always hurts. If you're listening online or on your smart speaker, by the way, but you need to be on the move on this fine Sunday morning, you can listen to us on the free talkSPORT app, where of course you can swipe between both talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. So remember that. You don't need to be glued to your wireless.
That's an interesting thought.
To be glued to a radio.
Might try that later on now.
No, but you don't have to carry it around. That's pushed away defensively into the offside, fielded by Glenn Phillips, and there's no run. Tell you what interesting topic of conversation as well is the Ireland coach, Heinrich Milan, of course originates from South Africa, but made his name coaching Auckland. So he'll know the New Zealand players pretty well, very well.
Inside knowledge is always a good thing. I see Luke Wright is with the New Zealand coaching staff now as well, so it's nice to see him getting a gig with them. But yeah, inside knowledge is always a good thing.
Ferguson in completes the over with another length delivery on off stump, pushed away defensively on the offside. Of course, Heinrich Milan isn't at the game today. He's just I think he's got another day or two of isolation because he had COVID, but that won't have stopped him from implementing plans. Anyway, another word from you, Kath, and then John Norman will take over for the next 6 overs.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start here from Ireland, just 22 runs scored so far in the first 6. But with New Zealand getting a lot of swing, moving it around, bowling some wobble seam deliveries, nipping off the surface a little bit, it has been difficult for Ireland to get going. There hasn't been that many freebies, so it's been a challenge so far.
Indeed it has. 22 for 1. Welcome to live and exclusive coverage on talkSPORT 2 as Matt Henry continues his spell, and it's pitched up and driven nicely by Burney, who will take a 4 and move to 9 not out. That's a shot of the day.
That was the best shot today so far. Lovely shot by Balbirnie. Just leant on it through the covers, pierced extra cover fielder and raced away to the boundary for 4. It was a really nice shot. It's the first real bad ball we've seen from New Zealand so far. That up to now they've hit their areas extremely well.
Henry and Ferguson bowling for New Zealand, who won the toss. Tom Latham, the skipper, and decided to bowl first. Cloudy when the toss occurred. Sunny now, I'm pleased to say, as Balbirnie squared up and beaten by an absolute beauty from Henry. It pitched middle and off. It straightened. The edge was taken, and that's the second wicket to fall. 26 for 2 Ireland. That was a wonderful delivery. Really good delivery here by Matt Henry. Angled in, kept its line and just squared him off, and he's nicked that through to the keeper. That's just a really good delivery. Those deliveries are just buy the bowler a drink afterwards, because that's just a really good delivery there. Unfortunate for Andy Balbirnie. He goes for 9. Yep, 9 from 10 deliveries. So the experiment with Balbirnie moving up the order after Porterfield, of course, retired from international duty last month. Hasn't worked on this occasion, and Ireland have lost their second wicket now. The man to the crease, Harry Tector. Now, if he can just tap into some of the form we saw in the Ireland T20 series, it could be in for something special here today, but a very different prospect here, coming to the crease far earlier than he would have liked, and coming up against some quality bowlers in Ferguson and Henry, have both taken a wicket each. And Harry Tector, just 22 years old, so very young into his international career, but we've seen some really good stuff from him so far, some wonderful innings against India. And I think he'll relish this challenge, actually. The Ireland are under a bit of pressure here, 26 for 2. And he needs to just stay in and bat time. I think that's the key for Ireland. If they can just not worry too much about the run rate at this stage, they just get through these first couple of overs, then they can start to accelerate. But it's a rebuild time now here. Yeah, absolutely. Ian O'Brien at the start of play saying that one of the reasons possibly New Zealand decided to bowl first was they do have some untried batters coming into their top 6. Phillips and Allen. The strength is in the bowling, and Henry is in. It's again full on the pads. Tector gets the bat down onto the ball, and it's fielded at fine leg. Well by his opening ball partner Lockie Ferguson. So a good bit of fielding from Ferguson, and just 2 runs added to the score. 28 for 2. I always think that a delivery you don't want to face as a batter is a Yorker first ball. You want a delivery that's outside off stump. You can leave alone. You can see what the swing's doing, what the pitch is doing. That was just a great delivery by Matt Henry. Really good delivery. Just seeing a replay of this bit of athleticism by Lockie Ferguson. Just a question of whether his right foot touched the sponge, but I think the full length dive was brought out there by the fielder. And good bit of fielding there. So 28 for 2. Just waiting. And for all the inexperience that New Zealand have brought with those 2 new caps, you know, when you can throw the ball to Lockie Ferguson, who missed the best part of 2 years, didn't play a list day game for 2 years, played for us against Australia. I don't know if you watched that game. I think I was in New Zealand when it took place. It was the first match that took place essentially without a crowd. It was the first of a 3-match series that was supposed to be 3-match, but it was then curtailed as Henry is in, back of a length, defended by Tector. So essentially, COVID was starting to sweep the world. New Zealand were in Australia, and they played the first ODI, I think it was at the SCG. No crowd, and it was just odd, really. But of course, it was something that we were all going to have to come very much terms with, weren't we? Terms with over the next year or so. And we've seen the importance of having a crowd in sporting events since that COVID pandemic hit. Henry again, defended by Tector, no run. Yeah, so that tour was called off, essentially. New Zealand had to make their way back to Australia before the quarantine rules came in. And then, of course, Ferguson picked up an injury. Didn't play any list day cricket for the best part of 2 years. And then I was in New Zealand again at the start of this year, in the domestic trophy in New Zealand, the Ford Trophy. Came back to play for Auckland. Henry beats Tector this time, who I think maybe just withdrew the bat inside the line. That's the end of another successful over for New Zealand. 7 overs in, Ireland 28 for 2. And Ferguson came back into the Auckland side, played Wellington. Ian O'Brien was coaching there at the time. Dismissed Finn Allen first ball after being out on the sidelines for the best part of 2 years. And then then they played Northern Districts, and I was actually, because of COVID really affected Auckland much worse than the rest of New Zealand, so it really impacted on the scheduling for the Auckland Aces matches. So they had to play a lot of like back-to-back games. So I actually went along to, what was it? It's basically Eden Park's second ground. So it's not the massive stadium where they played the rugby a couple of days ago. Ferguson is going to start his fourth over, and again hits the bat hard. Inside edge goes to Nichols, square of the wicket on the leg side. And Ferguson, I think he weighed in with 6 for 34. And this is a good Northern District side as well. Mitchell Santner, Colin de Granholm, some real quality players there. It's just a shame, I suppose, for Ferguson that quite possibly his Test career, I'm not sure he's going to venture back into that. He played one Test match, he got injured against Australia. I'm not sure we're going to see him again. Short from Ferguson, outside off stump, and McBride's happy to let that one go as well.
It's always a challenge for fast bowlers coming back after such a long time out. I mean, 2 years is an incredibly long time out, and I can imagine how mentally tough that would have been for Ferguson, but it's great to see him back. And we know Test match cricket is a lot tougher on the body for fast bowlers than it is 50 over or T20 cricket. So if he can keep playing this, maybe he'll build up some bowling endurance and his body will get used to it after a while.
Absolutely. Ferguson is in. Right, I tell you what, that's a risky shot with very little reward from McBride. Essentially, it's almost like a cultured thick outside edge past a flying second slip, which almost would have been worth it if there wasn't a third down there, but there was, so it was only ever going to be a single. McBride gets off strike, actually, and second slip is very wide as well. That wasn't too far from Martin Guptill, who's pulled off some of the best catches at either leg slip or regulation slip as you're ever going to see. So not the fielder you're going to want to chance that kind of opportunity to, or in and around. And look, he's just gone a little bit wider here, isn't he? Different batter though. The right-handed Tector about to face strike.
I was going to say that I was wondering when New Zealand would get a gully in, actually, because there's been a lot of deliveries that have gone through that gully region so far.
Yes, down the leg side this time from Ferguson will be called a wide. And the left-hand, right-hand combination between McBride and Tector maybe playing a part in that delivery there. We've got Tom Latham, the skipper and wicket keeper. Finn Allen, first slip, and then Martin Guptill, terrific fielder, gully with Nichols at point. 30 for 2. If you're listening to talkSPORT 2, we are broadcasting to the UK, Ireland and also New Zealand, I'm pleased to say, as Tector is struck high up on the pad again. Plenty of pace from Ferguson here. 30 for 2 the score in the 8th over.
Yeah, what's great to see is Ferguson coming back after such a long time out, still bowling really good pace. And that's really exciting for him. If he's still getting his pace up there, he's getting the ball to nip back quite a lot and hitting the Irish pads quite a lot so far this bowling spell. And it's just wonderful to see him back bowling quickly as well.
Absolutely. New Zealand haven't played any ODI cricket since March. 3-match series against Netherlands. Touch fuller and tempting a bit of swing. Inside edge, the ball races to the boundary. Back on a square leg. And Tector moves to 6, but it's head in hands from Ferguson. He came very, very close there to pick up his second bowled after dismissing Sterling. And really, Ireland's batters really got to be on the mark today.
They definitely do. I mean, that's shaped back in enough, and he's forced him into a drive that maybe he doesn't want to be playing. inside edge, and that's gone for 4. But that's good signs for New Zealand bowlers. Ferguson won't mind that because he's getting the batter to drive. If he's getting him to play aggressive shots, he knows he's in the game.
The views of former Ireland international Kath Dalton as Tector leaves this alone. Touch wider from Ferguson, and that is the end of the 8th over. 34 for 2, Ireland, after being asked to bat first by New Zealand. Pleased to say that Ian O'Brien, man who knows a thing or two about pace bowling. Your assessment of Lockie Ferguson, as Kath said, it's great to see a guy bowling out and out fast with the skills, despite having a bit of a lengthy layoff.
Yeah, I think he's been, from what I understand, I think he's been up at Headingley training with some of the Yorkshire team up there. So just sort of getting that net fitness. Nothing can replace out in the middle, the stresses and the sort of the psychology and how quickly it wears you down, sort of physically and mentally. But good comeback, good to see, good pace. I think they've both been searching for the right length. I don't think they've quite got the right length yet.
Henry is in. He's start of his 5th over. He's gone for just 15 runs and he's picked up the 1 wicket as well of Andy Balbirnie.
I can just see a real clump coming as soon as they work out the length. Maybe at the drinks break they have a good group chat. A different captain, obviously, so it's not Kane Williamson. Latham has done some captaining. He certainly has done some captaining, but trying to get those messages around.
This is straighter on the pads, but defended by McBride. Promoted up the order to number 3. He's 10 not out from 24. And the score 34 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, so just trying to get those messages around. It might just take a little bit, might just be a little bit slower as opposed to Kane Williamson sort of standing at mid-off. So I think the lengths will touch short, I think, and then a touch full as opposed to banging away.
Henry's in, right arm over the wicket, and this is punched nicely to mid-off. A dash at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and the batter is comfortably home. 35 for 2 now. Scampered single. Will we see another Ferguson over, do you think? And actually, having a look at the team that's been selected, got Michael Bracewell, the off-spinner, Ish Sodhi, the leggy. So Blair Tickner, of course, medium fast, I'd say. But they're actually going to have to mix it up a little bit, aren't they? Despite the fact that we've seen some purchase, some swing, some pace. Actually, possibly New Zealand would have fancied another quick bowler. Henry in again and left by Tector, 35 for 2.
No, just the 3 quicks. No real sort of genuine medium paces in there. But the spin in there, I did look up the wickets to spin for New Zealand against Ireland, and I think it was, of all the wickets, they got 15 of the 40 wickets spin. Satner and Vittori both have fifers in there. So the left arm spin, obviously an issue. No Satner in this. But Sodhi, the leg spinner, and then Bracewell, the right arm offie.
Henry is in, and again, just a fraction fuller, varying the length. Resolute in defence is Tector, forward, and in control there. Certainly, whilst the wickets have been shared, it's the additional pace of Ferguson that seems to have just caused a fraction more of a problem.
Yeah, and it was that back of a length delivery that sort of gone past the hip, where they've both beaten the bat and grabbed some edge, but not going away from the body, the ball angling into the body.
Again, straight from Henry and defended again by Tector.
The Irish batters, the Ireland batters are just staying that slightly, well, the 2 that have been out, just slightly leg side of it, and that's where we've seen obviously Sterling was bowled, but still on that leg side of the deliveries, not necessarily getting in line, and the ones that they've missed have been mostly coming back into the body, and they've still been leg side of it and still gone past the outside edge. So there's a spot there, and the New Zealand bowlers are probably half a stump straighter than they would be typically, given ODI sort of channels. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, we are going to see a change, and it is going to be Blair Tickner playing in his 3rd ODI for New Zealand, sporting, well, an interesting hairdo, moustache combo. That's essentially a mullet with a full-on Movember.
It's pretty stock standard New Zealand, sort of 80s, 90s, Australian sort of bogan, sort of posh bogan with the moustache, if you like.
And then I like the way that you look over your shoulder at our posh bogan.
Now, bogans are from Adelaide in Australia, not Melbourne, so...
Blair Tickner about to bowl his first delivery, right arm around the wicket, and played comfortably so by McBride, down to long leg for a single.
Love that spot. I love that length from Tickner straight away. The two slips gully and the third man, so the spot there that he's tried to bowl, probably 6-8 inches outside off stump, looking for that outside half of the bat, but the length, half forward, half back. So the chance of a nick with those 3 catches. Enjoyed that.
Well, tell us a little bit about Blair Tickner. He did actually play against England a couple of years back when England were in New Zealand. No! This time over the wicket to the right-handed Tector. Crunched to point. No run, 36 for 2.
Seen most of him with the red ball for Central Districts, and he plays in probably the best new ball, probably the best three quick bowlers unit in the country at CD, and just
CD
Central
is
Districts,
to our UK listeners so Central Districts, and just bangs away that sort of length there, that line there, sort of 6 inches outside off stump, probably a fraction wide for one day cricket. This time he gets the line slightly wrong down the leg side, called a wide, 37 for 2 Ireland,
but bangs away at that 4-day length, and just the over adjustment there from that extra bit of width. So trying to get straighter, trying to get back to that 1 day line, that 3.5, third and a half stump sort of line, as opposed to 6 inches outside off stump, the red ball channel. He takes a lot of wickets nicking off, and just loves nicking off players.
Just the one slip for New Zealand as Tickner is in. This is high on the thigh of Tector, who has come to the crease with an approach that you would expect with 2 quick wickets. 37 for 2 Ireland after being asked to bat first.
I think they'll be happy though. I think this is a pretty good start from Ireland. Again, I don't think New Zealand have quite got their lengths right, but I think Ireland will take this position. It didn't look the driest of surface. It did look, and certainly the surrounds of the park, a little bit damp.
Down the track is Tector. I think Tickner, there's a mouthful, isn't it? Tickner and Tector. And down the track is Tector. Tickner sees him coming and just fires it a little bit wider. A swing and a miss, no run.
It's a good tactic, wasn't it?
But are they eating Tic Tacs? 37 for 2. You said he was part of a 3-man bowling attack.
Yeah,
who were the other 2?
Seth Rance and one more. Hold on.
Tickner is in. He's got a leap on him. It's pulled comfortably over the boundary for 4. Nearly takes one of the ground staff out. And Tector moves to double figures. 41 for 2. And that was a little bit of a loosener by Tickner.
Yeah, not good. Again, trying to get that back into that third and a half stump, and fractionally short, fractionally straight. Nice shot, nicely put away. Dougie Bracewell's the other quick from Central District. So Seth Rance left armour, Dougie Bracewell right armour, the medium quick, and those 3 between them, they did well for Central Districts.
Last ball of the over and left by Tector, 41 for 2. Doug Bracewell, part of the New Zealand squad, I think the last time they played ODI cricket. Not featuring here is it his cousin? You really lose track with the Bracewells. Michael Bracewell's playing.
Yeah, there's plenty of Bracewells and cousins, and Jacob Duffy's the one of the other bowlers in the squad. Otago bowler, been down there forever. Has been a part of one-day squads in the past with the Black Caps. Not playing this one. He's another bowler that's been around the New Zealand first class and New Zealand cricket scene for a long time, and just has good years after good year.
Very few of the New Zealand side would have played in Ireland, but there's quite a New Zealand feel to this ground, isn't there? With the grassy banks, the temporary seating, very pleasant surrounds. white cloud.
They sort of call them boutique cricket grounds, don't they, in New Zealand? This is absolutely in the same vein.
It's a very there's a South Island feel to this ground, would you say?
Yeah, Uni Oval, maybe University Oval sort of scenario. Fraction, probably looks about the same temperature.
Yeah, probably so. It's always a shock, isn't it, when you get on the plane at Auckland in your t-shirt and your shorts, and then you get to Christchurch, you step off the plane, you're like, whoa, I think I've gone to a different country.
Christchurch, yeah, depends. Christchurch is either hot or cold, and Indonesian's just cold, so you don't get too much.
Sodhi to have his first delivery tossed up on the leg stump line, and McBride is forward, inside edge, will take a single.
I love watching Ish bowl. I think he's a wonderful human to start with, and I just hope that he gets a couple of wickets. They set good fields for Ish, I think. They always have a man out for the junk delivery, the half tracker, and they've learnt to just stick a man back at that deep mid-wicket, cowish kind of corner, and it happens quite a lot that there's a half tracker just gets walloped out to that leg side boundary, and they pick up a cheeky one, and you can see that there's a player out forward a square on the leg side for that junk delivery, if you like.
I saw Sodhi play for Northern District. He's just leaving there, isn't he? He's been there for 10 years. He's actually left Northern Districts ahead of the next season. Toss up again. Plenty of flight. Forward is Tector in defence. 42 for 2.
There's a lot of movements actually this year back in New Zealand
there
cricket.
Does seem to be quite a lot of movements, isn't there? Jimmy Neesham's left Wellington.
Well, he's sort of just wasn't given a Auckland contract, a New Zealand contract, I should say.
That's right.
Didn't want the Wellington contract. Heading back to Auckland to live, so free agent, if you like.
Tector facing one slip in place. This is widest of the crease, angled in on off stump. No run. 42 for 2.
That delivery there, not far away from that half tracker, just a little bit short, a little bit slower, and you just can't wait long enough to hit it. So you rush the shot, and Tector did wait that one and played it all right.
See what happens here. Again, plenty of flight there. Played back to the bowler. Sodhi just gone for the one run from his first over so far. 42 for 2.
Smile-ish. Need to see him smiling. That's when he's at his best. When he's got a smile on his face. When he hasn't got a care in the world. Smile.
He's one of those players you root for, isn't he? Again, this is outside the eye line.
Big
attempter
big
for
loopy.
Tector, but he's playing compact and he's playing defensively as Tector.
Yeah, big loopy googly there that had a little eye light up, and then sucked the shot back in. Did Tector sort of looked at it and then went, "No, I better not," because that goes through the gate and that makes a little mess of you.
Well, we've already seen the mess of Paul Sterling's stumps. Again, played back to Sodhi. First over, gone for just a one run. 11 overs in after New Zealand won the toss. Tom Latham decided to bowl first. 42 for 2. They were 26 for 2 when Balbirnie was dismissed for 9. Both openers gone cheaply. McBride, the new number 3, and Tector had a stunning series against India. Just steadying the ship, as they say. No Kane Williamson, of course. He misses this series and the T21 that follows it. I mean, this is the first game that New Zealand have played since they lost 3-0 in that Test series. Are they still? Do you think New Zealand are still trying to work out what exactly happened in that Test series?
I think an element of top of the mountain, winning Test championship, Ross Taylor retiring, Kane Williamson not in form, and then only two batters for New Zealand scored anything significant. Well, only 2 batters really scored runs, so tough work.
Right on round the wicket from Tickner. Start with his second over. This is angled into the left-handed McBride. Gets a bat down on the ball. Takes a single to Ish Sodhi at mid-wicket.
And that, I think that Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson bat so well together, albeit the run-out opportunities that
true.
Always happen. But I think that stability that New Zealand had, or just the confidence that they could bat around those two, one of them sort of won't fail. And it was just left to 2 players and it's too many runs.
Tickner in. This is a touch fuller, and again Tector, whose forward defensive shot is in good working order today. He's forward and resolutely blocks that out to the offside. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Taylor's last series for New Zealand was the last ODI series that took place against Netherlands, which of course New Zealand won comfortably. But you know, how can you not miss Ross Taylor? How can you not miss Kane Williamson? You know, even if he's playing, Kane Williamson, his elbow problem, of course, has been, you know, well documented. I mean, there must be real fear in New Zealand that essentially Kane Williamson's going to struggle to play consecutive Test matches.
It's just so sad. I know towards the end of Sachin Tendulkar's career, elbow injuries, tennis elbow style injuries, and it hampered his run scoring ability. It hampered his just being able to churn out runs. He still did score plenty of runs, and so there's a hope that I guess Kane Williamson can learn a new technique, if you like, or learn to work his grip and work his hands differently. He grips the bat hard, and then he grips it so soft, and so he's got to find a way that elbow can work, and there's talk of obviously dropping him, which is absolutely ridiculous in terms of you wouldn't have thought that in any time in the last couple of years, but I think you'll find. Yeah, I mean, good players always find a way, don't they? And he's more than a good player. New Zealand's greatest.
Short, wide uppercuts, and McBride takes advantage. That goes the distance, the first 6 of the day. And in truth, Ian O'Brien, that deserved to go the distance.
That's a freebie in any format. I mean, Test cricket, you may get away with a dot ball out there, but absolute freebie in white ball. Third man too. Well, third man's got no chance. That's wide of third man and a freebie. Tickner, some good, and then some pretty bad. Couple of leg side wides and just missing a little bit. First delivery was gorgeous, and then it's just a couple of bits that look searching.
I mean, would you advise, as someone who's coached in New Zealand, and of course have played for New Zealand, I mean, is it a case that Tickner just needs to bowl in the same place or fired in and misses out there, McBride? That was there to be hit through mid-wicket, inside edge onto the pads. Is it a case of too many variations, or is it a case of telling the guy, and I tell you what, before you answer, because Neil Manthorpe is about to take over after that, but how would you, as a coach, with your coach's hat on, what would you be saying to Blair Tickner?
Yeah, I think bowling the same ball over and over again is a lot harder than anyone can sort of understand. You can want to bowl the same delivery, you can want to bang away just outside off stump and maybe add off stump, but actually getting the body to agree with what the mind wants, and especially when you've only played 2 previous ODIs and you're a little bit stressed, every time it feels like a debut, hasn't played for a bit, and just getting that body to agree with the mind is very difficult sometimes. Manners, got a good morning still, isn't it?
It is still
good to see you again.
Morning.
It's been a while.
It's been less than a decade, but not that much.
Sure. Yeah,
not that much less.
I think you've aged a little better than I have too.
It's very kind of you. Botox. Here's Ishsodi once again. Forward comes Harry Tector, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, and they trot through for an easy single. I'm just kidding, of course. Will Young does the tidying up. So Blair Tickner's only played, as you said, a couple of one-day internationals, and
it's first overseas. He played against the Netherlands back in New Zealand,
and took 4 for 50.
So, yep, and had some success, and then his first overseas tour away with the New Zealand team, trying to prove a spot, trying to knowing that he's behind quite a few of the big boys who aren't there, so he really does has to push for a place to get in front of Southey and Bolt and those guys who will come back possibly at some stage. So that little bit of stress.
Soddy in. Down the wicket comes Andy McBride, and well, I think he was looking to go over the top, and he hasn't got much. He got a thick inside edge, I fancy. Even Matt Henry runs around from deep mid-wicket, keeps him down to a single. I think he was looking to go over the top, but it went all the way along the ground.
So close here, boys.
Yeah, just beaten a fraction and got sort of bailed a little bit thick inside edge. I think he was trying to go straight, and I think he got a little bit lucky that he just bailed and sort of chunked it onto the onside.
McBride now on strike on 22, a little bit of width outside the off stump. Cut shot from McBride out to Henry Nichols, and again they go through for a single to the cover sweeper. 54 for 2 Ireland, put into bat in the first of 3 one-day internationals, brought to you exclusively ball by ball on here on talkSPORT 2. It's of course is a World Cup Super League series, so 30 points up for grabs. Here's Ish Sodhi once more up to the crease now, bowls, and it's a leg spinner, and it's chopped away, not timed by Harry Tector. Straight to backward point, and there's no run. It was really interesting, actually, the Black Cap series against the Netherlands. New Zealand have only played 6 of their scheduled 24 World Cup Super League fixtures, and they've won all of them, so they're the only team in the 13-team league with a 100% record. This one is flicked away out towards deep square leg, another single to the sweeper on the square leg boundary. But I can't remember whether it was the first or the second of those games. Tom Latham played, it depends what kind of innings you enjoy, I suppose, but he played one of the best hundreds, and it was his career best, 140 not out. Because New Zealand were in a spot of bother, weren't they? They were like 200 for 8, 200 for 9, and he put on 70 or 80 odd with the last 2 wickets. Farming the strike, turning down singles, another single out towards deep square leg here, little clip off the pads. 13 overs gone, Ireland asked to bat first, 56 for 2. It was, probably the only major sort of hiccup that New Zealand had in that 3-match series. Of course they were expected to win it 3-0, and they did. But it wasn't quite as plain sailing. All of the IPL players, of course, weren't there. So there were some very new names, and they came across a couple of roadblocks and negotiated them with aplomb. Blair Tickner was one of those new names, and here he is.
One of the interesting things in that game was Michael Rippon was playing for Netherlands, and he's now in this New Zealand squad.
Flicked away tries to flick it away. McBride hits him on the thigh pad, bounces out on the offside. So, Michael Rippon, born and raised in South Africa, qualified for the Netherlands through his grandfather, who was originally from the Netherlands, and played cricket in New Zealand, and now playing cricket for New Zealand. So a man of many nationalities, if you like.
31 internationals for Netherlands, and 3 months and 4 days or something or other he was playing for them against New Zealand.
Thick inside edge now, driven to drive it through extra cover, and it's gone to Nichols at deep square leg. Another single, 57 for 2. Are you able to explain to listeners how that's possible?
You can go up, but you can't go down. So you can go up from your associates to the majors. Are they called associates anymore? I hate that word, but you can go.
They are still associate nations.
Yeah. I still find that a little bit awkward. So you can go up to the top tier, but as soon as you're listed in a squad or on a team sheet, it's then 3 years until you can if you want to go back and play for the lower back down.
Here's Tickner once again. Good delivery, back of a length, and it nips away from Harry Tector, beats him outside the off stump through at about chest height. Talking of live cricket, here this one is live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2. Did you know there's a European Cup game taking place as well today?
Oh, go on then, indulge me.
The Czech Republic are playing Luxembourg.
Oh, wonderful. Namibia are playing Scotland too.
They're associates.
Yep.
The Czech Republic and Luxembourg are affiliate members.
Affiliate
members
Wonderful.
of the ICC. And Jared Kimber's got a wry smile on his face. He's going to give us an update on the Czech Republic against Luxembourg in a moment. Pushed away out towards cover, straight to Nichols once again. And there's no run.
I know some people involved in Czech Republic. Is it Czech Republic still, or has their name changed? There was a... Oh, I have a...
yeah. I thought it changed
I went to Czech Republic about 10 years ago, and then I have a feeling that, I'm not sure, might have changed in the last couple of years. Anyway, former, possibly, I do know a couple of people who have been involved in the cricket and in and around over there.
Tickner in once again, and it's clipped away out towards the sweeper on the square leg boundary. We're into the early middle overs here. It's middle over cricket. It's hit the sweepers, square of the wicket, take your singles, keep the scoreboard moving. Ireland up to 58 for 2. Well, I can tell you that Cricinfo haven't been updated because I think they've still got Czech Republic.
Also known as Czechia. So, yeah, it is still called Czech Republic, but it's also Czech Republic, so it's Czechia.
That sounds good. That sounds plausible.
Yeah.
Czechia. Here's Blair Tickner to the crease, round the wicket, bowls to McBride and looks to drive from the offside, and there is no run. The over comes to an end. 14 gone now. Ireland asked to bat first. And remember, Ireland won their last World Cup Super League series against the West Indies. It was a historic moment. And in 50 over cricket, they've also beaten South Africa and England in the last 15 months. So maybe more suited to this format than 20 over cricket, although they came within 4 runs of beating India last week in T20 cricket.
Mad, isn't it? Shane Jurgensen, New Zealand bowling coach and head coach for this tour to Ireland. He was bowling coach when I was way back when I was playing. Luke Ronke, also the batting coach with the New Zealand team at the moment over there, former Australian and New Zealand.
Soddy in once again, and that's flicked away behind square, straight to the fielder. So Shane Jurgensen there, so he's head coach for this tour. What New Zealand have done, sort of slightly under the radar, really. A lot more attention has been focused on the player rotation implemented by teams like England and India especially. India at one point had 34 players on national duty, all in the UK, 2 different squads. Soddy in once again, gives that plenty of air, invites the drive, and it's dropped, I think, at long off, unless it just half volleyed. Matt Henry came sprinting in, did everything he could to turn it into a catch, and I think it's just half volleyed him and gone under his hands and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think he's tried. He's gone forward and then he ended up just trying to palm it in front of him with open palms and hasn't quite got any meat on it. He's done he's short of him and then just tried to keep it in front of him, and it's pitched and bounced and gone over the top of his hands. Nice shot.
Yeah, exactly. You certainly can't fault the intent from Harry Tector. Another leg spinner from Soddy here, pushes it out on the onside.
That previous over from Soddy, they were pushing for ones. The first over, just the one run from it. Second over, they're pushing ones, pushing twos. I could just see the tension. This one, second ball 4, looking to be aggressive. So this is the bit where I watch Ish, and again, looking for him to smile, to enjoy his cricket.
Punched off the back foot down the ground towards long on, another single.
Because when he gets that frustration, when he gets that little demon on your shoulder, if you like, that's when it doesn't quite go so well for him. So watching his body language just to see if he's staying up, basically trying to convince himself it's just another game in the backyard. Easier said than done.
Huge fan of Ish Soddy. And that one is pushed back again defensively straight to backward point. Didn't have it particularly easy in the early days of his career, did he? I think there was a perception that whatever tiny element of snobbery exists in New Zealand, he went to an unfashionable school, or should we say a not traditionally cricket playing school in Auckland. And there was a feeling that held him back, but he moved. Oh, and that's a lovely straight drive, straight back over the bowler's head. Super shot from Andy McBride. 4 runs.
This is that bit where he gets quick. So he gets a little bit tense and he gets a bit quick as opposed to staying slow and getting the revs on it. Gets quick, gets flat, and then it just gets easier to hit back over the bowler's head. On that lovely Irish shot, I'm going to leave you with Kath.
I'm going to get you onto the subject of snobbery in New Zealand cricket a little bit later in the game, because to my mind it exists in every cricket playing country in the world, but probably less so in New Zealand than almost anywhere else, and I include the subcontinent in that, and I've taught all of them. I must say, you do get a fast forward in your cricket career if you went to one of the right schools, and it's the case all over the world. Hello, Kath.
Hello. I didn't go to the right school there.
And you overcame that hurdle to become an international.
There you go, exactly. There's a big push in England for state schools. I actually work at a state school as well.
Blair Tickner continues and pushed out defensively to cover. There is, finally, an acknowledgement in the UK that you can't rely on private schools, or public schools as they're called.
Absolutely not. We need to make sure that we look for talent everywhere within school cricket, and Shenfield Cricket Academy I work at, Shenfield School, out in Essex, we've got a big push to make sure state school players get that opportunity.
Here's Tickner once more, full and straight, hitting the top of off stump, defended out to Finn Allen at mid-on, and there's no run. Popularising the game, what do they call it?
Is that right?
No, you need to get it on free-to-air TV. I think that's just as important as providing opportunities for players. In fact, possibly more important. Introduce the game to as many people as possible, and then facilities. I mean, it's a huge subject and many facets to it. Here is Tickner once again, and clipped away through square leg. Another single. Ireland move up to 68 for 2. Harry Tector on to 20.
I think cricket is the challenge with facilities in particular. When you don't have a huge amount of money as a school, where do you get that funding from? Because with football it's obviously just a ball and a field, whereas cricket requires a lot more infrastructure and facilities. But the more we push that across globally in all schools, and cricket becomes more of a participation event, the more talent we'll see.
Here's Tickner round the wicket to Andy McBride. Hits him on the pad, and there's the beginnings of a loud appeal. It was loud just briefly from Tom Latham and for LBW, but it was missing leg stump.
This is the first time I've seen Tickner bowl. He's very, very slingy, and that's where he gets his pace from. He's got what we call a big arm pull, like a slingshot, like a bow and arrow slingshot at the back of his action. He delays his bowling arm as much as possible to create that speed. He's got some pace, and he's not afraid to bowl some bouncers, which I quite like to see.
We've just had a tweet from a listener, Jez, in London. Here is Blair Tickner once again. That's down the leg side. There's a flick and it came off the pad. It's nicely caught by Latham. Tickner celebrates, but it's almost a mock celebration. They knew there was a deflection, but I think he also knew that it was off the pad.
He's laughing away there. He knew that did not hit the bat. He was just hoping. He was hoping for his first wicket, but not to be there.
And so Jazz has tweeted us to say, interesting listening to you talking about associates. He said, I just did the ICC commentary for the World T20 qualifiers in Belgium, which Denmark won. And he's off to Finland for the next one tomorrow. Lots of teams you're talking about will be in action. Here's Tickner again, full and wide, very wide, too wide. In fact, says umpire Rolly Black, and he'll have to bowl that one again. So, some very good cricketers going around in Europe, most of whom are very much kind of under the radar. But Denmark, of course, has pretty proud cricketing reputation. Do you remember Ole Mortensen used to play for Derbyshire? And I think he was the first Danish cricketer to play professional county cricket. Big thundering seamer that's driven down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Andy McBride. Tickner over pitches. Mid-off's a little too wide, or he's not straight enough to cut it off, and that's 4 very good runs to Andy McBride. He moves to 33 after 16 overs. Ireland 73 for 2.
That was a lovely shot. Full face of the bat, all the way down the pitch, just punched it, punch drive almost. Used the pace of Tickner. McBride, lovely shot. Really nice shot. He's starting to flow a little bit more now.
So we don't have an update on the Czech Republic against Luxembourg because the game hasn't started yet. But we'll be sure to bring you some scores as and when we get them. And if you do want to get in touch with us, please do get in touch with us on our Twitter handles. That's at cricket_TS and at talkSPORT2. At cricket_TS or at talkSPORT2. And drop us a line with any observations, comments or questions, and Kath will be sure to answer them.
All the pressure on me.
Of course. Here's Ishsodi, gives that lots of air, and it's driven by Harry Tector straight to the cover fielder.
Isn't it wonderful to see so many cricket nations now and getting the publicity they deserve? That's the wonderful thing about social media, I think.
And live streaming.
Absolutely.
That has made a phenomenal difference. And there's more and more games are being live streamed. This one is chopped away out towards cover. They set off for a single. I must say, Ireland have rotated the strike very, very well. I mean, they adopted, sort of middle overs tactics. Well, almost before we got to the middle overs, they were pushing for singles and hitting the sweepers from the 10th over onwards.
I feel like that's what they needed to do, losing 2 early wickets, is to rebuild and make sure they didn't lose a few more. Not bad tactics by Ireland so far.
Ishsodi and driven towards Lockie Ferguson at mid-off.
They are starting to be a bit more aggressive. Tector is looking to be a bit more aggressive as well, playing a few more shots than he was earlier on in his innings. Trying to push that scoreboard along a little bit more.
Soddy in, that's down the leg side. It would have been a wide had it not been played by Andy McBride. Tickles it away to short fine leg, straight to the fielder. I just always enjoyed his Soddy in whatever format he's playing, and he's predominantly, I've seen him in white ball cricket, but he seems to me to be a leg spinner who bowls for wickets. And he's got he turns the googly and the leg break as much as each other, varies them a lot. That is the googly, and it hits the outside edge and disappears off to Bracewell at backward point, no run.
Yeah, he's mixed up his pace very well. That's something that we've seen today. He's mixed up his pace between bowling very full and flighty and a few flatter ones, but also the pace has been mixed up on his googly, which is a hell of a skill to be able to do that. He's bowling really nicely here, just needs to keep his cool.
Soddy in once more, pitching outside leg stump, but it's a googly as well, and turns towards the stumps and is played defensively by McBride, who's 33, Harry Tector is 21. It's an interesting thing about the googly, isn't it? Because if you do have a googly, it generally is the same pace.
Yeah, and that makes it challenging to pick as well. If you're bowling at the same arm speed as your normal conventional leg spinner, then how is the batter picking it? And that makes it harder to read out the hand because you're not reading it in the flight either. And we saw Chahal bowl a lot of leg spinners against Ireland in that T20 series. He just pretty much bowled loads of googlies, hardly any leg spinning deliveries. So the googly is a great option even in 50 over cricket.
How do you think this pitch is playing at the Village in Malahide?
It's always been a good batting pitch. I've been lucky enough to actually play on it a few times. Can't say I scored too many runs on it, mind. But it is a really nice pitch. The outfield's normally pretty quick, and it's playing quite true. We haven't seen anything dramatic happen. We haven't seen anything keep too low or bounce too high. It's played pretty true so far this morning.
It's not quick, is it? I mean, it's not. It's sort of even paced. It's not particularly slow. It's not sort of plasticine-y, but I think the bounce is my experience, is reliable. And there's just like a little bit of spin and a little bit of seam, and as you say, I mean, as a batter, you don't mind at all getting stuck in. So it just fair to all.
Yeah, fair to all. I'd agree with that, and it's just playing nicely. As a batter, if you've got a pitch that is playing true, it does spin a little bit. We saw it nip around early on as well, but there's nothing dramatic in the bounce. I think if the pitch is bouncing a lot, then those bouncers that we saw tick the bowl would become more threatening. But because it's playing so true, you can just trust your hands and just trust your shots on a pitch like this.
Drinks break at the village ground in the beautiful setting of Malahide Castle just outside Dublin. Just a reminder, by the way, that you can hear our dedicated cricket show on talkSPORT 2, the Cricket Collective, every Tuesday evening on talkSPORT 2. It's also available as a podcast. So join me, Neil Manthorpe, and my co-host Steve Harmison as we review the week's biggest stories with the show that's also available, as I said, as a podcast on the following on feed. South Africa's women toured Ireland not so long ago, just before they arrived in England. Their ODI series, of course, begins today. First ODI is tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. But, tomorrow. Ireland won the first game. They beat South Africa, which is a massive upset, wasn't it? They then lost the other games, but they won the first game, so that was a big moment.
Huge moment for Irish women's cricket. If you can get a win like that, it does hit the headlines, and it promotes your sport even more. Obviously, we know that cricket in Ireland isn't the main sport, isn't a mass participation sport, so anything like a win like that can actually boost a little bit of promotion for them. But they're a good side, Ireland women. They've got some very good players. They've got Gabby Lewis, who's an outstanding player. Her father used to be a rugby referee, Alan Lewis. So quite a famous family, and she's one to watch for the future. But all promotion, I think, for Ireland, they are pushing it now that they've got a little bit more funding, and they're trying to get more people into the sport.
Right, drinks break done at the village ground, and a change of bowling. 17 overs gone. It's going to be Michael Bracewell with his off-spinners. 5 wickets in the 4 games that he's played. The first delivery is turned with the spin out to Ishsodi at backward square leg, straight to him, and there's no run. Ireland losing the toss, being asked to bat first by the Black Caps. 74 for 2 in the 18th over. Flicked away nicely by Harry Tector out towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, and Harry Tector's looked really accomplished so far today. I don't think he's played too many shots in anger. He's just played the ball on its merit. And that's exactly what Ireland is trying to do here. I feel like they will accelerate if they can build this partnership even more. This is a key partnership for Ireland at the moment.
Promotion of Andy McBride, I think it's fair to say, we can declare whatever happens hereafter has been a success. At number 3, he's 33 not out, make that 34 as he chops it square of the wicket out to Blair Tickner, sweeping on the cover boundary. And it's really, you look at the batting to come, and it has provided. I mean, if he was coming in at number 8, then you would sort of automatically think that maybe the tail could be a little stronger in the batting department, but it's worked. He's come in at number 3 and he's made 34. Pushed away defensively on the onside.
He's just acted as a buffer between Ireland's middle order and their top order 2 batters, and sometimes you need that in 50 over cricket. You just need a little bit of a buffer.
Bracewell in once again. Tucked away out towards deep square leg. Do you get the impression that Michael Bracewell's nickname is Beastie?
Possibly. I'm not sure. Yeah, it does sound like it might be Beastie. A few people shouting, "Come on, Beastie!"
They are overdoing it, aren't they?
I'm not sure that's a good nickname either to have.
Bracewell in once again. It's thrashed away down towards long off. You've been a part of teams for long enough, and as have I. And sometimes when somebody's given a new nickname that everybody thinks is hilarious, then you completely overdo it for days and days and days.
It's used to irritate them more than anything else.
Yes,
if you've got a horrible nickname, people love to make sure you know about it.
Yeah, if it's one you don't like and you make it known that you don't like it, that's it. It sticks.
I don't want to know what yours was, Manners. I don't want to know.
I'll tell you off air. 18 overs gone, 78 for 2. Here's Darren Kimber for the next few overs.
Don't go yet, Manners. Czech Republic made 209 from their 20 overs, with Dylan Steyn making 64. Might have been a South African. I can't confirm or deny. Ish Sodi coming into bowl. And he tosses this up. It's full. He gives himself some room, does McBride. He hits this out to deep cover sweeper. They just take a 1. Luxembourg in reply, 120 for 7 with 5 overs to go. So I'm not liking Luxembourg's chances, Manners, in that one. I don't know if you've got any money on that one, Manners, but if you do, hopefully it's on the Czech Republic. Good score, though, 209. Happy with that?
Dylan Staines very close to a certain South African fast bowler.
Do you know what? This one's outside, off stump by Sodi. Gives himself some room. Detector chops down out to the sweeper. They take 1, 80 for 2. It's not just that. If you go through the Czech Republic batting list, it does feel a little bit like it's Dylan Staines. Then you got Kranti Venkateswamy, which sounds very much like an Indian name. And the next name is Wickramasinghe, who I think might have played. It sounds like a 1980s Sri Lankan player as well. So there's a few different names there, but some very good cricket. There's actually a brilliant name that I'm going to read out just because how much I like it. So he comes in again. There's a good ball. It's too full to cut, but McBride, that's one of his shots against the spinners, and he gets it to Bracewell. There's no run. Sunny Leopard Klephain also plays for the Czech Republic. Sunny Leopard Klephain. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing the Klephain correctly. I believe I'm pronouncing the Sunny Leopard correctly. Matt is coming over. He thinks I've made up this name. Sodi in again. Smalley goes for third sweep. There might be a little bit of under edge. You can hear Latham appealing. They're going to come down and have a chat about that. They run through for a leg by. I think they've just taken the 1. And Sodi and Latham are having a conversation. Kath, did you think there was a little bit of bat on that, or was it just outside the leg?
I thought that was outside leg, actually.
Oh, and they are reviewing it. I thought it was straight enough, but I thought it was either spinning too far going down leg, or maybe he got a slight under edge on it. And either way, I didn't think it was out. It's probably what I'm trying to say.
TV Umpire 2 Director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision was not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
So it's 80 for 2. They did go through for at least one leg by. We were watching the conversation, so I'm not sure if they came back for a second there. So it's just a single, and having a look straight on to see if there's any bat. It pitches on leg and straightens, and it's going to miss leg stump, I would say, Kath.
That does look like it's missing leg stump.
Good spin. Doesn't look like... No bat on it.
I have a flat line as the ball passes the bats all the way through to the pad, please. Thank you.
It's barely hit
involved.
in front of the
Can
stumps.
We go to ball tracking, please?
So there's no way this is going to be hitting enough of the stumps to overturn anything. And, no, it's pitched in line, so we got that bit right. Umpire's call on impact. And umpire's call on the wickets. It didn't spin away as much as it looked
can you give me
originally.
on field, please?
But I think they were more talking
stay with the original decision of
and
not out. Stand by, you're on screen now. Not out.
Latham and Sodi, they were talking about whether it pitched in line. That's the bit they got right.
They did, and we didn't. I'm glad we weren't on the field there making that decision.
Yeah, it just looked very leg side-ish from the moment they went up. And I thought perhaps it looked more leg side because it got a bit of edge on it, but he didn't. But the score goes up to 81 for 2. It's one of McBride's shots against the spinners. He prefers the spinners probably to the quicks. That's mostly because he doesn't like being hit in the head as much as anything. And who does?
And not many batters do like being hit in the head, that's for sure. But yeah, he looked like aggressive there, trying to hit a slog sweep.
Good full ball again from Sodi. They're going to chop down on this is Tector, and he'll take a single up to long on as short mid wicket. I think that's Glenn Phillips there, diving in, doesn't make the save.
What's been interesting is Tector is now starting to play a lot more shots off the back foot. Early on against Sodi, he was playing a lot off the front foot. He was trying to drive him and was having no success. And because of the flight he's getting, he's got time to rock back and play him off the back foot. And he's doing that nicely. 82 for 2. One ball to come in the 19th over here on talkSPORT 2. This is short, and he's giving himself some room here, Andy McBride, to cut this from almost outside leg stump, I'm going to say in the end. I think he wanted to pull it, and then when it spun into his body, he decided to push it out to deep cover. It was a bizarre shot in the end, but he moves on to 37. Harry Tector's on 25. 83 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Kath Dalton. And sometimes you have to make those adjustments as a batter. if it does spin, you've gone onto the back foot, you've committed to the shot, and then you think, oh no, that's actually turning. So the fact he adjusted his hands nicely there, he played that quite well.
A reminder, we'll bring you more of Ireland's games throughout this entire summer with live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the T20 series with New Zealand and the White series against the South Africa later this month. As Bracewell is coming in to bowl again, this is full outside off stump and just pushed into the covers by McBride. And Will Young comes around, and there's no run there. Very slow. Both these spinners are quite slow through the air, aren't they?
Yeah, it's interesting that they've bowled a lot slower than I expected. We saw India spinners on this pitch, and
this is outside of stump, and he tries to flay this through the offside with a sort of a square drive, McBride, and he hits it on the head, and there's no run.
Yeah, the India spinners at Malahide on this surface, they look to bowl a lot flatter than this. So, surprised at the flight so far.
This is full again and slow, and again McBride goes back, gives himself some room and tries to cut it, but can't beat point. They've got a very, very run-saving field out on the offside there with a lot of players in the circle. So there's a short third, there's a backward point, and then a cover point. And McBride's trying to go through them every ball. Finally he gets one through out, and of course, after all that, he hits it to the sweeper and only gets one. That's the biggest problem with McBride, really. He can bat, he can't rotate the strike, and so you see there, he's basically taken up 3 balls to get a single.
Yeah, and the dot balls are key for a bowling partnership. If you're bowling lots and lots of dot balls, then it does force the batter to play a shot they might not necessarily want to play.
Bracewell over the wicket here. Slog sweep from Harry Tector. He doesn't get all of it, but I think it's going to go past lead on. No, long on comes around. Might have just got that off the bottom part of the bat. 85 for 2. Wanted to get that a little bit square. He practices the shot again. So Andy McBride does bat up the order for his domestic side, which is Gary Wilson's side, which team is that, Kath? Do you remember? Who?
No, I don't. That's shocking by me. But
it's up north anyway, Northern Ireland. As McBride this time does get his cut shot away and gets it out to the sweeper, and they just take one. The end of the 20th over, 86 for 2.
I feel like it could be Northern Warriors or...
Well, Scott, our producer, said Leinster Lightning, so let's go with that.
Okay, it's definitely Leinster Lightning. Shows my knowledge.
McBride moves on to 39 from 56, and Harry Tector 26 from 45. Harry Tector, of course, more chance of catching up, but both these players had to consolidate a little bit after a bit of a rough start. Bracewell's gone for 7 in his 2.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you have to do. If you're losing early wickets against what is a world-class bowling attack, you have to sometimes just settle in and accept that you're going to have dot balls. You're not always going to score off every ball, but it'd be nice now to see if Tector, in particular, being such a good batter, if he can start to accelerate the scoreboard and look to take a few more risks.
Yeah, I think Andy McBride's done his job absolutely perfectly. If he can keep his strike rate even roughly at what he's got now, maybe, later on we'll see a couple of slog sweeps off the spinners, and he will probably take on the quicks a little bit more, although he doesn't have a huge strike rate even when he does attack. But it's really Harry Tector that's going to have to do something. But clever move by New Zealand here. They brought Lockie Ferguson back on. They've got a few overs up their sleeve now with the quicks. And so he's only bowled the 4 overs so far, 1 for 17. He's bowling very quick, big in-swingers when he started off. Probably bowl cross seam here. He comes around the wicket to Andy McBride and is defended back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I think this is a good tactic by New Zealand. Bring on your best bowler to try and get a wicket to try and break this partnership. This partnership is building actually quite nicely here for Ireland, and what a nice person to bring back on, Lockie Ferguson. It's not bad.
Yeah, I think this is slightly earlier than they would usually bring him back on. I think they probably usually bring him back on towards the sort of 25 to 40 over mark. They brought him on a little bit earlier because of that partnership. As you said, he's coming around the wicket again. This is fast outside off stump. Andy McBride has nicked behind. Well, I thought he missed that by about a foot. He seemed to play that so late, but just a little bit of a feather there. He's walking, and so he certainly thinks he's hit it. And that is the breakthrough they needed. Well, 86 for 3. It was fast, back of a length, outside off stump. He tried to guide that on the offside and just got a little under edge, I think, was it, Kath?
Yeah, under edge there by McBride. He's frustrated there because he's survived 58 balls, not just survived, he scored off some of those as well, but he looked like he was just starting to get going, and Ferguson's pace was a bit too good there. It wasn't a great delivery, and that's the frustration as a batter. You've been in, you've seen off the new ball, you've seen off a few spinners, and then you get out to a ball wide of off stump that's short, that should have been cut away for 4.
Yeah, it was. He was just late on it. He did well to edge it in the end, because originally when it went through, I thought he just played a miss. We got Curtis Camphor coming out. Neil Manthorpe will be upset because he was listed at number 11, and Manners wanted him to come in at number 11, have the world's best number 11. Took I can't say a double hat trick because it's only an Australian phrase, but took 4 wickets in 4 balls at the World T20 against. Is it Netherlands?
A double hat trick.
We call it a double hat trick in Australia, Kath. I'm not going to explain it because it doesn't make any sense. But he took 4 wickets to 4 balls there. Obviously played some good games against of recent times against a few of the other teams as well. I think he had a good game against England. I would say this is probably 2 spots higher than Ireland would want him to bat. But as we've talked about a lot, they're trying to sort of stretch their batting order out. And just have a look at that. It might have even been the toe, Kath. Could have been.
He did nick it. Maybe off the toe of the bat.
Well, I said he was late on the ball. He couldn't have got. He was absolutely as late as possible there. Was Andy McBride. So here we go. Curtis Camphor. Right-hander is facing up to Lockie Ferguson. Slip in place. That's good. That's quick and short. Ducks that well, though. And goes through to the keeper, Tom Latham. No run.
Yeah, I've seen Curtis Camphor bat against, actually, in that England series. I think it was just after COVID, if I remember rightly, and he batted beautifully that day. So he can bat. He's a good player. So this partnership maybe is the crucial partnership for Ireland. Camphor and Tector in at the same time.
Yeah, I think they're grooming him to be a number 7 or a number 8. It's just that at the moment, a lot of this batting order is sort of, held together with duct tape. And so, as Ferguson comes in again, full and straight outside edge, just might almost go for 4 as good effort by Tickner down at third man and keeps it to 1 in the end. That must have been the extra moustache. So Camphor off the mark with 1 there.
I find duct tape very useful, actually.
Hey, whatever makes it work, you make it work, and that's kind of what they're doing at the moment. I think eventually they'd want Lorcan Tucker to probably bat maybe 5 in this lineup, and they've got Dockrell playing as a hitter, which makes a lot more sense in their T20 side. Probably in their one-day side, they probably want one other sort of specialist batter to come in. But Mick Bryan, Dockrell, Camphor, they're all doing a job for Ireland at the moment.
Absolutely, and they've done a job so far today. Tector's going to be the key one here. I feel like Tector gets a good score. Ireland could post a decent score here, but pressure on him a little bit.
26 off 45. He gets a short ball from Ferguson. That should be a wide. Calling it a wide anyway. It was miles down the leg side. And I don't think that was called.
I don't think that was called either. I was surprised by that because I was down leg side.
I've now watched that 3 times, and I think that's a wide. But it wasn't called. It was called just the 1 short ball for the over. So 87 for 3. 1 ball to come from Ferguson's comeback over. He's gone for 1 run and taken a wicket. So they can't have asked for much more here, New Zealand. Bowling seam up. I thought he might go with the cross seam, but he's bowling seam up. Wide of the crease, full at straight, goes for the Yorker against Tector. Tector flicks it to Matt Henry at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Here on talkSPORT 2, 87 for 3, Jared Kimber and Kath Dalton.
Yeah, and Ferguson's going a little bit wider of the crease there and trying to get that angle back in. He does shape it back in, as we know, but he looks like he's trying to exaggerate that angle, and that is a nightmare for a batter because it feels like the ball just keeps coming at you. You have to play a shot. So even when he bowls wide of off stump, it still feels like that angle is coming at you. So that's why we saw Balbirnie nick it earlier on in the innings.
Yeah, I think it's certainly been a case since bowlers stopped being sort of outswing dependent and you get these more front-on actions that bowlers become wider. But I think with DRS, you get a lot more LBWs coming wider of the crease than you used to. Umpires used to, I remember when I first started playing, if you bowled from like an inch away from the stumps, the umpires thought, well, it couldn't have been LBW, you're bowling from out there.
I have someone in my team who bowls quite wide, and the umpire says that as well.
Bracewell comes in again. This is turned on the leg side, and they scamper through for 1. So Camphor moves to 2. Bracewell struggled a little bit in the Test match with his bowling. He's new to bowling. He was a wicket keeper, I think, early in his career, and a specialist batter. And then I think he moved to Wellington and became a batting all-rounder who bowls a little bit. Lots of overspin in his deliveries as this comes down the wicket. It's flicked in the air, not far from short mid-wicket. And long on comes around and can't stop it. So Harry Tector using his feet there. It was in the air for a little while. Phil Allen diving out on the boundary, but can't stop it. 4 runs, 92 for 3.
And that's a great shot by Tector. I like the fact that he's taking a little bit more of a risk now. He knows that Ireland got a decent platform, but if they're going to get anywhere near winning this game, they're going to have to accelerate this score. And just used his feet, and that's bravery, and I like that.
Yeah, you've certainly got to up your scoring rate at Malahide. Some big scores here. Bracewell again. It's a good ball outside off stump. It's defended back into the pitch and just sort of dives as it rolls back up the ground, up the wicket to Bracewell. No run.
Yeah, and Harry Tector is aggressive enough, and he's a good player, so he should back his skills. If you're backing your strengths as a batter, you're going to come off more often than not.
Bracewell's going to come around the wicket, I think, now. He's changing his line. I'm not sure why. Tector's just taking a new guard. I think he does. He comes around the wicket into the pads and is instantly turned around the corner for one. So he bowled over the wicket and bowled the exact same ball, but just outside off stump, and he defended it. He's come around the wicket and given away a run.
I think his fielder's been on the leg side. He's trying to bowl to his field set, and he's seen that Tector's used his feet. So he's saying, go on then, keep using your feet. I'll give it a bit of flight. If you can hit it over our boundary riders, fair play. So he's a bit more of a risk for Bracewell, but I like that.
Seeing some footage of the TV commentators here as Bracewell comes in again. This time he's over the wicket and on the pads. But Takamfa turns it to Ishodi. There's no run there. Alan Lewis is commentating. You were mentioning him before, weren't you? He's the rugby referee. Played club cricket in Australia. An all-rounder for Ireland in the 80s and 90s. This is full and fended to short mid-wicket. And there's no run there. The end of the 22nd over here on talkSPORT 2. It's 93 for 3. I think you're having a spell, Kath. Kath's out, and Ian O'Brien is going to come on with it. Kath is on 2 from 5. Harry Tector 31 from 50. And New Zealand well on top at the moment. IOB.
Kath's seen all 3 wickets too. I haven't yet to see a wicket, which is a little bit disappointing.
If you can build another partnership here, see what you've got in the tank.
I have a feeling I'm an over late. Oh no, I'm on time, aren't I, Gav? I think I'm on time. I'm pretty sure I'm on time.
No, you are on time.
Yeah. Enjoy the use of the wicket taking. I think New Zealand have done done this well since the reintroduction or since having that extra fielder come back into the circle. When was that? Sort of 7-8 years ago when they brought that in. New Zealand have really used wicket taking, breaking options at good times.
Ferguson in again, short again down the leg side. Alan Dard doesn't even look at that as a wide. That one might have been over the batter's head. It's ducked in the end, and it goes through for no run. Yeah, that sort of enforcer role, it's sort of a bit like what England have used with Liam Plunkett and Mitchell Starc does. But I think New Zealand use it better sometimes in the way that they can bring them on a little bit earlier, a little bit more tactical.
I think that's it. It is that, as opposed to maybe that partnership just rolled on a little bit. That previous partnership that could have broken.
Ferguson in again. This is fast. Smashes into Tector's forward defence and then ends up rolling back to Tom Latham. It doesn't miss the stumps by, a scary amount. Although to be fair, Harry Tector was walking back towards it to make sure. No run there.
Yeah, I just thought that partnership might have just. I mean, they went through the bowling options, New Zealand, in essence, to that. So they weren't waiting. They weren't hanging back. But there's always that. Maybe bring that big gun, bring that big quick back and just blast him up after a little bit of spin. And it worked. Well done.
Ferguson to Tector, hits him on the back leg, maybe a little bit of inside edge. This dribbles out to backward point, and they think about a run, but there's nothing there. So 93 for 3. 3 dot balls to start this over.
I have a feeling there's a few more cross-seam deliveries. I think the wicket delivery didn't bounce as much as we saw in, I think, the certainly in his first spell. And so that cross-seam delivery kicks, bounces normal, or can skid a little bit. And I think that last one there just skidded a fraction too.
Ferguson outside off stump, hits the bat very hard off a length there. Again, Tector just hits that to backward point. There's no run. I think when we saw so I thought he would come on and bowl cross-seam delivery straight away. But I think when we saw the replay, the one that he got the wicket on actually held the seam up. But I think in this over, you're right. I think he's gone back to the cross seam. One of them actually did come back in a long way. I don't know if that's that Tim Southey three-quarter seam ball or what he's bowling out there. But there's a little bit. The Matt Henry wicket to Balbirnie was certainly, I think that was a wobble ball that just straightened. But
they've certainly, domestic, they've bowled that, hold it for an in-swinger, but bowl it as an out-swinger, so you get that three-quarter.
Short, again, very short. Extremely short, in fact.
One for the over.
I thought they already had one for the over. But he hasn't been called a wide. That, to me, looked like a wide just on height. I'd like to see that from side on.
It's a big green giant, Tector, obviously. It's very tall.
Oh. No, maybe it's okay. He got very low, didn't he? So it beat him by about a metre when he ducked.
I tell you what, he got low very early, and I like that as someone that had to get very low and as early as possible as a batter. But he certainly has the game plan to the short ball sussed there.
Ferguson, outside off stump, back of a length. That hits the bat very hard, but it's just guided down to third for the first run of the over, in fact. So at the end of the 23rd, it's 94 for 3. Ireland struggling a little bit here. New Zealand well on top. You hated the short ball so much that you invented your own form of, what was it, like a shoulder blade pad?
Yeah, I had a chest guard that did our job, but I got down, but I kind of left my left shoulder blade a little bit prone, and so I I basically cut up another chest guard and taped on a shark fin, in essence, that came up and over my left shoulder blade. Look, if I get hit, I can't bowl, and I want to bowl.
Yeah.
And so I did everything I could. So yeah, I sort of took a pretty decent chest guard and then just added some more individual. And I never got hit there after I put it on, of course. But I did. It was one of those things. I hated the short ball. I did get better at playing it, and to the point where in that over, that Tector, he saw it short and just went straight down. And as soon as you're seeing it, that's good.
Bracewell, full and straight. Tector defends this out on the leg side. There's no runners. It goes out to Phillips at short mid wicket. Interesting here that he attacked that last over from Bracewell for one ball, and he's almost defended everything else he has faced since then. And this is full and straight. He flicks it out to long on, and they will take a single, move on to 95. Tector is on to 33 from 58.
This part of that game, it's part of the stage of the innings where they're not miles behind Ireland. Three down after 23, 24, 25 overs. I think they're reasonably happy, but who's trying to go at 75 to 90 strike rate? Which one of them is going to be that guy?
Camphor defends outside off stump. It's short cover. There's no run. I think it's that kind of ball there. There's nothing wrong with that delivery, but the fact that his only instinct there was to defend it is part of the problem.
That was slow. That was very well bowled.
Comes in again. He tries to sweep this from outside off stump. It goes to backward square leg. There's no run there.
So that previous delivery you were talking about, just looking to defend it, he had long off back, very slow, just a fraction of width, so it is set up for that catch down to long off. And then it went slower and wider on the essence of, here's the tempter.
Field change here, deep backward square, goes out for the cut shot, for the sweep shot, and of course he plays a beautiful cover drive off that slow ball again. This one's just a little bit wider, and he picked the gap between deep point and short cover, and he picks up a 4. Beautiful by Camphor.
That just the back foot just creeps away, just so you can open up that back hip, and it's almost indoor cricket down up sort of style where your hands stay over top of the ball, and lovely shot. Gave himself width by staying leg side. It wasn't that wide.
You just bring up indoor cricket so I can say you're a dual international. As this ball is outside off stump, cramps him a little bit, gives himself some room, Camphor, and knocks it back to the bowl. There's no run. So at the end of the 24th over, it's 99 for 3. Camphor's 6 from 9. Harry Tector is 33 from 58. I'm Jared Kimber, and I'm with dual international Ian O'Brien for outdoor and indoor cricket for New Zealand.
Wellington under-19 croquet representative as well.
Yeah, I must have missed that one on your LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, I haven't got that one up there, but I should probably. Yeah, pegged out from the corner with my last shot. Time was up, so. The croquet people will know what that is. 2 ball, pegged out from the corner. So croquet people will understand that.
It's funny you should say that, because John Norman's about to come on and commentate right now, and he's an absolute expert in croquet. In fact, he was talking about it this morning, so maybe the two of you can, take us through it.
Do they play croquet in Australia?
I don't know. I don't really know what it is.
Had you heard of croquet before you moved to England?
I've heard of the phrase. I know it's a sport.
It's not a phrase.
Well, I've heard of the word.
You've heard of a phrase that doesn't exist, but you don't know the sport.
I think it's more exciting than bowls.
Well, bowls
and
is huge in Australia compared to here.
Indoor bowls. It's too hot for them out there to play outdoor bowls in Australia. But I think croquet is a wonderfully bit more chess than bowls in terms of its strategy and in terms of the shot selections and things like that. I quite enjoyed it way back.
Well, I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn this way. Beautiful cover drive at square of the wicket by Tector, but the fielder covering. 100 up for Ireland. They were 26 for 2 when Balbirnie was caught behind from the bowling of Matt Henry. But thanks to Tector, who's continuing his form from the T20 series into this, the T20 series against India, that is, into this 3-match ODI series with New Zealand. T20 series set to follow. And 39 for McBride. Camphor new to the crease. Ireland have reached 100. 100 for 3. Start the 25th over as Tickner is in. Short effort ball from Tickner. Pulled comfortably by Camphor. Tickner's been expensive so far, Ian O'Brien. 24 from his 4 overs.
I kind of expect this one to be a little bit more dry, a little bit more in charge of his line, in charge of his length. That sort of went short there. Didn't massively bounce. Again, a couple are not really kicking through like they did early. But I expect this to just be a little bit more in control, a bit more banging away.
Down the track, beautiful swing of the bat from Tector, and he has smashed that straight down the wicket, over long on for a quite beautiful 6.
That's delicious. That is lovely. When you're banging away and you're trying to bowl one delivery in and out of the over 6 times, you can be run at, and this is just gorgeous. Just holds his head so still and just cleanly hits it back over the top of the umpire and knows it. Beautiful. Look at the blue sky too.
Oh, absolutely glorious conditions for cricket. Touch Fuller outside edge, squirts out to point. Tector just places his foot back behind the crease again, trying to advance. And I suppose this is the problem when you're bowling alongside someone like Lockie Ferguson, who's bowled beautifully well today, of course. If you're facing 145 kilometres an hour and then you're coming up against Tickner, who's not operating in the same sphere, maybe just a little bit easier for the batter to get on top of you.
Yeah, and you do have those will look to get on top of this guy in terms of what boulders can you go at.
Played out into the leg side by Tector, who was very watchful at the start of his innings. He came to the crease with Ireland struggling, 26 for 2. He played resolutely, played technically correct, 4 defensive shots all the way, saw off the opening partnership of Henry and Ferguson, and now it's his time to start to cash in.
I was just saying to Jared, which one of these guys tries to push their sort of strike rate up to 75 to 90, because they need someone to get, of these two.
Again, back of the length, ridden by Camphor, down to the fielder running in from the 3rd boundary. He moves to 8. Finn Allen it is fielding, one of 2 caps that have been awarded for New Zealand today. 25 overs in, so we're at the halfway point of the overs. 109 for 3. How do you assess how Ireland have gone, Ian O'Brien?
Look, I think Ireland are in the best of positions. I think they'll be very happy with their position. I think they would have taken this at the top of the innings, New Zealand winning the toss and bowling, and they've bowled okay. I don't think they've been at their best. Certainly first game of this tour. And there's been quite a big wholesale change from the Test team to the white ball format teams. There's been a lot of changes. Not a lot of these guys have been playing one-day cricket, let alone international cricket. And I think Ireland will be very happy with their position.
Would you class yourself as an optimist or a pessimist by nature? As Bracewell's in, forward defensive by Camphor, no run.
Realist?
Well, we've just seen the score projections.
Yeah, realist. I think a realist is...
And it's my duty to tell you, as Camphor again is playing defensively, watchfully at the start of his innings, that if Ireland were to go at 12 and over for the remaining 25 overs, they will, go past 400. 409 will be their score. So there you go. Bracewell again. This is played back to the bowler, who just for a second possibly thought that there was a caught and bowled opportunity. Dives to his left, fields from his own bowling, does Bracewell. Nicely done.
Well, that would be the highest score in a New Zealand versus Ireland game. New Zealand scored 402 back in 08. So
they did.
Yeah,
that's
so
still
410. Yeah,
that's still the heaviest defeat in the history of ODI cricket.
It's yuck, isn't it? What was it? 200 and...
I haven't got my stats.
No, sorry. The game, but
no,
238.
290.
Yeah.
Oh, there was movement from the off spinner into the right-handed Kampfer, who creates a little bit of room and cuts the ball away for a single. 110 for 3. 290 run win for New Zealand over Ireland. Still the heaviest defeat in the history of 50 over cricket.
That was up in Aberdeen, if I'm not mistaken, in Ireland-Scotland tri-series with New Zealand. Well, yet to play in New Zealand as well, Ireland. Yet to play New Zealand in New Zealand, which is sort of sad.
Well, it is, but hopefully the World Super League played nicely by Tector. It is at this time. No field at mid-wicket, so he comes through for a single. 111 for 3. I mean, the World Super League has essentially created these clashes. talkSPORT 2, very fortunate. talkSPORT covered the Netherlands versus England series at the start of last month. Forward and crunches the ball to the sweeper Lockie Ferguson, hurls the ball back, another single. Because of the World Super League, essentially everybody had to play everybody in the build-up to World Cup, and of course the ICC have taken that away. So this golden summer for Netherlands and Ireland, which has seen the visit of teams like England to the Netherlands, Pakistan to the Netherlands, obviously New Zealand here in Ireland. Is that going to happen again? And when you look at the history of ODI cricket, these sides have only met. They met at Providence in a World Cup, 2007. They then played a tri-series.
That's the West Indies. That's the West Indies, isn't it? Providence, yeah.
They then played a tri-series involving Bangladesh a couple of years back, and then that one that you're talking about, a tri-series involving Scotland in Scotland. That's it. And Ireland have never played in New Zealand.
That's 15 years. So 07 was the first time in a World Cup. That's the West Indies Providence one, and then 15 years, 4 games. It's for the success that Ireland's had in one-day cricket and T20 cricket, for their white ball pedigree, it's disappointing. I'd love to see them tour, but it's tough, isn't it?
Well, it is, but I mean, it's a proper old tour for New Zealand as well. They haven't played much ODI cricket. Cracked away down to third by Kampfer. Tickner, he's under a little bit of pressure. His 5 overs have gone for 33.
I can see. Sorry, I can see a bit of this is. When I first started playing white ball, this is how I bowled, and I got hit a lot through backward point, through gully. Just being that 4-day line, staying that 4-day channel, the red ball channel that just doesn't quite work in white ball cricket, and then you try and correct it, and you go too far to the leg side, and I think Tickner's just a little bit in red ball body.
Full toss, outside off, and wristily played by Tector, who just diverts the ball through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, we got that Tickner thing again, haven't we? They really lost that one.
Yes, we do.
Really lost that one. A fraction of swing. I'm not sure if it was a knuckle. Yeah, it was. He's just trying to get the knuckles behind that as he's in his load up. So the knuckle ball floated, bit of outswing, and well put away. Saw it and put it away nicely.
So the pressure continues on Tickner. This is play to backward point.
So just stuck in that. So your body shape, you get used to a body shape. You get used to running in and banging it away. And he's been so good in 4-day cricket in New Zealand that it's very hard to get your body shape to adjust 1 degree. 1 degree at the top of where you let go of the ball to get it from 4th stump, 5th stump, back into 3rd stump. It's such a minute margin that it's very hard to do often.
Of course, there's no catching fielders in the positions that they were at the start of the innings, and that's exactly what Ian O'Brien was suggesting. He's going to overcompensate and fires it down leg, and it's played away comfortably for another single So at the start of his spell, he's bowling that line, and essentially there was a slip in place and a gully and a third. Now, of course, slip and gully have been removed. So it's a far different proposition, isn't it? For bowler and batter.
He's trying to dry it up. He's trying to just get things a lot more correct. Yes, the slow ball in this over didn't quite work for him, so that won't help the confidence either. He's trying to dry it up, just can't get a hold of the line.
Big leap down the leg side, ridden by Kampfer from the pads. It should be possibly a leg by. 119 for 3, 1 ball left to the 27th.
And then you start trying hard and harder, and then you get inside your head and you start running in harder and you start trying. And there's a lot of bowlers that want to be seen to be trying hard, and there's such a thing in fast bowling. The more relaxed, the easier it comes out and the easier things go, but it's hard to relax.
There's quite a lot going on with that run up and action as well from Tickner. This is straighter, shorter, pulled by Tector, who's moving towards 50s, 48 from 67, 120 for 3.
Yeah, no, you're right. His run up there there's a lot of moving parts. He's not as good athlete.
It's not fluid, is it?
It's a good athlete, but there's a bit of crossing over the sort of the centre line with a few body parts. Does get up nice and tall and holds, but there's just this a little bit extra effort that it just looks like he's putting more effort into it, and he's just losing that biomechanical timing, and so it doesn't come out in the same place at the same timing. Bowling's easy sometimes, and then some days it's the most ridiculous thing to do, and just looks a little bit tough, and he's trying hard to get it right, and it's so hard to get it right when you're trying hard.
At the other end is Bracewell, and this is played comfortably enough by Tector. Fielder up inside the circle at third.
And that goes for batting as well. When you're scratching, you just can't quite find it. The harder you try, the more you concentrate, and then the scratchier and the more jittery and twitchy you look.
Forward is Kampfer, and just evades the sprawling fielder at short mid-wicket. And really, Ireland, they're doing what they need to do, really, aren't they? They're rotating strike. They're putting pressure back on the bowler.
And they're giving themselves the last 10 overs. They're giving themselves, at the moment, they're giving themselves access to the last 10 overs. Two balls, obviously, so we go back. Still a newish thing.
Back in his crease and across is Tector, 1 away from 50. Picks out Ishodi at square leg.
So it's still a newish thing, though, the two new balls. And so they, 25 overs at the old of it, so at the end of it, and they're still hard. They are giving them access to that last 10 over, which can change a game. Those 12 and overs.
Forward again, fielded from his own bowling is Bracewell.
Those 12 runs and over that they were going to get for the... Sorry. I'm enjoying
12 runs and over for the last 10, I'll just about go with.
I'm enjoying the changes of pace from Michael Bracewell. A lot of people consider him a part-time bowler. I think he's better than that.
This is fired in a little bit more. Tector will reach 50. What a summer he's having, and he's going to come back for a second as well. Good running between himself and Kampfer. And not for the first time, Tector takes the applause from another good crowd in Malahide. Ireland 124 for 3. Tector's continuing his fine form.
Yeah, I've enjoyed him. Pretty uncomplicated. There's I think you brought it up. He probably could just look to be a little bit more assertive instead of being defensively minded, but played nicely.
Yeah, as you say as well, tossed up on the pads. Forward is Tector, no run. He's given some respect to the game, essentially, isn't he? Came in and New Zealand were all over Ireland. Read the game's situation for what it was. And now, as conditions have eased, the sun's out, that cloud that really had covered this ground in a way that is only so familiar to people from the island of the long white cloud. Now it's been replaced by glorious sunshine, and Ian O'Brien has been replaced by the glorious Jared Kimber.
That was like the Manthorpe pause there.
I love the Manthorpe pause. people ask me, what's the best thing about your cricket commentary? I was saying the man thought pause. They're like, what, silence?
It's a hard thing to explain to people, isn't it?
It is. So, here we are then. Beautiful conditions. You were at the first ever Ireland Test match, weren't you? I'm right in saying is that in your top 3 cricketing moments as a journalist? Anyway, short, wide, crack to Martin Guptill at backward point, no run.
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it was a really important thing for me. I really wanted to get... There were 2 of them, weren't there? There was that in Afghanistan at the same time. I didn't know if we'd ever see another one again. So I went up there. It was incredible. Cass obviously more an expert on Ireland than I am, but it's incredible to walk into what is essentially a club cricket environment, but they're playing a test match. And I remember going into... Because the first day was a washout. It's the most celebrated washout I've ever been to.
Guptill again, fielding at backward point, no run.
And so people were drinking all day, so I still had to pretend to work all day, and then obviously, do some late night work, and then I headed over to the Malahide bar. You can't buy drinks at the bar unless you're a member, which meant that I couldn't even shout anyone any drinks, and I was in about 4 different rounds within about 10 minutes. And just people were so happy that I think there were 3 or 4 of us from Crick Info that they were just so happy there were so many of us covering the game, and that was absolutely it really is. And they won't play there forever. They're trying to build that new stadium, although notice that new stadium still isn't here. But it is one of the places that is worth going to. Malahide itself is beautiful, great seafood there. Have you been up there?
I haven't actually, no. I've been all around the world, and I've really, again, it's persisting with this short length is Tickner, and the bounce on that occasion has just defeated Camphor. Very wide delivery, but an effective one. 40 runs coming from his 6.3 overs, 124 for 3. I've neglected the island of Ireland. I've been to Dublin with talkSPORT actually, with Paul Hawksby and Mickey Quinn. It must be about 10 years ago. And we got to the airport, fly to Dublin, and went through passport control on the body of Camphor. We'll take a single. The score moves along. This is proper mid-innings fare from Ireland. There's a touch of the old school about this 50-over clash here on talkSPORT 2. Yeah, we got to the passport control, and Paul Hawksby had brought his wife's passport.
What?
Yeah, he'd mistakenly brought his wife's passport, but they were like, oh, it's okay, show us your driver's licence, and off we went. And he was like, am I going to be able to come back? They were like, yeah, it should be fine. But for the next 48 hours, down the track it's Tector, rides this ball down to third for another single. For the next 2 days, we were all just wondering, would it be quite as easy to get back to England? But thankfully for Paul Hawksby and Mrs. Hawksby, got back okay. But yeah, I'd love to go over, and obviously love to go and watch a little bit of cricket at this ground. It looks beautiful.
No, it's certainly one of my favourite places to watch and cover cricket. Also, it's as I said, it's a very much like a club atmosphere around the ground as well.
Again, you can really hear the effort from Tickner again. Really bangs this into the pitch, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. So his 7 have gone for 42. Hasn't looked likely though, has he, Tickner, to get a wicket so far today?
No, I think over the last couple of years, I think he's put on a little bit of pace. I remember him being a little bit more of an organiser. He's got these chicken arms when he comes in now with his elbows sort of.
Bruce Reid. It's Bruce Reid.
Well, that's because he's got a mullet and a moustache.
Yes, I've just realised who it is. It's Bruce Reid.
So he looks like a throwback to club cricket, but obviously, he's got a nice high arm action, which I really like as he actually delivers, and he's obviously quite tall, but I think IOB probably... I feel like, and IOB probably knows it more from a bowling perspective, but...
On the reverse, first ball, Tector to Bracewell, where there's a fielder stationed, and there's no run. Start of the 30th over, Ireland 126 for 3.
Yeah, Tector just looks like to me he doesn't have a solid plan of what he's supposed to be doing. I wonder what his role is domestically.
This is a little bit better from Tector, doesn't need to manufacture the line, just clips this away to long leg for another single. Continuing to rotate the strike, Ireland. They were 26 for 2 when Balbirnie was caught behind for 9. They're now 127 for 3. as Kampfer is down and essentially ramps this over his left shoulder and beats the fielder as well. Beautiful little bit of batsmanship. Kampfer moves to 18, the score 131 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot. There's a gap in the field there. He's taken that from outside our stump. No matter what the length was, he was going to play that shot. He actually turned his head away like he was facing a fast bowler. Like he forgot that it was just a spinner there, but turned his head away but placed it perfectly.
Yeah, beautifully done. Kampfer moves to 18. Missed out in the T20 series. Steps away this time. Cuts the ball to Ferguson at deep point. This is good from Ireland.
Yeah, it's a much better partnership. I mean, Tector, I think if there's ever, the Irish fans and get a little bit frustrated that he can start a little bit slow sometimes. I think, especially in one-day cricket, he gets himself bogged down a little bit. But obviously, he's the sort of player that can really catch up. We know what his T20 hitting is like.
And he's facing now as Tector, his 4th 50 in white ball cricket in successive innings. So he's in form. Misses out on that occasion, though. The ball drifting down the leg side. Get a little bit more on that. Past the field, and that goes away for 4. Just a single. 1 ball left of the 30th over. 133 for 3, Ireland. Asked to bat first. And Bracewell, again, this just restricts Kampfer for room. He was trying to make his own space. The ball follows him, though, and it's a no run. So, thank you for listening to exclusive coverage, whether you're listening in New Zealand, Ireland, or in the UK. 30 overs in. Ireland asked to bat first. They were at 6 for 1 and 26 for 2 when the openers were dismissed. Ferguson and Henry with the breakthroughs, and it was Ferguson again who came back into the attack after Ireland had put on 60 for the 3rd wicket to dismiss McBride. But Tector and Kampfer are going along pretty comfortably. And after a word from Jarrod Kimber, it'll be the returning Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, it's certainly, I think if you're an English or New Zealand fan, obviously the Irish fans are more than aware of what Malahide is like. But if you are a fan, in the UK or New Zealand, if you ever get a chance to follow, they don't play many test matches, so you might not be able to do that, but maybe a tri-series of, T20s or one days, it's worth doing it. It's a beautiful part of Ireland, Malahide. It's, just out of Dublin a little bit. It's kind of, I don't know if it's officially a suburb of Dublin. That's the sort of thing Neil Manthorpe would have an exact detail of. But it's not a short trip on the train up into Dublin. But the food and the drink in Malahide is absolutely incredible. And as I said, it's a real cricket community. And then after play, you stumble into town and go to the 2 or 3 jovial pubs. Pick your favourite.
2 or 3?
I think there's 2 or 3 major sort of late night drinkeries. There's a few, bar-y type places. But if you're talking pubs...
Talking about Malahide or Dublin?
Malahide.
Oh, I was going to say, there's 2,000 or 3,000 in Dublin. Oh, that's a super shot. That's crashed into the boundary from Harry Tector straight after the informal drinks break. And, the ball has disappeared under the covers. And Ish Sodhi's down on hands and knees, crawling to go and get them. Matt Henry just over pitching on leg stump, and super leg glance from Harry Tector, who's timed that magnificently using the extra pace, the additional pace of Matt Henry. Not quite as quick as Lockie Ferguson. And your recollections of Malahide Castle?
I never went.
How? What? Pushed away defensively up towards extra cover. It's fielded by the bowler himself.
I think I've been to Malahide 3 times to cover cricket. I don't think I've ever been to... I'm very much a professional. I had a look at the bars and the pubs. and
Your end comes from Curtis Kampfer. So Shane Jurgens has been writing almost non-stop. He's got a pretty thick A4 notebook, and he's been writing and writing and
Single
writing.
Spacing, is it? Is it lined?
Yeah, it's lined, yeah.
I like a non-lined. I like to...
You like to doodle, draw
little.
fielding positions. wagon wheels. He's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside, out towards towards cover actually, and fielded by Henry Nicholls. Scamper through. Lots and lots and lots of singles at the moment for the Irish batters. Curtis Camphor.
It's probably worth asking IOB, because he has been a bowling coach. I know Jurgensen's head coach today, what kind of notes they put in. I think a lot of coaches are different, but sometimes it's about individual balls.
Pushed defensively this time, straight back to the bowler. Or they're just trying to remember their mum's favourite bolognese recipe.
Well, it could be that too. But me and Kath were commentating before, and Bracewell was bowling over the wicket and comes around the wicket and straight away bowls on the pads. Like, that's something, if you're the bowling coach, you probably just put down and be like, was that on purpose? Is that something that you meant to do? Was that bowling to the field, or did you mean to not do that?
Henry in again, bowls and back of a length, bouncing up above off stump and steered very nicely and very efficiently by Curtis Camphor down towards third. Finn Allen fields and they go through for a single. 31 overs gone, 139 for 3. You were long ahead of your generation when it came to using technology. So the paper and pen still has a place then, clearly, because I mean, you've got like a artificial notebook, haven't you, where you can actually doodle and write and then just erase it, and you don't use up any paper and you save the world's forests.
Yeah,
same time.
It's more that then I don't have to take a notebook and my iPad. I can just take one or the other. Is the main reason I do it. But also they're searchable. So if I write a word in, I can then search it. Whereas if I write it in a notebook, I have to go through page by page looking for it.
So Bracewell continues down the wicket, comes Curtis Camphor, gets underneath that one superbly, launches it over long off for 6. So actually a very, very fine cricket shot. You just got the impression that it was pre-planned. It's exactly what he intended to do, and it's exactly what he managed to do.
I think he's faced a lot of slow off-spinning deliveries, pitched around that area.
Flicked away behind square on the leg side. His shot, he picks up, shies at the non-striker's end and hits the stumps, but they've scrambled through for a quick single. This is really, really good cricket, actually, at the moment from Ireland. I have to ask you this. When you complete a page of notes on your iPad, and then I thought you just had to erase it, but you can save your scribblings, can you?
Yes.
That's very clever. And then how do you know which page you made that all-important note on during the course of a day's play, and how to go back to it?
That was a wide. I mean, not that people don't want to hear about my notebook.
Well, it's a wide. It was irrelevant. I will catch them up after you've...
So for this match...
Bracewell in once again. Forward defensive. No run.
I will have a page which will just say New Zealand versus Ireland, or Ireland versus New Zealand in this case. And then I can shrink it and make it smaller and bigger, so I can fit about a whole test worth of notes into one page.
Bracewell in again, and it's a quicker one, pushed away and out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. No run, 147 for 3 Ireland.
And then I can search it by words, so if it can work out my handwriting, which is, sometimes a bit 50-50, but I can usually do it pretty quickly. I also colour-code it.
Slog sweep, hit very nicely, out towards deep mid-wicket, perfectly between the fielders, Finn Allen and Will Young, at deep mid-wicket and long on. Couple of bounces into the advertising hoardings. That again was a perfectly executed shot this time from Harry Tector.
Yeah, they know exactly what Bracewell's doing. He's bowling slow, sort of just on a good length, about a foot and a half outside our stump. He gets a lot of top spin, and I think they've had a conversation between the two of them, and one of them said, well, mid-off's up in the circle so I can run down at this, and the other guy said, well, slog sweep is my shot, so that's where they've gone with it. Round
the wicket now, Bracewell slides past the outside edge into the gloves of Tom Latham.
So that, if I was bowling coach right now, there would be my note right there. Last time you came around the wicket, you bowled a soft ball on the hip. This one you bowled a quicker ball outside our stump. What's your plan when you come around the wicket? That's what I would be asking if I was the analyst.
But you're the bowling coach, so you've actually talked through the plan. No, but if you were, you would have talked through that plan, so presumably you know why he's doing that.
I wonder, would they... I'm a bit surprised that Bracewell is coming around the wicket. So I wonder if that is the case, if they actually have had a conversation about it. And he seems to be doing it sort of a little bit haphazardly and a little bit randomly at the moment. But it could be, after that last one, it makes a lot more sense because he'd been lined up with that same spot he'd been landing it in. But before...
Matt Henry looks for the Yorker and almost finds it. It's kind of half driven, half defended by Curtis Camper back to the bowler.
I would assume the only time they would have had the you can bowl around the wicket conversation would be when you're bowling that Glenn Maxwell line and length, where you're basically trying to cramp people up around their shin, which is what it's a bit more used in T20 cricket. But there could be a technical reason why he's using it as well. It might be to get through his action.
Here is Matt Henry once again, and goes full and straight towards middle and leg, pushed out towards Nichols at mid-wicket, no run.
But either way, if you're the bowling coach, and you might just be taking a note on that just to chat to him at the end and say, is that something we need to work on more? Is there a specific reason that you tried it? All those sorts of things.
Well, he's writing, as I say, almost non-stop. So maybe it's a tour diary as well. Short, hooked, nicely played by Curtis Camper. Very nicely played indeed. Short from Henry. And Curtis Camper was so quick on the shot, it was almost like he'd predicted it. 4 runs. He moves to 30.
Well, he's not particularly tall himself, is he? That was above his head, I think, when he hit that.
It was off the badge.
Yeah,
definitely.
He's not particularly tall. He's made to look shorter because he's standing next to Harry Tector as well, but not particularly a tall player, but he did sort of swat that down.
Here's Matt Henry once again, and that's defended straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. Curtis Camper is small in only stature. He is a massive personality and human being in a small body. He's got plenty of spirit and fight. That's Matt Henry in once again, and Curtis Camper this time just drops it down towards mid-on, and Blair Tickner's unable to stop the single once more. Really, really good cricket. So you know the story about Curtis Camper and the warm-up game that Ireland played before the 2019 World Cup, don't you?
All I know at the moment is you sound like a little bit like it's a 1970s game show, and you're giving them the big one-up before they answer their first question. But no, I don't know that game, I don't think.
Curtis Camper, 31 off 37, coming towards the end of the 33rd over. Well, do you know the story about how he ended up playing for Ireland? I mean, he played for South Africa under-19s in the under-19 World Cup. That one is driven again, last ball of the over by Harry Tector, straight to cover, and there's no run, and the over comes to an end. Harry Tector 62 off 84 balls, Curtis Camper 31 off 37, and Ireland pretty well placed actually, 33 overs gone, 17 to go, 156 for 3. So Ireland were playing a warm-up game in Potchefstroom, which is a place you know very well, I know. And Curtis Camper was in the opposition team playing for Northwest, and Camper was impressing. He was having a good day he had a good day with the bat, and he was having a good day with the ball. And Niall O'Brien was still captaining then. And he said, and it was Curtis Camper who went to Niall O'Brien and said, if you're that impressed, he made some sarcastic comment about, you're having a lucky day, something like that. And Curtis Camper went and said, well, if you're that impressed, you might like to know I've got an Irish passport. And I'm available. And that was how it all began. New over now begins, and the first delivery is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Glenn Phillips bowling his wicketkeeper's off spin.
So you're saying he sledged his way into the Ireland team?
Yeah. Here's Phillips once again, and this one driven down the ground towards mid-off. So spin at both ends, off spin. Glenn Phillips, a keeper. Talking of South Africa, he too born in South Africa, but
he's raised in New Zealand, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
No, I was just trying to remember.
He was left when he was 6 years old.
Not like Marnus Labuschagne or Matt Pryor more than some of the other players.
So yeah,
later.
I think he
didn't go as a professional at 6.
He's fully Kiwi, put it that way. Very fully Kiwi, and has a very impressive and large number of body of work in T20 domestic cricket. That's played defensively. Quick delivery that from Phillips, really pushed through.
He seems like the sort of player who basically taught himself how to bowl off spin because he was bored and he wasn't keeping anymore, and he thought, how do I get myself back into the game? I'll just try the spin now.
Here he is once again, and straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Harry Tector. Quick feet, that's what made it. Got to the pitch of it, and he's hit it straight as a die, back over the bowler's head into the increasingly populated stands for 6. Super shot.
Yeah, they've got the long off and the long on out, which obviously they didn't always have for Bracewell, but he's just gone absolutely dead straight. Got under it a little bit, but even if long on or long off was around, that was going to clear either of them on the rope.
Just a really technically skillful piece of batting. Phillips in once again, and it's just pushed out towards cover and fielded by Lockie Ferguson. It also, I know what you mean by the way Glenn Phillips bowled, but he's not rolling it, is he? I mean, his action suggests that he is really giving proper revolutions on the ball. He's got very strong shoulders. He's a very strong man. This was down the leg side, flicked away off the pad, I reckon. That's leg byes. Spun, yes indeed, off the thigh pad, beat the keeper Latham, and down to the boundary for 4 leg byes.
No, that last ball proves it. I think that pitch is outside off stump, in fact. Now, obviously, it went further down the leg side because it did flick the pad on the way through, but there was proper rotation on that. But that's kind of what I mean by Phillips again. He's not like, I don't think he would ever teach himself to be a spoiler bowler like a Darren Lehman type thing. He'd be legitimately, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to absolutely try and make the ball rag. You know, probably teach himself leg spin next year if off spin's not working for him. He just seems like that sort of person, always trying to keep himself busy. Absolutely loves cricket.
He apparently is one of those people that can turn his hand annoyingly at anything and is just like instantly rather good at it.
Is he the table tennis guy?
He's done everything. He ends up, it's like, have you ever water skied? No, but I'll give it a go. And before you know it, he's slaloming his way, and ski jumping. And
there was something he did at the CPL when he was out in the CPL, maybe the second year, where he played another sport and beat everyone else, and everyone else refused to play him. I can't remember if it was table tennis or something, or maybe beach volleyball or something like that.
Okay. Now then, change of sport for a moment. We brought you live commentary on day 1 of Super League's Magic Weekend yesterday. I'm watching today's action for us at St James's Park is talkSPORT 2's Craig Murdoch.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sam. Yeah, early try in this one. Huddersfield started pretty scrappy in the first 5 minutes, but they got down the other end. A high kick from Ollie Russell. Toby King on debut was the first to react. He gets up high, gets the ball down. Russell converts. 6-0. Huddersfield lead Salford.
Thank you very much indeed, Craig. We'll have more updates throughout the afternoon. Talking of spin, a couple of weeks ago, before he even arrived in Ireland, I spoke to former Australian off-spinner Nathan Horrocks. I interviewed him, and it was fascinating. So we didn't talk specifically about the Irish spinners, but it was so anyway, he's our lunchtime interview. Have you heard that interview? Did you hear it? We have played it once before.
I'm quite interested. He had a very interesting career in that, because he came so close after Warne, despite the fact that he actually bowled quite well, he didn't really get the respect he deserved. And essentially they told him, I don't know if you talked to him about this, but they told him to go off and work on his batting. And he went off and he actually became a really good lower end player and made a ton of runs. And then they dropped him anyway.
He did very diplomatically at one point say, I don't think I was treated quite as fairly as I might have been by the selectors. At which point I remembered the way he was treated. And I said, Nathan, you were treated horribly. And he said, well, if only you were a selector during my career. Of course, he ended up retiring at 34.
Yeah, and he was fit enough. He certainly could have kept bowling. Do you remember the garage sale?
No, that anecdote has slipped my memory.
So, this is how bad he was treated.
It's drinks at Malahad, by the way. Sorry, I just should say that.
I'm trying to think if he'd already retired or not, but he was selling Australian items from his career at a garage sale. And so the story that was made the tabloids was that he sold his baggy green or, something quite important, which he hadn't. I think he just, sold some tracksuits or whatever he had.
He was quite disillusioned when he stopped playing.
And I think that's why the story was that he sold something quite important, which wasn't true. But there's no doubt that he was very hurt. There was a couple of New South Wales players at that time. I think Nathan Bracken ended up suing Cricket Australia. There's a couple of players who were very upset with their treatment. But I think in Nathan Horrott's case, he probably had a... If Nathan Horrocks had come on to the scene at the same time Nathan Lyon does, probably just has a much better career just because they went, this is the level of bowler now. But when you're comparing him to Shane Warne, he looked like he wasn't very good. He also had that moment in the 2009 Ashes.
Drinks break over. Matt Henry is back into the attack. Ireland 167 for 3, and the first ball hits the inside edge of the bat from Curtis Campher, and there's no run.
So it was the Oval Test. It was obviously, deciding test of that series, and everyone thought it was going to spin. They took him out to the middle, and they go, "What do you think, Nathan? Do you want to play?" And he goes, "Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, sure." And they were like, "You got to want it, Nathan. You got to." And he's like, "If you pick me, I'll play." And they didn't pick him because they didn't think he had the spirit that he needed to wear the baggy green in that test. And of course, they got absolutely hammered because they didn't have a spinner.
Here is Matt Henry once again. That's driven off a thick outside edge down towards third, and they go through for a single. It is a source of massive frustration, isn't it? The same sort of culture exists in various different sports around the world. If you're not prepared to have that kind of white-knuckled intensity and to show it and to bang your head against a changing room wall before you go out there and take no prisoners. And
he's a finger spinner. He just has delicate fingers.
That's right. Exactly. It's like, would you like to play? Well, yes. Right, that's why I'm here in the squad, presumably.
If you select me, I will play. That is my role.
Yeah. Would you like me to try hard? Yes, I'll try my hardest. Absolutely. Just don't. You don't. Everybody doesn't have to scream and shout about their intensity. This one is steered. That's good cricket from Curtis Campher. Opens the face of the bat and runs down to backward point and sets off for a single. Actually, it was Harry Tector. Curtis Campher on strike now. 169 for 3. But
I think I was quite harsh on him in his career, but I think towards the end he actually became a really good player, and then it sort of flipped. But I mean, Australian spinners of that era, Brad Hogg retiring early.
Slashed away off a thick outside edge down to third, and that's 4 more. Curtis Campher. Now that's gone a lot finer than he intended. It was a thick outside edge, but I mean he was playing that shot, and he's picked up 4 runs for it. Has Brad Hogg actually retired yet? He must be 52 now.
Well, he re-retired, didn't he? But he retired originally too soon, which is probably why he didn't re-retire.
And then came back and played till he was 47.
Yeah, that's around the third 4 down to third man as well. I wonder if there's a. I don't think the dimensions of this ground.
Well, they've maybe got their angles wrong, have they? He's more of a deep backward point, a very wide third man. This time it's over pitched and driven for 4 through wide long off, and there was nothing unintentional about that from Curtis Campher. He's into the 40s. What a start he made to his career. Remember, I said he played for South Africa under-19s at the World Cup and automatically qualified for Ireland, having not played at senior level, and he made that amazing start in the ODI series against England and was a prominent player in the third game, which Ireland won last summer, at the beginning of last summer. And no, it was 2 summers ago now, I think. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and I think it was an inside edge. Alim Dar signals nothing as they run through for 1. So there was an inside edge. That's 1 off the bat. It was last summer, wasn't it? And Ireland, since then, beaten England, South Africa and the West Indies. 35th over coming to an end. Ireland now 177 for 3. Curtis Campher went to school at St Stithians College in Johannesburg. Can you think of any other famous cricketers? And there have been a few who went there.
No. Should I?
Yeah, you should.
I don't know any schools. You know this. I don't care about you posh boy schools.
How do you know it's a posh boy school?
Because he's a professional cricketer, so I'm guessing it's about an 80% chance. Is it a posh boy school? It's called St Stithians. It's not like a comprehensive, is it?
There's more than an 80% chance.
Yeah, well, South Africa's about 97% chance.
Right, Glenn Phillips continuing. Chopped away, first delivery, out towards cover, and they get set off for a single. Really good cricket. Curtis Campher not short of ambition, I tell you.
Who went to the school, though? Don't leave everyone hanging for like 4 overs.
Slog sweep, hit it well, in the air, out towards deep square leg. Blair Tickner tidies up. It's just a single. Well, they can Google it. Anybody can Google it. St Stithians College. They've got 6 current or recent generation South African international cricketers. One of whom plays for Scotland and was a contemporary.
Richie Berrington? No.
It's chopped away off a bottom edge now, out towards backward point. Brad Wheel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you just going to list them all? Because if that's the case, Kath is going to come on and she can take it up from here.
Kath's been Googling St Stithians College. That's short and pulled out towards square leg. Again, Tickner does the fielding. He does look like Bruce Reid, Blair Tickner. I mean, a foot shorter.
I mean, in the way that every man with a wispy moustache and a mullet looks like Bruce Reid. He's quite skinny too, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Exactly. Phillips in again. He's turned that one appreciably from 6 inches outside off stump, possibly 8 inches outside off stump. He's ripped it across Curtis Camphor, who's trying to cut it too close to him for the shot, especially with it spinning, and it's hit the top of off stump. And there will be few more pleasing wickets for an off spinner than that one, Jared.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Island players give themselves some room. To be fair to Curtis Camphor, he doesn't really move his, doesn't get out the way, but he's clearly trying to cut or at least guide that ball from, middle stump in the end, but it did spin quite sharply as well. It was a good ball. It's a shame. This is a really, really good innings from him. He also kept up with the rate, whereas the rest of them have started so slow. So I think he's done very well to keep up with the rate. He's got them to 180 for 4. There's obviously a couple of hitters to come in now. But I think what they would want, if he's going to bat up at 5, they probably want him to be able to turn those sorts of starts into something a bit more. But top innings from Curtis Camphor again. He's cricketer. Every time you see him, he's very impressive. He's got that sort of Peter Boren energy manners of trying really hard at everything he does, which I really appreciate.
180 for 4 now. And as you said, it's the rest of the innings needs to be really carefully managed by Ireland here, because they've got a total of 250. It's not there for the taking, because it's New Zealand bowling at them, and it's but if they manage things well and don't, now this is the time not to lose another 2 quick wickets, because Kath Dalton. I think they just with careful management, and they're decent cricketers. Here's Glenn Phillips. Forward comes Lorcan Tucker, the new batsman, pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Do you agree? 250 minimum from here.
100%. I think from here they need to get 250 if they're going to be getting a competitive total against this New Zealand side. But they've set a really good platform, really, really good platform. So it's there for the taking now for Ireland. I do think Tector's going to have to bat through. I feel like he's going to have to get a big 100, and he's going to have to carry the innings, and that just allows everyone else just to bat round him.
Lorcan Tucker to be followed by Simi Singh, who I mentioned earlier. Surely George Dockrell will come in next at 7, and then Simi Singh at 8, the only man in ODI history to score a century, batting at number 8. Mark Adair, we know, is useful. But bowling all-rounder, but very decent with the bat. Craig Young as well. Josh Little, not so much.
You think that Dockrell would come in next? You feel like with the limited overs that Ireland have now, you've got to put your big hitters up the order and just score as many runs as possible and put some pressure on this New Zealand side.
Ish Sodhi is into the attack now. Back into the attack. 5 overs at a cost of 21, hasn't got a wicket yet, but Glenn Phillips has looked apart. I have to say, without being disrespectful, Glenn Phillips has looked more of a threat than Michael Bracewell, the frontline off-spin bowler. Glenn Phillips figures a 1 for 9 in 2 overs, and Bracewell bowled 8 wickетлess overs at a cost of 42, and as I said, didn't maybe I'm being disrespectful. Kath Dalton will correct me. Ishsodi in once again, slightly too short, and it's whipped away easily off the pads by Harry Tector, who moves on to 71.
You're never disrespectful, man.
Do you agree? Bracewell looked fairly tame.
Yeah, I watched Bracewell actually against the county select side at Chelmsford very early on in the summer, and he didn't look as threatening then either. So maybe the Island Batters have just got a good tactic, good plan against him, and he's not worked out how to come back at them.
Ishsodi in once again and punched off the back foot, just slightly too short. Allows the batsman to rock onto the back foot and punch it down the ground for one.
Yeah, and that's it with spinners. If you give batters a little bit of flight, a bit of time, they can rock onto the back foot and play it a little bit easier, more effortless. Lovely shot there. It would be good to see if Tucker can get some runs here and just support Tector, who's been batting wonderfully so far.
I'm also wondering how what Harry Tector's plan is with his innings now. Soddy in once again, short and wide and cut out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. I mean, I know that there's a time and a place for just playing each ball and just batting and you know, not sort of thinking ahead and having too much of a detailed long-term plan. But I wonder whether Tector is thinking, you know, this is what I need from the non-strikers, and once I get to 40 overs, then hopefully this will happen or that'll happen, and you know, I'm still there in the 45th, then I'll go into 5th gear. That one is a expansive drive from Lorcan Tucker, but it's a googly and it hits the inside edge of the bat. Just a single. No, in fact, they went straight to short fine leg, no run.
Yeah, I think Tector will be planning his innings. He will be thinking forward and who he's got at the non-strikers end and what they can do and what they're capable of. But I think he'll push it as deep as possible and then go. He'll wait a little bit longer and then he'll start to go a little bit harder at the ball.
Here's Ishsodi once more, and that one is steered nicely off the full face of the bat. Martin Guptill, who's actually had a very quiet day in the field. Martin Guptill, 36 now, veteran New Zealand opener. Doesn't lack for pace in the field, still got a strong arm.
In my club, there's an age limit on who can be in the slip cordon. A minimum.
Yes. It's quite right too. I like that a lot. It's Soddy in once again, and googly, beautifully bowled, spins sharply too, chopped away by Lorcan Tucker. That's absolutely right. That you've got to be in your 30s to field in the slips.
Yeah, I'm still waiting, man. As I've been waiting a while for a few people to retire, but they keep threatening retirement, but come back another year. So I haven't made that slip cordon just yet.
There are some international teams, this is a true story, who have I'm not sure if it's a written rule, but it's a guideline that you have to have a certain number of international caps. No matter how good you are, if you don't have 10 caps, you don't get in the slip cordon. After you, Kath, John Norman will take you through for the next few minutes.
The only dangerous thing with that is if you're not very good in the slips. But yeah, Ireland setting a good platform here. Tector looking in fine form, looking effortless so far, and I think he'll just keep pushing this scoreboard along as deep as possible to give Ireland the best possible platform for their hitters to come in towards the back end of this innings.
So 185 for 4, Tucker and Tector. Let's hope Tickner doesn't come on to bowl.
That'll be a real tongue twister.
Oh man, come on. Ireland losing a wicket just when they were getting on top of New Zealand. There was a flurry of boundaries, there was some attacking intent, and now we got Lockie Ferguson back into the attack. 2 wickets for 19. Down the track is Tector inside half of the bat, squeezed out to mid-wicket. No run.
That's something that Tector does quite a lot. We've seen him a lot advance down the pitch and try and be a bit more aggressive as a bowler. We know he plays the short ball well. So if Lockie Ferguson does bowl it in short, I feel I would back Tector to hit it all the way.
Yeah, what I like about Tector is that he has got 2 or 3 games, essentially, hasn't he? We've seen that in this innings already. He can come down the crease, he can stay in his behind the crease line as he does there, and it's a good looking shot for none. Defended, or rather, it was defended actually, came back at the bowler fast. Fielded off his own bowling from Ferguson, whose 6 overs have gone for just 19. Picked up 2 wickets as well. But yeah, Tector, we've seen he's got different facets to his game. He was watchful at the start. Some beautiful stroke play coming down to down the ground to the likes of Bracewell and also Tickner. But Ferguson is the trump card for New Zealand. You know, if they can get rid of Tector, and Ferguson is in again, back of a length, and played nicely and comfortably by Tector to Ish Sodhi, coming in from the boundary. Deep square leg. So another couple of runs added to the score.
And I feel that Tector, he'll just look to take certain bowlers on, and other bowlers he'll look just to rotate the strike. And someone like Lockie Ferguson, maybe he's not the man that you go at this stage after losing a wicket as well. But yeah, he's played really well so far, just comfortably.
Yeah, 250 will certainly be in Ireland's minds, but if they can see off Ferguson, he's only got 3 overs after this one. And again, he gives the hurry up to Tucker, who's only faced 5 deliveries. A very similar ball to the one we just saw. Tector, 96 deliveries into his innings, more than comfortably playing that to the leg side, getting behind the ball, full control. Tucker, newer to the crease, really given the hurry up.
Yeah, and that just nipped back a little bit off the surface, off the seam. And at that pace, you need to get used to it. You need to get used to the timing of facing someone like Lockie Ferguson, who does bowl good speed. With that movement, it is a challenge.
Into the crease, and this is 5 down the leg side. Yeah, did that come off? It must have come off the boot of Tucker. Otherwise, that would have been called as a wide. 1 ball left of the 38th over, 186 for 4. Ferguson, who has had a little bit of a stop-start career for New Zealand. Plenty of chat going into a series away in Australia, which just ended up... It reminded me of an England series to Australia in the 90s, when everyone would end up injured and, you know, bailing out halfway through the series as Ferguson is in, and again given Tucker the hurry up. And I think Tucker will be quite pleased to see the back end of that over, which has only gone for a couple. 38 overs in, Ireland 186 for 4. But his first game in a while, and New Zealand have actually needed Ferguson, which is testament to how well Ireland have played so far. But talking about 250, 12 overs remaining. Do you think Ireland would take 250 from here, six wickets in hand? Or do you think they'll be pushing more towards 260, 270?
I think 250 will be their minimum. I think as a batting pair, they will be discussing that. What is a target we're trying to get to, what we're trying to set that will be competitive. But you know, the further and deeper that Harry Tector bats, that score could creep up a little bit more, because he has played magnificently well so far, and he's somebody who can accelerate the innings. And someone like Mark Adair coming in lower down the order, I've seen him hit some big sixes before, and I think it was taking on the England bowling attack a few years ago.
Sodhi is in. This is Googly, which is played comfortably enough. Yeah, look, they've got George Dockrell came in, and he absolutely was smashing the ball around against India on Sunday, wasn't he? He's a batter only in 20 over cricket. Expecting him to bowl today. The much trumpeted Simi Singh, trumpeted by Neil Manthorpe mainly today. You know, so there's 2 batters who can come in before Adair himself. So, whilst it's understandable, Ireland a little watchful after the dismissal of Camphor for 43. They do have wickets in hand. This is flighted, a little tempter for Tucker, and he decides to go for the shot, hauling this up and over. Deep mid-wicket, 6 runs, and Ireland move into the 190s, 193 for 4.
Absolute effortless slog sweep. Lovely shot, just timed it. It just seemed to race. Didn't go very high, it just seemed to race above the surface and just travel across the outfield. Just a real free swing of the hands. A little bit of flight, so he's just backed himself. He's gone, you know what, I'm going to hit that for 6. That was a lovely shot.
Wasn't quite in the slot, was it? Tucker had to reach for it a touch. Again, another tempter. And this time Tucker doesn't get the direction or the elevation. 1 bounce, and it's fielded at mid-wicket.
You can see the aggression from Tucker. He's thinking, I'm going to take this on, I'm going to use my slog sweep. And as a batter, you want to go to your strength. If your strength is a slog sweep, you're going to get out sometimes doing it, but you're going to score more often than not. And I feel like Tucker could be the aggressor in this partnership.
Tossed up again, and this time Tector goes for the slog sweep. Inside edge. That ball could have gone anywhere. Deflects off the pads and away from the wicket. No run added to the score.
Another googly there, so he's trying to go with the turn, hitting that slog sweep, but just mistimed it there, Tector.
I was wondering what Sodhi was going to do there. 2 balls left in the 39th. This the 7th over. Bowled by the leg spinner. Again, flight. Goes offside this time. Does Tector. Bounces just inside the circle. The extra cover boundary. There's no fielder out there. Long off, but running to try and cut it off. But that's another 4 to the score. An expensive over. Ireland moved to 198 for 4.
Yeah, stunning shot here. Lovely shot over extra cover. Just freed his arms. He knew that there was a space out there in that pocket over extra cover and just backed himself to hit through the line of the ball. Lovely shot.
We saw him bat like this against Axar Patel. In the first T20, actually hit Axar Patel out of the attack. The Indian slow left arm. This is down the leg side, and that will be called wide.
And when a batter's going at you, both of these, Tector and Tucker, are going, it does make you think as a bowler, what am I going to bowl next to prevent these batters going at me? And it makes them think, if you just keep playing the same shot, you just allow the bowler to bowl at you, it's not as difficult.
Last ball of the over. Tector facing, and he clubs this delivery, which is full, and over long off for another boundary. The fielder at long off possibly had gone a little wider after that shot over extra cover. So Tector went straighter, and the 200 is up for Ireland. 203 for 4, and a good over there for the home side. Tector moves to 82.
I feel like they targeted that over as one of the overs to start accelerating that score, and Tector hit a lovely shot there at the back end of that over, just hit it dead straight. When mid-off and mid-on are wide, you do have a free hit straight back at the sight screen, and no one can field in front of the sight screen, so it's always a good shot. From a coaching perspective, it's a great place to hit the ball, and they've picked their gaps very well so far.
Yeah, this has been impressive. That 50, the 4th of the match, the quickest from Ireland, 43 deliveries. How many runs from that over, Kath? Let's have a quick look. We had 3 boundaries, a 6 and 2 fours, a wide as well. So 10, 14, 15, 16, 17 runs coming from it. So that certainly hurried things up. Here's a man who's also going to hurry things up. Lockie Ferguson bowling around 90 miles an hour. He's in wide of the crease, and again on the body of Tucker, who tucks this away and gets off strike. 204 for 4.
Did you mean that? Tucks this away
I
by
did.
Tucker?
Oh, I didn't. Or did I? I don't know.
It was very well done. I enjoyed that anyway. Yeah, he played that very nicely, didn't he? Bit of pace on, just rocked off the back foot and flicked it down to fine leg. I don't think they need to do anything in this over. They just need to keep seeing out Lockie Ferguson. 2 for 22 off his 7.1 overs so far. They just need to play him out and look to be aggressive against whoever's bowling at the other end.
Tucker and Tector put on a decent little partnership against India in the first T20. Forward and defensive this time from Tucker. And as you say, it could be a case of just seeing off Ferguson and picking, there's still Bracewell. If Bracewell comes back, Phillips. You're going to have to get overs from Bracewell, Phillips and Sodhi. Henry's still got a couple as well. So there's bags of time. Still got another 10 overs after this one. 205 for 4. And suddenly they are looking at a score around 270. They could keep wickets in hand. Ferguson. And this is a beautiful pickup from Tucker. Just one bounce to deep square leg, fielded by Tickner. And this is ridiculous.
I'm glad you were saying that, not me. The only way I was going to say that these two Ireland players might play Ferguson is playing a pickup shot, because he releases the ball so wide of the crease. That angle he gets in, your only really way to go is to go with the swing, with the shape that he's getting. So whether they do look to target that leg side boundary, but obviously he's got fielders out protecting, so it's more of a risk. And
it's coming at real pace as well, isn't it? Margin for error is less. This is nicely played by Tector. Plays the ball calmly down the ground to Finn Allen on debut in 50 over cricket, stationed at wide long on. One more run added to the score.
Yeah, they're just ticking along in this over, just playing it out in a way, and then looking to play spinners with a bit more aggression. I feel like the Ireland batters have played spin particularly well today.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've played exceptionally well. It's difficult though, isn't it, for the spinners? None of them have. Well, Bracewell's played a bit. This is an attempted Yorker, ends up being a very low full toss, which Tucker can't capitalise on. Bunts the ball to mid-off, no run. They haven't played a lot of cricket, have they? So it's difficult for Sodhi. Phillips, I wasn't expecting him to bowl today. I don't think he would have done. But, you know, Bracewell and Sodhi have both been relatively expensive. So he's had a couple of overs, picked up his maiden wicket in 50 over cricket internationally. That is Curtis Camphor. Shorter delivery from Ferguson, again defensive. And you can see they're just trying to see him off, aren't they? This is good tactics from Ireland. We are 40 overs in. Asked to bat first, 207 for 4.
The other thing that they are bowling, they look like they're bowling Lockie Ferguson out, which is interesting. They did bring him on quite early on in this innings. Maybe doesn't bowl well at the back end of the innings. So, yeah, I feel like this is a good tactic by Ireland. Just play Ferguson out and look to be aggressive against the spinners. Something they've done very well so far, Ireland, is use their feet against spin and look to hit over extra cover, and also the slog sweep. They seem to be slog sweeping very well against the New Zealand spinners.
Well, let's have a look then. Matt Henry's still got 2 overs. You expect him to be bowled out. Lockie Ferguson similar. So that's 4 of the 10. So that means New Zealand are going to have to get 6 overs away from Tickner, Sodhi, Bracewell and Phillips. Sodhi's just about to bowl. I mean, this could actually work to Ireland's favour, couldn't it? Because Tickner hasn't performed. He's going at 6 and over. Yeah, it's not obvious which way they're going to turn.
No, it's not. It definitely isn't. And Ireland losing 2 early wickets as well is always a challenge, especially against such a big side, and the pressure's on. But they've played this really well. They've played calmly. And that's what I've been so impressed with by these Ireland players. They've done nothing rash so far. Just
so far.
So far. I'm being optimistic.
Tector facing, 83 not out. He's given a little bit of width. Cut to Martin Guptill on the edge of the circle in the covers. Tector moves to 84. 208 for 4.
And Tector will be thinking about his 100 as well.
Well, this is his highest score in 50 over cricket. He's played 21 matches for Ireland. He's got a more than healthy average of 47. This is I think his fifth 50 in white ball cricket in a row. But yeah, eyeing up 100. He's 84. So just 16 away. And what's been equally impressive is after his very slow start, he's starting to catch up. Strike rate of early 80s. But it's Tucker who is facing. 30 not out. A little movement to the offside. Whips out the reverse. And it's 4 runs. Beautifully played. Premeditated, as these shots always are. And the score moves along. 212 for 4.
Yeah, I always feel like the reverse is premeditated. With third up in the circle, this is a great option. Really good hands. You have to move your hands very quickly to get your reverse in. Switches his hands over. Pierces the gap. Lovely shot.
There was some turn for Sodhi. The leg break. Let's see what he does here. 48 is 7 overs have gone for. He's then down the track is Tucker. Wow, you can hear the sound of the ball coming off the bat and the sound of the cheers in the stands. 4-6. Tucker moves to 23 and the score 218 for 4. The pressure is being applied on the New Zealand bowlers.
Yeah, a little bit more flight there. Used his feet, came a long way down the track, almost like a 6-iron in golf. Full follow through, lovely shot straight over the sight screen. Really, really great shot.
Well, beautiful batting conditions now. The sun is out. Good crowd in as well. Nigh on full house, I think.
Yeah,
Malahide.
I read that, full house, I believe, today.
Yeah, so this is it. This is really being set up nicely. First of 3 ODIs between these two sides. Ireland taking on essentially the best team in 50 over cricket, all one shorn of one or two familiar names. Tucker steps away again. This is a touch faster from Sodhi. Played out to mid-wicket, and Tector will get on strike. 219 for 4.
Yeah, I think we'll see Sodhi mix up his pace now, maybe bowl a little bit flatter at times. You have to change things up. If people are attacking you, you have to do something different. You can't just keep doing the same thing and getting hit. You have to change your game plan a little bit. So if he bowls a bit flatter, I know he's bowling his googlies well, but he might just bowl a little bit flatter. We've seen him toss it up quite a lot today.
He's tossed it up on one occasion, got deposited. This is played nicely actually by Tector, fielded again by Guptill. The ball seems to be following him around a little bit in the covers. Tector moves to 85, last ball of the over. Can Sodhi get out of what's been another expensive one? 40 runs coming from the last 31 deliveries since the dismissal as Camphor for 43. Batting conditions have certainly eased after a hostile opening 10 overs. And, a little look to the umpire. This is a big turning leg break, a bigger swing of the bat from Tucker, but the ball has been delivered just inside the tram lines. So, end of the over, and Ireland find themselves 220 for 4, eyeing up a score, I would suggest now, Kath, around 280.
Yeah, I agree, and wickets in hand is always key at the back end of a 50 over game, or any game, to be honest with you, T20 as well. If you're setting a total, you want to make sure you get as many runs on the board as possible, and when you've got wickets in hand, it just, as a batter, it just gives you that freedom to know if you do play a slightly more risky shot, that you've got people behind you who can equally come in and do a job. So good platform here by Ireland.
Yep, absolutely. And Harry Tector 15 away from what would be his maiden century in 50 over cricket, coming from 103 balls so far. He's been there for quite a while, came to the crease with a score 26 for 2, 9 4s and 2 6s so far, and Blair Tickner has been called back into the attack. So Tom Latham deciding to keep a couple of overs back for Lockie Ferguson, who's taken 2 wickets, and also Matt Henry, who's taken 1. And it's going to be real pressure now. This is going to be a fascinating contest, because Tickner started out relatively well, but has been expensive, has been a bit wayward as well. So let's see what he conjures up. As this is played by Tector straight to Martin Guptill, riding the bounce straight to backward point, no run.
I'd be interested to see Tickner's tactics here. I said that very well. I'm actually quite impressed with myself. To see if he does bowl some bouncers, whether he goes to his style balls now, starts to mix it up at the back end of the innings. Obviously he will, but having not seen him bowl, it'd be good to see what slow balls and variations he's got. Yeah,
we've seen 2 bouncers get hit into the stands when he's gone too straight. So it'd be interesting if he does mix it up with a shorter ball, whether actually he bowls it outside off stump and essentially asks the batsman to take a little bit of a risk. Tector, though, we know is very strong on the offside. This is outside off stump. It's short, but not bouncer length, and it's a swing and a miss by Tector. Maybe it's just, maybe I'm imagining things, but is he just tightening up a little bit as he approaches that, what would be a pretty big milestone?
It does play on your mind. You see the scoreboard, you see 85, and you think, oh, it'd be nice to get 100 for your country. It will be in the back of his head, for sure.
Tickner is in again. Down the track is Tector, plays this beautifully past extra cover, all along the floor for 4. Nerves? What nerves?
What am I talking about? Tector's feeling no nerves. That was a lovely shot. Once again, advanced down the wicket, and that's something he's done so well all day today, is used his feet. He saw the previous ball that he missed, and he thought, he's bowling full here, I may as well use my feet and try and pierce the gap, and that was a lovely shot. Really, really well played.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Tector, who moves to 89. Down the track again, on the pull this time. Short arm jab, really beautifully done by Sexerfield. Wide, long on, and mid wicket, and that's back-to-back boundaries. One through the offside, one through mid wicket. Tector moves to 93, and the score 228 for 4.
That was a cracking shot. It was a short arm jab on a pull shot, and he's timed it so well that neither fielder dived for that, because it just dissected them in between. And that is what batting's about. If you can pick your gaps like that, you are a nightmare to bowl at.
And he maintained his position despite the movement. Has put the pressure back on the bowler, and Tickner, unfortunately, has come out the wrong side again. 3 successive boundaries, this time 2 wide, was there for the cut, the fielders weren't, and Tector moves to 97.
What a wonderful shot this was again. A little bit over pitched, threw his arms through it, out to the cover boundary, nobody stopping that. And what's great to see is he's played 3 boundary shots in all different areas of the pitch.
Last ball of the over, can he follow it up with another boundary? For he does! Pitched up again, Tector forward on the cover drive. The helmet comes off. A roar from the batter. Celebrations as his arms are raised. His teammates on their feet. Malahide, well, you've got yourself a little gem here. He did it against India, he's doing it against New Zealand, and for the first time in 50 over cricket, Harry Tector reaches 100. 101 from 109, and he smashed 4 fours in 4 balls.
Wow, what an innings this has been by Harry Tector. Came in when it was very difficult and Ireland had lost early wickets. Just balanced this innings so beautifully. What a player this guy is. 22 years old as well. I feel like we're seeing a star being born this summer, and it is Harry Tector.
Yeah, quite brilliant moment. And you've got to say, in the individual battle between batter and bowler, the batter has absolutely come out on top. 4 fours in the over, and Ireland are in a really strong position as this is tossed up outside, almost outside the tram line actually. Tucker down, crashes the ball through the covers, but just for a single. So the 4-man, Tector back on strike with 101 next to his name. 237 for 4. Beautifully paced innings so far as well, Kath Dalton.
Absolutely, and I feel this score with 237 on the board, a few overs left, they can play with absolute freedom.
Outside edge from the bat of Tector, fielded by backward point. Ball not going where the batter intended, but so full of confidence, he's going to have a little bit of fortune going his way. The field is spread, because these are the run scoring overs. 238 for 4 Ireland. New Zealand opting to field first. Down the track again is Tector. Flight and width. Tickner fields on the boundary. Deep cover. 238 for 4.
Yeah, he's used his feet again there, Tector, just advancing down the wicket. I feel that puts pressure back on the bowler. If you're moving around in your crease, it does make you think as a bowler, where do I want to bowl to this guy? And he's in sensational form.
We saw that, didn't we, in the test matches involving New Zealand and England. It's certainly happening here as Ish Sodhi bowling his leg spin as this turns away from Tucker, and it called a wide, and rightly so. It pitched within the tram lines but turned outside it, so Sodhi will have to bowl this one again. 59 from his 8.3 overs.
Yeah, he looks a little bit lost here, Sodhi. He's bowling a little bit wide, a bit more flight. He's trying to work out where to bowl to these two, because they've got an answer so far for everything.
Makes room for himself again, does Tucker, and really agricultural pull to Henry, who's positioned at wide-ish long on for a single. 240 for 4.
That's known as a drive pull. You meant to pull it, but you end up driving it to mid-on. I've played many of those.
This time Sodhi pitches on off stump, and there's a misfield by Will Young at backward point. That allows Tector to come through for the single. Tucker now on strike. He's playing a nice little cameo of his own, 26 from 21.
Yeah, his strike rate has been very good, and he's been aggressive from the get-go. As soon as he came in, he's gone for his shots, and that's been really good to see. Misfield from New Zealand, don't often see that. Shows the pressure's on them a bit at the moment.
Pressure is on, and you imagine it will be for a fair amount of the innings as well. Little shimmy from Tucker, moves to the offside. A beautiful catch from Bracewell, one-handed and long off. Sony can't believe he's got a wicket from that. Minimum reaction from the fielder. I think that the batter thought this was 6 the moment it left the bat, but Bracewell's pulled off an absolute stunner, and Ireland lose their 5th wicket, 242 for 5.
It was just how casual he was. Maximum jump, one-handed catch right on the boundary. I felt I was going for 6. What a catch that was. He was just so casual about it.
I tell you what, there'll be parallels, I think, between that catch by Michael Bracewell and can you remember the one that Dan Vettori took in the World Cup 2015 against West Indies at square leg? Oh, it's either square leg or point. I can't remember who the batter was. Either way, it was Michael Jordan-esque in terms of the airtime, and a little bit similar there. Anyway, we are, I think, having a little look to make sure that wasn't a no ball, but irrespective, we've had 43 overs. We're going to have a... Oh no, he's not looking for a no ball. He's just going to make sure that he caught the ball correctly. Or didn't overstep. And he didn't. That is a clean catch. Tector is still there, 103, but Tucker is going to have to go. And while we wait for that, let's just get a quick Super League update from talkSPORT 2's Craig Murdoch.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's half-time here between Huddersfield and Salford, and the Giants lead 24 points to 6. 4 converted tries through King, Trout, McQueen and McGilvery against the cross try for Salford. Snead converted. As I said, half-time here at Newcastle. It's Huddersfield 24, Salford 6.
You think he exaggerated the catch? Oh, right, I see, yeah, of course.
And when he went up, there's also the crowd behind him is absolutely great. There's one guy who sort of dips down and tries to protect his beer, and then he starts to clap as he realises what's happened. Everyone else is shocked, trying to work out, wait, is he just caught that? Because I think they all thought they were about to be hit in the face. George Dockrell, who's coming in for his second career for Ireland. First was as a bowler who batted a little bit. Now he's a specialist batter. I believe he used to have a Twitter profile that used to say he was a professional player because he was left-handed or something along those lines. But you can see, yeah, all the people in the hospitality tent that they put up there at Malahide on that wing got a bit of a shock of their life. As Blair Tickner comes in again, this is full, this is wide, it's smashed. There's a deep cover point. It doesn't matter at all. That is absolutely hammered. The wide half volley by Tickner, which is sort of going where he left off last over, and Tickner has just absolutely put everything into that.
Yeah, over pitched again by Tickner. He's getting punished for it. Anything that's in that slot, Tickner is in such good form in this innings. He's just throwing his hands through that, and nothing is stopping that.
I tell you what, if he's going for the wide Yorkers, he's not getting them. If he's not, I'm not really sure what the thinking here is. Tickner in again. It's a length ball on middle and leg, and this is just help. Listen to the crowd. You can hear that. That's gone out of Malahide Arena over the fence. We might have a little delay here as we wait. That's where the big trees are. It was just a length ball, helped on its way over wide long on for 6. Incredible striking.
What a shot this is by Harry Tector. Just stand and deliver. He didn't move. That's when you know a batter's absolutely nailed it, is when they don't move after they hit. They've got no chance. I'm not running for that. That's going all the way. What a lovely shot that was.
That's 6 consecutive boundaries, I think. John Norman might be able to, I think it was 4 to finish the last over, and he's finished with 2 here. There was a lovely old couple watching the game through the mesh fence there. I don't know if you saw, Kath. And it was one of them who suddenly realised the ball was coming at him. He fielded it quite well, actually. Just on a walk through the park and almost gets sconed with a cricket ball. Tector facing up again. Take the slow ball outside off stump. This time he gets the length right, but also he took the pace off that one a little bit better, and he ends up yorking. So only the 6 consecutive boundaries for Harry Tector. That's a failure, that last ball.
Absolute failure. No, if you take your pace off, that's much better. You got to go to your variations. The Yorkers clearly aren't working. He's not landing them where he wants to, so he has to go to his off-pace deliveries, and that was a much better ball by him.
I'll say this for Tickner. He's got a couple. I think that last one might have been the knuckleball. So what he bowled before was this is a length ball outside off stump, and Harry Tector cannot believe he's missed this. It was wide as well. He had a full swing at it and missed it. But he bowled the off-cutter before. That was one of the many boundaries. So he's gone back to the knuckleball. We saw him bowl one earlier where he bowled a knee-high full toss. So he's having to bring those out and see if he can get anything to stop Harry Tector from hitting boundaries. So 2 dot balls in a row. But this over has gone for 10 runs already. This is outside off stump, and he tries to just slap this away. He gets nothing of it. He clothed it. It was a slow ball. It got stuck a little bit in the surface, I think. And when he tried to hit it on the offside, he was in a terrible position and ends up, I think, hitting high up on the bat and looping out on the offside. But what a magnificent innings by Tector here. 113 from 117. Again, we've seen him start slow. It's the way he likes to get in. And once he starts to strike the ball, it takes something quite special to beat him. And he was just deceived by that ball. And he leaves 251 for 6 here after 43.5.
And that was the slow ball that New Zealand needed. They needed to break this partnership. I know Dockrell's just come in, but they needed to get Tector out if they were going to stem the flow of runs. That was a wonderful innings by Harry Tector. Paced it so magnificently well and hit some incredible shots in it as well. But Tickner has gone to his slow ball and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, also the lengths are better. I mean, if you bowl a slow ball and it's still a half volley outside of stump, you're still giving someone a bit of a free swing at it, whereas that particular ball, it felt like it spun a little bit. Has Mark Adair also got a comedy mustache on? Okay. Great to know these mustaches are moving around the world.
Are you going to go with one soon, or?
I mean, it would take me about 7 years to grow a mustache of that, thickness, but I'll give it a go one day. Mark Adair can bat as well. Not an all-rounder, but certainly someone who can come down the order and can hit the ball fairly well. And he's going to be batting with George Dockrell. Neither of the batters have actually faced a ball yet, which is fun.
They'll be certainly going for it. These two batters are known for striking big sixes and hitting boundaries, so they won't take too long to get in. Yeah, but interesting to see how quickly they get into it. This is short outside off stump, very similar ball that he's just got the wicket with, and this time he's played some sort of a karate chop cut shot at it. Has George Dockrell, he gets it out to deep cover, and they get a single. At the end of the 44th over, Kath Dalton's going to have a spell. 252 for 6. Dockrell has scored the one just off that one ball. Mark Adair is yet to face, and he's going to be at the non-strikers end. But Harry Tector, 113 from 117. Everyone else, Andy McBride, Curtis Campher, and Lorcan Tucker all got starts. And Tucker was just starting to get going. Obviously, he had to up the strike rate. There's been 16 extras as well. It hasn't felt like a high extra day. I don't know what a high extra day feels like, Ian O'Brien, but this hasn't felt like one.
It's the pole vault, isn't it? Good innings.
Ish Sodhi comes in again. It's full and straight. He goes all the way back, does Dockrell. He's outside the leg stump in the end and just pulls this to mid-off, I suppose, or cuts it with a straight back to mid-off, and they take one.
Just slap down the ground. The little consolation wicket for Tickner. I've been watching him bowl in this third spell, and there's been times when you can see his body language and he's saying, I don't want to be here. I want to go and hide somehow. And as a batsman, when you have a bad day, you actually do get to hide. You can go and sit in the shed and hide. And as a bowler, when you're having a bad day, no hiding.
Moves across the crease, does Adair. First ball, tries to slog sweep this. In fact, maybe even a conventional sweep at the end, but he moved right across like a computer game where you move your man across before the ball comes. He plays and misses it. Good take by Latham. Didn't bounce very much, actually.
Holding down A just as the bowler's running in.
Yeah, exactly. Sodhi coming in again. He has 4 balls left in his spell. He's gone 1 for 62 so far. It's slow, short, and bounces this time. So one ball goes a little bit low, that one bounces a little bit more. Tries to cut this, does Adair, and is beaten outside off stump. I think Adair just needs to cool his beans, as Gareth Batty would say. get bat on ball here.
So they got the freedom of this last 10 overs, and that was something I spoke about when I was on my last time on. They were setting themselves up for the last 10, and they've got the freedom of the last 10. So, yeah, bat on ball, but...
This is the wrong end. It might have been some bat on ball, and that was the wrong end. It was short, stuck in the pitch, it spun back, and it has bowled him. It kept quite low in the end, only went about 3/4 of the way up the stumps. Proper wrong end from Ish Sodhi there. Mark Adair never really looked that close to getting to any of these balls, if we're being completely honest. And I don't think he hit that. I think that just didn't bounce, and it was a little bit slow in the wicket. He finished his pull shot before it started.
Yeah, head in the air from Adair, really like power hitting, trying to hit that power stance without a good base. It's hard. Yes, you do set yourself up for a good last 10 overs, and then you kind of expected to come in and score at 200 from the word go. Never easy, but just didn't give himself a still head. I think that's the secret with bowling and batting, is that still head. Get the head at the top of your action nice and still. You get your head as you're hitting the shot. We've seen those couple of check drives and the launch drives that they've hit back over the New Zealand bowlers for 6. How still their head is at contact. There's been no one sort of lifting that front shoulder. The head stays down, and that, I think, for Adair was... he's got some bits to work on. but in saying that, there's some bits to work on with the New Zealand bowling too. Great name, this one, isn't it?
Simi Singh has come out. I think Mark Adair was sent out there to slog, because Simi Singh is probably a better player. As we said, he's made 100 batting at number 8 in ODI. The only man ever to do so. Yeah! And he's been beaten by wrong in first ball. Tom Latham's appealed, and he's been given inside edge. Interesting to see Simi Singh's reaction here. He's reviewed it straight away. I don't think he hit that. I think there was bat on pad. But he has reviewed it straight away. But a beautiful delivery. That was far better than the last wrong.
Oh, absolutely beautiful.
To the umpire, to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision was out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we have
the umpires here?
Please.
Just trying to cue the footage up.
Nowhere in terms of playing that shot. Just absolutely nowhere. Sort of trying to open face it in the end, and
he was just pushing at the ball.
Bat is close to ball. Can we go to Ultra Edge, please?
It's either he's just gone past the knee roll on the front pad with the inside edge, but I think it's a wee way away when the sound happens. The bat and pad do seem distanced, and does match up with the. But you might as well use your review as well. That's the other thing. You may as well use it.
It seemed to me he went pretty early, which generally means at the very least he doesn't think he hit it. It didn't feel like an edge. I sort of called it as a play and miss, but Latham was absolutely convinced that there was some bat on that. I think we're just waiting for the Ultra Edge to be loaded into the machine at the moment. That's the pad. It's just flicked the pad, the ball on the way through, I would say.
So the bat was away from the pad. The ball.
Clear gap between bat and pad. The ball hits the pad. There's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking, please?
They'll go to ball tracking. It's definitely not spinning back enough to hit the outside
the line playing a shot anyway, so it shouldn't be given out, as the law says.
Outside.
That's it. Impact outside. Playing a shot, so it doesn't matter.
We go back
Don't
to
need
Aleem
the rest
on
of it.
Screen, please. Aleem, I need to reverse your decision.
I can tell you exactly what was going on with the umpire there. They've got to go through their checklist, and he was trying to go through the checklist, make sure he didn't miss anything. Because quite often, when it's the double possibility of a wicket, they often miss the really obvious thing. And he was like, "Have I checked everything off?"
He was waiting for the ball to continue onto the stumps. But as it hit him outside the line, they don't even look at that with the hawk eye or laser eye, eagle eye, bird. What's it? This one?
This one's hawk eye, I believe.
Thank you.
And what Simi Singh is all over the place here, talking about the computer game character. He stepped outside of leg stump, then he pressed reset, came back to the normal position, and for all that movement around the crease, he's bunted the ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. The end of the 45th over, 253 for 7 here, Ireland. Getting towards a good score. If they go at 9 and over from here, they'll get to 298. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and former dual international Ian O'Brien, indoor and outdoor cricket. If you're listening online or on your smart speaker and you want to listen on the move, you can always take on the free talkSPORT app, where you can swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. It's available now wherever you get your apps. If you have an app supplier, call him up. I'm sure they'll be able to help you out there. That was the end of Sodhi's spell. Up until that last 3 balls, He'd gone it over a runner ball and probably had been, other than Tickner, the bowler that Ireland had liked the most, and then suddenly a couple of tail enders had to face his wrong end, and everything changed.
Yeah, tail enders and wrong ends is, yuck. The thing about Ireland is, and I mentioned it earlier when I was on with John, that spinners have taken 14 of the 40 previous wickets. Good amount. And it's been Satner and Vittori both have 5 against Ireland, so it's that left armour or leg spinner. It's that one that has caused them problems. Not so much today.
Ferguson goes for the Yorker, gets the bottom of the bat. George Dockrell goes to mid-off, who's up in the circle, and they just stroll through for 1, 254 for 7.
I was going to talk. The lowest. So teams batting first, New Zealand, Ireland. Team batting first is always one. New Zealand's always batted first in the 4 previous games. Lowest previous batting first score 263 for New Zealand. So it looks like Ireland will go past that, which is wonderful. Beautiful day, great conditions. Pitches, couple stayed low a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's been
second
an
innings
surface.
Second innings batting second, a little bit harder.
He's gone for a Yorker again, has Ferguson here. He's appealed, and it's been given out LBW. Simi Singh might have his second referral within a couple of minutes because there was a lot of moving parts here. He has referred it. I will say this, he didn't do it as quick as the last one. It felt to me that there was 2 noises. And the ball might have been angling down the leg side, but it was a good, full, straight Yorker from Ferguson.
Toe of the bat on the ground, and then the ball hitting the back foot is my... That's what I see. In terms of seeing it live, he's hit the ground with the bat, and then the ball's hit his back foot or back leg.
His head was falling over. He was outside off stump. And so he probably doesn't know where his leg stump was when he was hit. So,
and again, you may as well review it because it's that time of the innings, and he is one of the better batters.
Okay, thank you. Bat
so is that a knuckle ball?
Can we go to all trades, please?
Looks slower, yeah.
Nice and slow.
It's certainly a slower ball. I haven't...
it hit the bat.
Okay.
To be fair, if it hit his bat, he wasn't even as sure then. Maybe he's hit the ground. No, it doesn't even look like he's hit the ground because he didn't review it instantly. There was a brief conversation before they made the decision, but yeah, he smashed that into his pad.
I think he thinks he's hit the ground as well with his bat. People always sort of outside. Every now and again you come across people, every batter knows if they've nicked it. Everyone knows if you've nicked it or not. No, you don't always know.
You always know if you've nicked it unless you don't know that you've nicked it.
Okay, we have clear
80% of the time.
Bat and ball. We have a spike.
I always say
when the ball is next to the bat.
You look at Ferguson here, right? So that's going to be overturned. So Simi Singh, he's shooting 1,000 when it comes to these reviews here. Good bowling by Ferguson there, though.
So he's faced 2 balls and been given out twice.
Yeah,
he's faced 2 balls. He's none from 2.
No, 3 balls. 3 balls. He faced another ball at the end of the last over. I think the scoreboard's just taking a while to tick over.
Well, even still, he's faced 3 balls.
He's doing great. Hasn't made a run yet. He's won 2 reviews without a run. Yeah, and he doesn't get the single because it's called a dead ball because he was given out LBW. Let's hope he doesn't make a duck after all this.
That one's an awkward issue in the second innings if you're chasing as well.
He comes down the wicket and he smashes this. He's on the move. Beautiful footwork on the up. Between cover and mid-off, they're both up in the circle. Beautiful shot, 258 for 7. Simi Singh has finally scored more runs than he's had successful reviews.
90 miles an hour, advancing, head still, and slams it through the covers. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Why was he batting behind?
I think Adair, just because Adair can hit, I think that was their thinking there. Simi Singh's certainly the better player with the bat than out of the 2 of them. Ferguson. In again. It's on the pads. It's flicked beautifully. Unfortunately, he's managed to find Ish Sodhi at fine leg. And Ish Sodhi's not the most brilliant mover at fine leg. You almost have to hit him dead straight. But it was a beautiful bit of batting, but he only gets 1 as they run through.
That's a yucky one at fine leg because you don't get a big side of it because it's sort of hidden by the batsman's pads. He squeezes it around, short fine leg. You're sort of 30, 25 yards, I guess, just slightly inside that circle. If you miss it, you make a mess of it, it's 4, and you don't get long to do it.
Gives himself some room, does Dockrell. He's hit this beautifully down the ground. Long off up in the circle, helps himself over. I think even if Long off was back, he would have done that. Just gave himself some room and played straight through. Might have been a slow ball as well, was it?
Slow ball. He's just waited. He's waited and waited and waited. You could just see him start the pump, hold, and then go through the shot. He's done hands hold, there he goes. Just see him pick up the slow ball as it's about a third of the way down, readjust his shot, and wonderfully hit over long off.
He's got a 6 as well. They're just having a look now. Wasn't sure if it was a 4 or a 6 to start with. He was, a metre outside leg stump when he hit that ball?
Well, it doesn't matter if you hit it, does it?
No, but I'm saying, he went a long way away. He did very well to still be in a still position as he hit the ball. 265 for 7. Dockrell 9 off 4. He moves away this time, and Ferguson's like, fine, I'll just put it outside off stump. Good luck reaching this one, mate.
That's slightly Glenn Maxwell charging, leaving in terms of he just got so far outside leg stump, and in some ways Dockrell was charging in leg side of it, and ended up leaving a nice half volley outside off stump almost.
Yeah, it was a half volley in the corridor, wasn't it? If he stays in his place, he probably hits that over cover for 4.
Look, there's an article before this series at start with Ferguson, regarding Ferguson, and he talks highly of his Yorker and sort of bringing the Yorker back into the game. So if you've done your reading, Georgie Dockrell, you will back away and you will look to open up the offside because you want to hit that Yorker through the offside as best as you can. And so if you've done your reading, you've done your research, he's doing the right thing, and he made the best of it the previous delivery with the backing away, slow ball, so it wasn't quite the Yorker. And yeah, you're not always going to pay off, is it, with that previous one, that last one there.
I think Ferguson, he tried his normal back of the length bowling in the IPL, and he went a bit, didn't he? And I think he's had to come up with something else. Matt Henry, slow ball, full toss, outside a stump, and he's completely got away with this, because unfortunately it's been beautifully driven by Simi Singh, but straight to cover, and they just take one as Tickner throws it back.
Deliberate bad ball. It's a plan. It's a ploy. I'm not sure that was quite as deliberate, but you bowl a horrible wide of off stump ball, short, wide, or full and wide, very full and wide. There's not many places you can hit that. Hits the cover sweeper for a single. It is a thing. It is a thing. Couple of dot balls earlier in the innings, certainly earlier in the innings, and then I might bowl a deliberate bad ball, hit it to the fielder for a single, get him off strike.
Henry in again. This is another full toss. I'm not sure that one was deliberate. He's knocked that one bounce down to long on. He actually, both of them have tried to hit it a little bit too straight. If they tried to hit these a little bit squarer, they would have done well. But Henry, so far, started with 2 full tosses, and he's just gone for 2 singles.
A little bit of driving range swinging in terms of put the ball on the tee and swing as out as you can, and it doesn't always go as far as you want. They both overhit those 2 full tosses.
Another full toss. This time he ramps it, and it's almost caught a short fine leg, but it's not. He showed he might have hurt himself. We see a lot of underwear at the moment as his trousers have gone down. But that's gone fine of him for 4. That's good batting again. Simi Singh, he's used the crease beautifully so far in his innings. He moved across to the offside and just ramped that, and he got it past Sodhi for 4.
Stop it. Outside off stump, toe of the bat, past short fine leg. Like I said, short fine leg in the previous over. You got little chance of seeing that. Sodhi not moving the best there to his right.
He hit himself?
I think his right knee as he hit the ground, as he just dug into it. Didn't really look into that piece of fielding. Didn't look completely convinced that he wanted it.
Yeah, he would have, from his angle, he would have got a better sight at the ball than the flick, but he also would have had the stumps between him and the ball. So we're just getting a ball change here. Don't know if New Zealand have complained or not. It's not soft enough. Maybe that's what they say. They keep hitting these for boundaries. I'm assuming the umpires have had a look at this and decided that the ball was, there's a problem with the ball. Might be some thread on it or something.
Maybe it's gone into a drink or under the covers and there's a puddle of water or something. Certainly the ball looked okay. Just seen some highlights of Tector's innings. What a wonderful innings, and 4 balls to go from, what was that, 88 to 100. Beautiful.
We hit 6 straight boundaries, didn't he? Because he hit 2 after he made the 100 as well. So he was absolutely flying.
Yeah.
That's what he does. I think Island cricket doesn't really, they want him to go quicker early on, but they know that they almost don't want to jinx him because once he's in, it's very hard to stop him.
How long will it be until he's in an England shirt?
Does he qualify? I don't think he qualifies.
No, my bad. Well, that's how it's worked though, hasn't it?
And this is a good Yorker from Henry that is squeezed out to short cover, and there's no run. Yeah, because most of those other guys played county cricket. I don't know what Hector, almost. You did that to me before because you thought it was Hector Tector, didn't you?
I'd love it if his first name was Hector. Hector Tector. It's Henry, isn't it? Harry, sorry. I'd love it if his first name was Hector. Great, Hector Tector.
We've got a Henry here, bowling though. A length ball off stump. He gives himself some room inside, out. I think that's another 6. They've got the mid-off up, and they just keep attacking it. And New Zealand look a little bit bereft of answers here at the moment. But there's another beautiful use of the feet by Simi Singh, and got up and under that.
That looks a gorgeous shot. If I go to the bowler and the delivery, just not finishing the action. And I think that's a little bit of a confidence thing. Down on pace from his first spell. This is sort of more like 130s than late 130s that he was bowling. I think that was 129. I think that delivery just looks like he's not finishing out of the hand, and that can be a little bit of fear when you just don't quite finish it. You over pitch and it's too easy to hit.
2-7-7 for 7. As Simi Singh comes down the wicket to Matt Henry again. Slow ball, I think, into the pitch. He whips this out to deep mid wicket. He wants 2. Clearly didn't know it was the last ball of the over. I hadn't done his counting there. There's only 1, though. 278 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2 with Jared Kimber and Ian O'Brien. 3 overs to go. They're certainly getting towards a good score at the moment. Just a reminder that you can hear our dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective, every Tuesday evening on talkSPORT 2 with Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison as they review the week's biggest stories. The show also available as a podcast on the Following On feed. If you like cricket podcasts, there's a lot of good cricket podcasts out there that if you want to have a look up any of them. No names. Also a reminder that we're bringing you all of Ireland's game throughout the summer with live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the T20 series with New Zealand and the white ball series with South Africa later this month. It's been a great summer for Netherlands and Ireland. They might never have it again, sadly, the way that the ICC have changed the competition. But it's been absolutely brilliant so far to be able to call so many of these great games for these developing nations.
Volume of cricket. Netherlands getting to travel as well, getting to head to New Zealand, something that Ireland's never done. They've never been out to New Zealand to play. But great busy schedules for them.
Simi Singh, half volley outside off stump. He's probably going to be disappointed with this. He just managed to push this into the gap between cover and mid-off. He takes the 1. He moves to 18 from 10. George Dockrell is 10 from 6.
That's the just getting slightly too funky with it. Singh, you look great, and he played that little scoop previous over. That one there, if he had just kept his head just a little bit more still, he would have had a chance to hit that one through the covers. Again, just that driving range looks like a couple, and they are trying to just swing too hard.
George Dockrell gets absolutely confused by this. He was going to swing this over mid-wicket. It was the short, quick one in at the body. It was too quick from Ferguson, and he ends up, off the face of his bat, dance-moving this down to third for 4. What an extraordinarily weird thing. It was like a half-cut shot, half-limbo, half-defensive shot in the end, and he was trying to bunt it on the leg side maybe with an open blade, and it's gone over short third for 4. That's an Ian O'Brien shot.
Oh, he's basically tied himself up, and oh,
maybe not too much technical needed there. Half volley outside off stump, but he's backed away to the leg side again, and Lockie Ferguson for the second time has beaten him outside off stump when he's been too far away.
He was looking to pull. It was angled into him, and he's then tried to get inside it, or get away from it. And he's managed to, use that top corner, but face of the top corner, so not the edge, and get it over and fine of short third man. They bowled full with mid-off up, and then they bowled short with third man up.
Yes.
I'm a little bit confused.
Legs ball, outside off stump. He slices this. It's going to fall, of course, between cover and deep cover. Ferguson can't believe it. He just sliced across that a little bit. Again, though, it was a length ball outside off stump. It was there to be hit. 284 for 7.
Yeah, length balls take wickets at the death, don't they? They go the distance, but they also take wickets. So they've had mid-off up, long off up, but they've had him at mid-off, and then they've bowled full. So just going back to that point. And then they've had third man up, and they've gone short. So both of those two things don't marry up, if that makes sense. You're going to go full.
That's the triple bluff?
Wow.
Length ball and off stump. Beautiful wrist here by Singh. He flicks this out to deep backward square and takes a 1.
He does look nice when he just plays cricket shots, doesn't he? I mean, he's got some funk, which is wonderful, got some creativity. But that's just a nice cricket shot. Angled in from mid-crease, tucks away behind square on the onside. Like you said, 100 at 8. You don't do that too often, do you?
Well, once in the history of one-day men's international cricket. I haven't checked the women's to see if one of them slipped one in as well, but it's certainly not something you see a lot. This is a full toss at off stump, and he's belted this, but straight down to Blair Tickner at long off. 286 for 7 at the end of that over, and Ferguson is done. So 2 for 44 for 10. Because they got that early boundary, even if it was completely accidental in the end, that ends up being a pretty good over from Ferguson, because he's the one that's harder for them to hit just because of his raw pace. You've got Singh now on 19 off 12 and Dockrell off 16 off 10. 12 balls to go. They're 14 runs off 300. They should be looking at 305.
They should. Well, they should get to that 300. And there is always look, anything past 285 I think gives you a little bit of a scare. I don't think 300 changes your mentality versus 285. I don't think there is that psychological barrier that 300 has. I think 285 is around that psychological barrier where things can go wrong. You need to score at 5.5 from the word go, and things can just go wrong. And a little bit of tension. Guptill scored 100 sure against Netherlands just recently, but it was a couple of years to his previous 100 in one-day cricket. There's two batters on debut. So there's a lot of it's a little bit tense at the moment in the New Zealand camp. Well done, Ireland.
Matt Henry comes in again, full toss on leg stump. He reaches forward to this to flick this. Unfortunately, again, Dockrell has found the sweeper, and they just take one run. We saw them defend maybe just over 300. I'm trying to think, against South Africa last year. Once they get to that 300 position, they've got a very disciplined bowling attack, and they keep the pressure on you.
I think as a bowling team, 300 changes your mentality. I don't think it changes your batting mentality versus 285, if that makes sense.
Singh facing Henry, slow ball into the pitch. He hits it straight back to Henry and takes off. There was never any, unless you're, just on LSD, there was no run available to you there at all. And he's set back by Dockrell as if to say, mate, you hit the ball back to the bowler. I'm probably not going to take this one on. Singh gets back in as the throw from Henry comes in. I think Henry was actually a bit shocked that they were running to him.
Real short offie that banged into the wicket, off spinner. And toe slaps it with no intent. Yeah, wanted a single. No, stay and face another ball.
Singh goes across the crease, flicks this to the leg side. This is good, but he's found the sweeper again. It's good timing. Lockie Ferguson's fielded a couple of balls out there. There might be an overthrow here, but Singh's run too far through. So they missed out on a run there.
That was almost the bus driver whip. You get the big steering wheel whip, and the bat does the full, sort of almost a 360.
The run out, or the near run out he had, if you look at his eyes, he doesn't really look at that ball at all. He mishits it and just goes, I'm going. And George Dockrell's like, I'm not, so get back. Bit of tail end batting there. Might be the world's best number 8, but he's still a number 8 as this ball's outside off stump. It's a Yorker, and he's mishit this, and they get an agreed upon signal out to the edge of the circle at cover.
That's nice. Well bowled. Wide Yorker. I think that's how these two are batting. They're both wanting to step back and hit through the offside. They're giving themselves that room. You go wide, it's only harder to hit as opposed to chasing. I think going across your stumps at the death is scarier as a bowler than backing away.
Henry, slow ball, outside off stump, and Singh just gets it over mid-off, who's back up in the circle again. There's a lot of pace taken off that ball. It was mishit just above mid-off's head, who then took a little bit of fingers on it. I think it was Bracewell, Michael Bracewell out there, but it still there's enough power on it to get it to the boundary for 4.
Shot, or played. Still confused with that one. Sort of foolish, slower delivery. Like, it's not the banged-in slower ball, bouncer, offie. It's a slightly foolish one that's going just above the stump height with mid-off up. That one only goes over mid-off if you pick it up early as a batsman.
This partnership, 40 off 25, gives himself room. He slices this over backward point. That should go for 4. There's 2 guys chasing it. He gets there ahead of Henry Nicholls. He backed away, and it was full outside off stump, but he ended up sort of slicing around it. He knew there was a gap between deep cover and all the way around on the offside, and he purposely took that place. It was a good shot. 297 for 7 at the end of the 49th with 1 over to go. Simi Singh is on 28 off 16. George Dockrell's on 18.
Yeah, just opened that face. I don't think completely intentional, but got himself into a position where he's looking to hit extra cover, and if he doesn't quite get it, it slices off and goes over sort of backward point area. Nicely done. Again, backing away, and I think that wide Yorker that Matt Henry bowled earlier in the over is the better option. There's only so many places a wide Yorker can go when a batter's batting away. Haven't seen, apart from that one lap sweep that Singh played, haven't seen them go across their stumps to look to hit to the onside. They've only wanted to hit through the offside.
A lot of that is just because they've scored so many runs because of that mid-off being up in the circle, haven't they? And they've persisted with it, New Zealand. And then every time, that seems to be where the majority of the boundaries for both of these guys have come from. There must be a plan. We've got Blair Tickner coming back on, the third Blair to play international cricket. All three Blairs, I believe, are from New Zealand. There's a fact for you. He's got a mullet, he's got a mustache, he's got a slow ball, and this loops through as George Cockrell runs down the wicket and tries to heave this over to the leg side and misses.
Bruce Blair, but that's the last name Blair.
Bob Blair. Bruce Blair.
Yeah.
I'm talking first name Blairs. There's two that opened the batting in the 90s.
Blair Pocock.
Yeah.
And
I forget the other one, but there was two Blairs that opened for
Blair Hartland.
Yes. I think they replaced each other in
both back in the white helmet era.
The white helmet era, as it's known. Tickner comes in again. It's a slow ball. It's outside off stump. He's got under this dock rule. I think he's going to be caught at deep cover. He is. It was a good shot, to be fair. But there was a fielder out there. Maybe sliced it a little bit more, and Glenn Phillips takes the catch. So they're 297 for 8 here. Dockrell is gone for 18 from 14 deliveries. A good small innings from him, though.
Yeah, well played. Nicely done. Well timed. Didn't adjust to the slow ball, so had to adjust the hands as the body had already got through the shot. Had to adjust the hands, ends up opening them up, and Phillips takes a pretty comfortable catch out on the cover point boundary. But yeah, strike rate 128 at that point of the game. Happy days. What have they got? 4 balls left, 2 wickets in hand. He's done a great job. New Zealand have not bowled Ireland out. They've taken 40 wickets in their previous 4 games. So a chance here for Ireland to be not dismissed in the innings. But with that wicket, Tickner sort of polishes up those his return just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it's 2 dot balls, and he's got rid of one of the hitters, doesn't he? So, he'll be happy from that perspective. I think his Singh's back on strike, though, isn't he? His
face just gave away a little bit of relief there as well. He had a nice smile. And as a bowler, he did do the batter. He done him in terms of done him with the pace, done him with that little bit of off-spin loop. And so there is something to celebrate as opposed to his previous wicket, which was a little bit of iffy delivery.
Singh facing up to take the slow ball again. Very slow, smashed out to deep cover. They'll take 1 here. Just making the Ireland fans, I think, a little bit nervous here of whether they're going to get over 300. A minute ago, it was looking like it wasn't going to be a problem, but just that wicket, couple of dot balls, and suddenly it's like, oh, come on, can someone just squeeze one, back through your pads or something and steal us something. So Craig Young, I think he averages about 2 runs per game. He doesn't bat that often. He's going to be facing his first ball. 298 for 8. 3 balls to go. Moves across the wicket to Young. He misses this. They steal the single. That's good running. Not sure Simi Singh told Young he was going to run there. He just ran, and eventually Young went, I better go. You're at my end. But he got through for that. I think Blair Tickner wasn't awake to the run at the other end either. But I actually thought Singh might knock back the single the last ball because he's seeing them so well. But he's decided to take the single and then steal one if Young misses it. Yeah, nicely done. Nicely bowled too. Back of a length to the tail ender. Hates it up around sort of belly button height. Well bowled. 2 balls to go. 299 for 8. Reverse scoop. Misses it. It's not that far away from a wide, but it's certainly inside the tram lines there. That might have been the knuckleball. Because he wandered over to the offside, they give more lenience to the offside. So Singh's started his stance outside off stump, so as it probably did pass outside the wide line, the umpires give lenience because of where Singh's back foot, where he was taking stance at the delivery. Well, he had 1 foot outside leg stump and 1 foot outside off stump as well, so you could have got away with a wide on any side. Take the last ball of the innings. It's a short, slow ball. It's a completely mishit by Simi Singh. Tickner's got to have to come around to stop it from going for 2. Oh, Tom Latham fumbles, but he does get it back. But it gets him to 300. Good work from Simi Singh there to give away his wicket by going for another run. He is dismissed for 30 from 19. and they make it even 300 for 8. They started slow, they lost a couple of wickets.
And then that partnership that allowed, it allowed Ireland that last 10 overs, but it actually allowed Ireland more like the last 15 overs, because the up-tempoed for that, from about over 36 actually, that was when there was a real sort of change on the dial in terms of their intent, but they had partnerships, and when you have partnerships, you do get the chance to turn it up. We saw when Adair, his name's just slipped me. So when he came straight in and tried to swing, couldn't, very hard to do. We saw that at the start of Singh as well. He found it, he was none of 3 delivery, out twice. But just that start when you don't hold your shape and you're trying to swing too hard, I think that was the secret on this wicket, is that you've got to stay still. And I think that's something they'll certainly discuss in the New Zealand change room, and that the Irish bowlers will be looking into the wicket, cross seamers, and the change of paces, which New Zealand used a lot towards the end of that innings.
Just a quick word on the pitch. We did see a couple of balls keep low, not low, but occasionally the ball came off. It's not an automatic 300.
It wasn't apple bottom jeans low, was it? They were just a little bit skiddy, and shiny side just on the edge of the seam where it doesn't grip and kick. I think it's a good pitch. I think it's a wonderful pitch. I think it's a very good batting surface, and it always is. There's always plenty of runs when you get a game on at this part, when you can get a game on. But just looking at those partnerships, they scored, 60-run third wicket partnership, and then almost 100, and then a 60-run partnership, and you get to that, 5 down, 6 down, got to a wonderful position to get to 300. I think they'd take 300 at the start of the day. Absolutely take 300 at the start of the day. I think they would have taken 280 at the start of the day. Nicely done. And I'm looking forward to the second innings. But that Harry was about to call him Hector. That technical innings is that's a special innings. Young man with a real responsible attitude. Good communication with his partner through those partnerships. There was good chats. It didn't just look like it was a hit and a giggle, a bit of fun for him. It looked like it was some serious work, and he put some real mental energy into that innings. I dare say he'll be tired. He'll be young and enthusiastic, but that's cost him some mental energy, because it wasn't a free flowing. Okay, let's take the England Test series, how they just come out and Bairstow's just come out and whack. It just makes it look so easy. He's played that really well. He hasn't made it look easy, but he's batted very, very well. And I think that cost him just a brilliant innings, and very, very intelligent innings, and well held on with his partners. They communicated and they worked well together.
Former New Zealand player Ian O'Brien there. Coming up during the interval, we'll hear from Ireland's new spin coach, Australian Nathan Horrocks, who's been speaking to our very own Neil Manthorpe. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first ODI between Ireland and New Zealand here on talkSPORT 2.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the first one-day international.
That's an edges, taking it slip
on talkSPORT 2.
With LV, you can get your car insurance from just £195. Because we understand that right now, saving money really matters to you. And what's more, we pay out on 99% of claims. It could be why our customers rate us as excellent on Trustpilot. So for car insurance that looks after your wallet as well as your car, go direct to lv.com. 99% of direct motor claims paid June 2021 to May 2022. 10% of new customers paid £195 or less February to May 2022.
First up in today's tour, a modern masterpiece. The new Italian stack from McDonald's. A carefully crafted burger made with 2 delicious beef patties, mozzarella and a splash of rich tomato sauce. An edible work of art. And over here in the collection, the exquisite crispy chicken Italiano. Delectable crispy chicken breast paired beautifully with a basil pesto style sauce. Perfection.
Holiday from home with the McDonald's summer menu. Available until the 26th of July. From 11 a.m, participating restaurants subject to availability.
Over it.
I've got this. It's me, the cordless drill you've been dreaming of. Amazon Prime Day's coming, July 12th and 13th, and we're all on sale.
So pick me, large capacity blender, and let's mix it up. Don't forget me, electric toothbrush. I've been in your basket for too long now.
From electronics to home and kitchen and more. Get the epic deals you've been dreaming of. Prime Day, July 12th and 13th. Exclusively for Prime members. Sign up today.
People ask me why I'm always installing Samsung Aircon. Well, take their Wind-Free range. Its clever tech spreads cool air evenly around the room, keeping you cool without blasting you with icy cold air. Brrr. What's more, you can control your Samsung Aircon with your smartphone, and you'll even get a 7-year warranty. It's the ideal cooling solution for any home or office.
Search Samsung Aircon to find your cool.
Hi, it's Idris Elba here with Booking.com, and I wrote this poem about summer because I love summer. In summer, we do things to feed the soul, and Booking.com knows just how we roll. We love to swim and fish and barbecue. We love to read and nap and have a few. With cabins, resorts, yurts, and vacation homes, it's such a breeze to book. Where shall we roam? I know it needs some work, but thanks for listening. Find your perfect place to stay. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the first one-day international.
Up into the air, out towards deep mid-wicket and all the way.
On talkSPORT 2.
Well, welcome back to the live and exclusive coverage of the first of 3 ODIs between Ireland and New Zealand here on talkSPORT 2, broadcasting across the UK, Ireland and New Zealand. And the story is, at the mid-innings break, that New Zealand have got a target of 301. A quite brilliant 113. A maiden ODI 100 from Harry Tector. 113 he made eventually, has led Ireland to a top score, by far the biggest score they've achieved in 50 over cricket against New Zealand in the small sample size that we have. 300 for 9, losing a couple of wickets early, Paul Stirling and Andy Balbirnie departing, 26 for 2 at that stage. Andy McBride promoted up the order to number 3 alongside Tector, took the score to 86 before he was dismissed, the second wicket going the way of the returning Lockie Ferguson. But from that point onwards, it was all about Ireland's batters. 43 from 47 deliveries from Curtis Campher, Lorcan Tucker 26 from 22, 18 from George Dockrell, and that magnificent century from Harry Tector. After he departed, Simi Singh took the fight back to New Zealand. He ended up 30, run out to the final delivery of what's been a really entertaining innings. 2 wickets apiece for Ferguson, Tickner and Sodhi. 1 for Glenn Phillips, his first in international cricket, 50 over international cricket, and 1 for 62 from Matt Henry. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes with the run chase, and New Zealand have got their work cut out. 2 caps handed out this morning. Finn Allen, who will be opening with Martin Guptill, and Glenn Phillips as well, who's expected to come in at number 6. So a good and stiff examination of where New Zealand's 50 over cricket yet to come here on talkSPORT 2. Before that, though, delighted to say that we've got an interview between a very own Neil Manthorpe and the new Ireland spin coach Nathan Harrods to come. But before that, we did bring you live commentary of day 1 of Super League's Magic Weekend yesterday. Watching today's action for us at St James's Park, talkSPORT 2's Craig Murdoch.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've got 11 and a half minutes left of this first encounter of day 2 between Huddersfield and Salford. It was pretty much one-way traffic in the first half. 4 tries for Huddersfield, King, Trout, McQueen and McGilvery against 1 for Salford, all converted by Russell and by Sneyd. 24-6 at the break, and as I said, one-way traffic. Quick fire double from Salford in the second half. Brodie Croft with an individual try. He created another one for Sam Luckley. Both converted by Mark Sneyd, and we had a game back on at 24 points to 18. But McGilvery has just crossed on the 63rd minute, converted again from the touchline from Ollie Russell into the last 10 minutes. It's Huddersfield 30, Salford 18.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Craig Murdoch. Now, without further ado, let's hear that interview between Neil Manthorpe and the new Ireland spin coach, who's going to be taking over the job in August ahead of the South Africa T20 series, which you'll be able to hear live and exclusively here on talkSPORT 2. The former Australian spinner, Nathan Harris.
Nathan, tell us what you've been up to. You retired super early at the age of just 34, 6 years ago. So it's been 6 years now since your playing career. Have you been coaching all that time?
I took probably, I think about 2 years off. For me, it was quite a challenging retirement. I just didn't feel that I could give any more. My brain, I was just mentally fried. Body wasn't holding up. I just wasn't enjoying the end of it, to be honest. So, I took a couple of yeyears off. Just did a few bits and pieces, tried a few different jobs after cricket. As you know, it can be quite challenging for athletes to get into the workforce. And then probably, started to get back into it probably 3 years ago. And then 2 years ago, I started up my own academy. So since then, I've been flat out.
I'm too intrigued about these 2 years off now. What did you get up to? Like ice cream salesman or?
Mate, I tried a couple of different things. So I tried real estate. I enjoy real estate, enjoy investing. I was a bit of a day trader with the share market. So I was doing that. I was doing a little bit of coaching, just not much. I was still probably playing a little bit of grade cricket. I sort of lost a love of the game, just didn't want anything to do with it. And, it was really hard to be around cricket at the end when I retired. So now I can't get away from doing it literally 7 days a week, and, glad to be back part of it, to be fair.
My next question was going to be, so was coaching a calling for you? But very evidently it wasn't, not initially anyway.
No, I didn't really know. I guess when you play, you get a lot of knowledge of the game, and being a spinner, definitely here in Queensland, even in Australia, there's not a lot of spin bowling coaches, so here in Brisbane, John Davison, and myself are pretty much the only spin bowling coaches, with any sort of, reputation, but there are other guys who can do it. But when you played it at the highest level, and, Davo's played, for Canada, and, he's level 3 and he's done Australia stuff, I still ask him for advice, so there are a couple other sort of minor coaches, and I just had people keep asking me, look, do you want to do some work? And, it just sort of happened naturally. And then being around the kids and being around the squads and being back in Queensland and stuff, it really, really did get me back into it, and just love that competitive environment and wanting to see people improve.
And how did you get involved with Ireland? Or maybe you just applied.
It was such a random thing. I was keeping in touch with a bloke by the name of Steve Lavery. He was Sam, sorry, not Steve. I was thinking Steve, somebody else. Sam Lavery. So he was been keeping in touch about jobs floating around, and I looked at different bits and pieces. I've been doing stuff here with Queensland Fire. I saw the job pop up, and for me, it was honestly like close to the perfect role. Talking spin bowling, being around first-class cricketers, around the women as well, and also running the high performance for the pathways. I do a lot of work with kids here. I feel like my knowledge is pretty well-rounded. Playing international cricket, coaching first-class players, and also with kids. So I've had to learn sort of different ways to talk with kids, and then being able to, approach men, and then also be able to coach women as well. So you've got to be pretty well-rounded. I can't just be gung-ho at all different things. And, I saw the role. I was like, I'd love to do it. And, I actually didn't think I'd get past the interview stage, but, very, very excited.
Obviously, being a spin bowler, you'll be labelled as a specialist spin bowling coach, but, a country like Ireland can't have the luxury of specialists. And I would like to remind listeners that, I think you averaged 25 with the bat, and you were no slouch in the field. So, you'll have to be chipping in all departments.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Look, I think probably what it is a nice start. It's a nice place to start my coaching career. I'm not in part of the academy. Well, at my academy, I do a lot of batting against spin. Obviously I bowled against some of the best batters of spin in the world, like De Villiers, Callis, when I first started, Brian Lara, Tendulkar, all these guys. So for me, it's going to be, for me, being able to talk and, express, the ability to play spin and how we're going to get better, and, my things, my cues. I wasn't a huge spinner of the ball, but one thing that I felt that my game was pretty good was sort of that intuition, that, you had to go outside of just the basics to get a wicket. And, that's something I'm looking forward to with Ireland, but I do believe it's sort of like a stepping stone. I'm looking forward to working with the head coaches and providing a lot of other, I guess, my specialties and grow my knowledge from there.
Talking of Tendulkar, your Test debut in India, you got Tendulkar and Laxman in the first innings. I expect that makes your after-dinner speech routine, does it?
Well, look, to be fair, they took me down pretty well in that Test, and look, it was nice to get both those blokes out. It was a red, just mudded wicket over in India, and last Test and getting them out. But my bowling in that second innings probably cost Australia the win, to be fair. But look, no one can ever take that away, getting Tendulkar and Laxman in your first Test. And look, I remember it vividly, and I'll never forget it. That's for sure.
Your own international career, 17 Tests and 58 ODIs, came at an interesting time for Australian spinners. It wasn't a great deal of consistency, I recall, post Shane Warne's retirement, and then shortly afterwards Stuart McGill. But there were half a dozen of you, and you were built up to be the next big thing, and you were a Test specialist, then you were an ODI specialist, then you were dropped. And there was a lot of inconsistency. I imagine as a coach you would like to offer a little bit of reassurance to players and give them your backing.
Yeah, look, it was a really challenging time. Not only did you not feel good enough, but even when you did perform, you honestly just felt like the target was on your back for the next game. Now, I got dropped at a really interesting time. It was after the India Test series, before the Ashes. I didn't bowl well in the Indian series. I just came back from an injury, and I wasn't playing well over there, but when I played the domestic season here, I actually started really well. I felt I was harshly treated, personally, but it's just the way the game goes. I went out and did what I needed to do, and then was picked in the World Cup squad, and I dislocated my shoulder. So that was pretty much the end of my career. Very hard to come back for a spinner with a dislocated shoulder and full shoulder reco. But I think as a coach, like the thing that I believe that I'll be able to bring on is that resilience. Look, the things that I went through trying to stay in the Test side and not being able to just trust in my abilities and work hard and then just let what'll happen. I was always so focused on the media, so focused on people saying negative things. Instead of enjoying the challenge and the opportunity, I was always just so scared at the end of the day. Some games I'd play well and some games I wouldn't. And even when, as I said, if I had an amazing game, I'd still think, and I'm only 1 or 2 games, they're going to get rid of me anyway. Look, at the end of the day, as an athlete, if you're performing, you'll stay on. If you're not, we've got to find ways to try and get that consistency up. And, look, I believe that if you're enjoying everything around more, you're going to perform at a high level.
You were horribly treated, Nathan. You were horribly treated.
Thank you. You probably would have been great if you were a selector. That would have been awesome. Might have kept me on board a little bit. I think it was just a lot to do with left arm finger spin to KP. They were so worried about KP coming over to dominate, and Xavier Doherty played. And then they forgot about these guys named Cook and Strauss who, just tore us apart. And look, it was just a really tough time. So look, I think, like when you said there was about 6, I reckon there's about a dozen of us that played, in that period. And then in the end, Nathan Lyon, he played and started off okay, and then he dipped a little bit, and they slowly thought about getting rid of him for Agar as well. So they were getting into that mindset again. But Gaz is a much different bowler to me, look, even when he first started, so I'm glad they stuck with him, and, he's been the greatest off spinner ever, for Australia and probably close to the world.
I'm slightly off script here, but you've really got me intrigued now about T20 analytics and matchups and
yep.
I mean, it's T20 cricket's gone from being a bit of fun, something which could be artistic, but now it's a science. Yep. I mean, now it's a real science, and you're in that camp, are you?
100%. I, got a data person here in Queensland who worked with me for the kids stuff, and talking, and grade stuff, and the ability to, for me, I've been doing work for the last year, and going, okay, look, after the spinner's bowl a dot ball, what's the next ball that the batter plays, so to get to that sort of science and go, okay, we've got to try and eliminate that shot, so we might say, look, Nathan, every time he has 2 dot balls in a row, when he faces spin, he leaves the crease, and you can find that data, so for you, for the bowler, if I can put 2 dot balls on Nathan, we know there's like a 70% chance he's going to leave his crease. So for us, it's about, okay, we've got to execute here. Look, and I'm a believer that in T20 cricket, it's sort of like NFL, like you have, NFL has play by play, whereas cricket, T20 cricket's 120 plays. Each ball is its own real play, so if you can execute just that ball, then you go on to the next one, and you keep doing that and be able to just focus on that ball in that moment will make it a lot easier than going, I need 32 off the next 10 balls, so you just keep trying to, look, I need 4 runs. Look, where am I going? Where are my shots? Where are they bowling? Okay, this is it. Let's go. And then keep moving on. So I love it. I used to love playing it. I struggled at times. I was used a little indifferently. I was sort of in that period when the spinner would bowl 1 over at the start. And then because we had 8 bowlers, I'd hardly bowl again. So you might go for none for 7, none for 8, and then not bowl again. And you'd go, and it gets really challenging. But, look, I think, I just love watching it. I'm looking forward to providing some different tactics for the men and some different ideas on how to face spin, and I can't wait to put them in place.
Do you have a coaching philosophy? Might be a bit pretentious, but at least a motto. How would you describe your approach to it?
Look, might be pretty generic, but my thing is just all about, just making sure each session you're getting better. So look, there's going to be, every time you have a session, you're going to have moments throughout the session where it's not going right or like the day, it's going to be challenging, but you've got to have some sort of, ambition, desire to get to that session and get better for the next session and then keep getting better. I like to train as hard as I can. I like to put the players under as much pressure as I can in training, put them through every sort of scenario that I think or that we think that they're going to face, So an example might be, we need to defend 18 off the last over in a T20. You've got to bowl it. This is the field we're going to have. But what I try and do is instead of having 5 out, I give them 4 out. So they're under a little bit more pressure to execute, and they've got, okay, look, I'll bring that point up. So then it narrows their focus. Instead of having to put, they could go wherever, they have to start to execute even better, instead of just, so then hopefully when they have 5 out, it's a little bit less pressure. That's how I like to coach. Look, I feel that, being able to, because generally on the world stage, we can all execute pretty well. But for me, the more that I can put our bowlers or batting against spin under pressure, I feel that when they're put under that pressure in the game, in the T20 World Cup qualifiers or whatever it needs to be, it's just normal. Okay, cool. I've been able to defend 12. I know what I'm doing. I know what 6 balls I'm going to bowl right now. So that's my style. If that's a style.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. You remind me somewhat of the former England off-spinner Jeremy Snape, who's now, of course, a renowned sports psychologist. But he said to me many, many years ago, everybody needs a thick skin to play cricket, but off-spinners need the thickest skin of all.
I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree with that at all. One of the guys I used to love playing against is Graham Swan. Loved the game, loved a beer. He just enjoyed it, but you'd speak to him and he's like, I don't even know why I keep playing, but when you're around him, you think that he just loves bowling and loves it. And well, I think the big thing about off spin is we don't do much. You bowl in an area, it spins a little bit or it might just go straight. We don't have much more. So for us, it's, very challenging, but yeah, no, Snape, he was a good cricketer. I enjoyed watching him as well.
So did you ever consider having a wrong and a reducer or, I don't know, I mean, you had a good top spinner.
Yeah, well, I had a top spinner that straightened to a tiny little bit. It was just really slow. I think you got to do that work when you're younger, and be able to build that because your shoulder's getting into or your wrist is getting into such an awkward position that, I was a really side-on bowler and bowled around myself, which is something that I never coach, what I did. Look, someone like Nathan Lyon, his action's really high and the shape's really good. I feel like they start that way, then you can get your wrist into the right position to potentially do a bit more. With young kids, I get them to try and do different things, always trying to, practice different things. And because I feel that if we just keep doing that, you're just nothing. Or a ball that's 100 k's an hour or, do something a little bit different, just to sort of just going up and around, up and down, up and down. Nathan Lyon has done that very successfully, but there's not going to be too many more Nathan Lyons floating about. The game's going to evolve so much that you're just going to be pushed on. they're going to find you out pretty quickly.
And finally, how much of an upheaval is it moving? How much time have you spent in Dublin before, and how long is your relationship? How long is your contract with Ireland? How long are you going to be in Europe?
Well, hopefully 3 years. I've got obviously a probation period at the start, like every normal job, but hopefully it's 3 years. I've never been to Dublin. I actually can't wait to get over there, to be honest. I'd love to go tomorrow. But I've got to wait for the visas and everything. I'm just itching in the bit to get over there, and I'd love to be over there for as long as I can and, keep growing my coaching skills and repertoire, I guess. And I'm looking forward to meeting the Irish people and being around it all. It's going to be an amazing experience. And it's obviously a bit of an upheaval, going to a different part of the world. But look, I think it's just an exciting change, to be honest. And, it's something that there's no way in the world that I couldn't not even try and apply for the job. to go to such an amazing place like Ireland and talk cricket and potentially travel as well. You can't get many better jobs in the world, to be fair.
Life begins at 40, Nathan, and you're going to begin it in a very, very beautiful part of the world. Very best of luck, and thanks so much for your time.
Nah, all good. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the first one-day international.
That's an edges, taking a slip.
On talkSPORT 2.
People ask me why I'm always installing Samsung Aircon. Well, take their wind-free range. Its clever tech spreads cool air evenly around the room, keeping you cool without blasting you with icy cold air. What's more, you can control your Samsung Aircon with your smartphone, and you'll even get a 7-year warranty. It's the ideal cooling solution for any home or office.
Search Samsung Aircon to find your cool.
Hi, it's Idris Elba here with Booking.com, and I wrote this poem about summer because I love summer. In summer, we do things to feed the soul, and Booking.com knows just how we roll. We love to swim and fish and barbecue. We love to read and nap and have a few. With cabins, resorts, yurts, and vacation homes, it's such a breeze to book. Where shall we roam? I know it needs some work, but thanks for listening. Find your perfect place to stay. Booking.com, Yeah.
First up in today's tour, a modern masterpiece. The new Italian stack from McDonald's. A carefully crafted burger made with 2 delicious beef patties, mozzarella, and a splash of rich tomato sauce. An edible work of art. And over here in the collection, the exquisite crispy chicken Italiano. Delectable crispy chicken breast paired beautifully with a basil pesto-style sauce. Perfection.
Holiday from home with the McDonald's summer menu. Available until the 26th of July. From 11 a.m, participating restaurants subject to availability.
It's Lidl's pick of the week. Save up to 40% with 12 fresh deals. Like cherries, 99p. Celery, 35p a pack. Beef up your Barbies with 4 XXL British Medallion Steaks, $5.99. And deluxe cheddar and smoked bacon sausages, just $1.99. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, excludes NI.
Over it. Hey. I've got this. It's me, the cordless drill you've been dreaming of. Amazon Prime Day's coming, July 12th and 13th, and we're all on sale.
So pick me, large capacity blender, and let's mix it up. Don't forget me, electric toothbrush. I've been in your basket for too long now.
From electronics to home and kitchen and more. Get the epic deals you've been dreaming of. Prime Day, July 12th and 13th. Exclusively for Prime members. Sign up today.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the first one-day international.
That's an edges, taking a slip.
On talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to the village Malahide on the outskirts of Dublin in the grounds of Malahide Castle, and we're just a couple of minutes away now from the run chase. New Zealand require 301. I mentioned the likes of Pakistan are in 4th place. They played 15 matches, and the West Indies, who are in 5th place, have played 21 out of their 24 games and have 80 points, so they're in trouble. They have to win all of their remaining games and then hope that the teams above them drop points. But for New Zealand, well, do we really expect them to have a problem qualifying automatically for the 2023 World Cup? I don't think so. Ian O'Brien's alongside me. Ovi, I would have thought that if you look at this particular 11 and this squad, the strength would have lay with the bowlers, would you say?
Yeah, tough one with Ferguson having not played at ODI for a couple of years, Tickner having only played 2 previous ODIs, Bracewell only playing 3. Henry has played plenty, but they do miss the Bolt, the Saudi. They do miss that, with Adam Milne also out injured for this one as well. So there was some. You'd think it would have been their strength, but there is some inexperience there, and I think that showed and we saw a few of the RPOs just get a little bit away from. I think the New Zealand bowlers would have liked to have seen them quite different. But I'm really interested to watch Martin Guptill here, and Finn Allen, fireworks.
Mark Adair's going to bowl the first over, and the first delivery is in at the pads of Martin Guptill and knocks it away wide of mid-on for a single. What is it particularly that it excites you about watching Guptill?
Well, it's Guptill 100 in his last innings, I think it was, against the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken. It was in the last couple of innings, but it was almost 3 years to his previous 100 in ODI cricket before that. It was 19 when he scored that one, and then in 22 he scored the one against the Netherlands. So there's a long time between drinks there for Martin Guptill with so much quality and all the experience in the world. 190th ODI. He almost beats out 9 players from New Zealand combined in terms of games played. He's got 190, and add up 9 other players and they get to 195. So a lot of experience.
Adair in again, and this time it's pushed away by the debutant Finn Allen for a dot ball out on the offside. He's 35 now and close to 36. I think he's 36 in 2 months' time. Gone are the days when we used to say that he's automatically entering the autumn of his career. I mean, how do you see him playing till 40?
I can't see him playing as long as Taylor. One of the most classical batsmen to watch when he's being destructive. Head still, hits the ball straight. You see a lot of ODI and T20 batsmen, when they're being destructive, they hit it to interesting parts of the ground. Guptill hits the ball where it's supposed to be hit with ridiculous power. And I think it's fun to watch as a bit as a purist, I guess, but still loving the entertainment value of power.
Dropped away on the offside now by Finn Allen.
And I love watching Finn Allen bat. As long as he doesn't get inside his head too much, doesn't take it too seriously, he needs to keep things quite loose, if you like. Just stay calm and just see ball, hit ball, back himself. He's been given a lot of backing, a lot of go for it, just go do you. And just do it. And I think I think we're seeing that in the England Test team. Part of that, just go and do you. And watching Finn play when he is himself, just lovely.
That's another wide down the leg side, once more from Mark Adair. Finn Allen making his ODI debut, but in 27 List A games, he has a strike rate of 110. And he's played plenty of 2020 cricket.
His T20 stuff, it was a
strike
point,
rate's 145.
There was a point when it was 200, when it was like 190 or something ridiculous was his T20 strike rate, and you couldn't bolt him. It was rude.
Oh, that's whipped away with a straight bat, if there is such a thing. A whip with a straight bat over mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. That's just audacious.
There's not a lot of backlift. There's really good connection power. And he stays still. There's a lot of Guptill in terms of how he stands at the crease and hits it. And when he's still, like we were talking about the end of the Ireland batting innings, when you're still, you give yourself such a better chance to hit the ball. Stayed still. Didn't quite get it as clean as he wanted, but still good enough.
Here is Adair. Oh, and he's gone wide over deep third man down towards the boundary. And it is cut off. But, well, that was... I don't know whether that was a deliberate slice slap down towards deep backward point, wide third.
I think he's trying to hit that over extra cover. Just got a little bit wide on him. Bottom hand through. Slices it out through backward point. Nice piece of fielding. But that's the freedom you want Finn Allen to be playing with. That's one of my shots. And I'm just going to go through the ball. And I'm just going to hit the ball. And I'm not going to think about it too much.
Last ball of the first over, New Zealand 9 without loss, needing 301, and this one is tucked away out towards Dockrell at square leg, and there's no run. Particularly interested in the in the whip, which you are normally associated with a bat angle at about 45 degrees, but he's whipped it with a straight bat. Looks like he's trying to hit it back over the bowler's head, and it's gone over mid-wicket for 4. That was a marvellous shot.
Sort of held the in the same way that Martin Guptill hits that on drive over long on for 6, just holds that shot. Finn Allen was in the same sort of position, a little bit inside edge, chunky, so didn't quite get it. The bat spins around a little bit, but he was still. So you get the benefit of being still and getting a decent contact. And I've seen him hit some ridiculous T20 innings for Wellington, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to watching a bit more of these island bowlers.
All right, Craig Young to bowl the second over of the innings. 2 slips in place, and first delivery bang on target, back of a length, and pushed defensively by Guptill towards mid-wicket.
Who's the South African bowler? Bit of, not quite Andre Nel. Who's the guy that used to lift up his bottom of his boot to the bowler, going back to early 2000s? South African, big. Not Nel. Who was it? Used to show the batter at the other end, almost the bottom of his boot, and would slam down on it.
Monantar Hayward?
No.
He was a foot lifter, and he would slam down on it.
I like it's sort of that slingy thump of the front foot that the bowling style, all effort at the crease, big and strong.
So there is no such thing probably as a walk in the park, certainly not at the start of a chase of 300. Here is Young once again, back of a length, bangs it in, pushed away again by Guptill out towards cover. And there's no run. But
maybe there is a bit of Andre Nel in it, actually, in terms of just thumping down on that front foot. Loads up quite low and then thumps down over the top. Doesn't run in too hard. Big energy, big body energy through the crease. Sorry, it's just an interesting action. I quite like it.
Here is Craig Young, and this one tucked away off the hip behind square on the leg side. And they go through for an easy single. 10 with that. So I'm just wondering whether, with use of your imagination, you can see a way in which New Zealand can lose this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Five players that have played fewer than 10 games between 5 players, and that's middle order, top and middle order. Glenn Phillips and Finn Allen haven't played one, and there's Tom Latham and Martin Guptill that have played a lot, played over 100 each. Henry Nichols, the other batter that's played more than 50 ODIs, and then it's pretty light in terms of the batting. So a wicket here, Guptill here, and then another one before 30. Yeah.
Oh, this one is nips back and hits, I think, the leading edge. Actually, initially I thought it came off the thigh pad, but anyway, it bounces away past backward point, and there's screams of catch it from the Irish players, but the umpires signalled leg by, so they were being optimistic. But it certainly nipped back from Craig Young.
In the top, what have we got? Top 5. We got Allen hasn't played a game until now. Young has only played 5. Phillips is debuting as well. So there's 3 guys that are fighting for a position in the team, trying to establish themselves.
Outside the off stump, that one left alone.
And that brings tension. That brings a little bit of stress. That brings a little bit twitchy.
Bracewell's played 3 matches, so where do we expect him to bat? 7?
I think, yeah, sort of towards that 6 and 7. He does open in T20 every now and again. He's played this year, especially played some wonderful. Got Wellington home from ridiculous positions from out of nowhere. Played some 100 in particular. Can see him bat. Yeah, probably that 7, maybe. Yeah, which is probably one high in an international batting lineup, possibly.
Okay.
Well, so yes, I can see. I'm a realist.
You can see them being put under pressure.
I can see them being put under pressure and something happening.
Mark Adair begins the third over, and back of a length pushed away out on the onside. Now, I asked you a question. New Zealand 11 without loss in the first innings, without checking our commentary roster, and you couldn't answer it because you were replaced by Kath Thornton. But I wanted to ask you how it's been received, and I know that, as a reporter, I know what it's like when somebody says, so what do the people think in whichever country you're in? But as a generalisation, as accurately as you can, here is Adair once again, and this one hits Finn Allen on the pads. He walked across to off stump there, actually, and they've run through for a leg by. But there's the chopping and changing of the New Zealand squad, and the fact that there were 12 players missing during the series against the Netherlands. They were all at the IPL. New Zealand cricket has, I think, taken what is my view count? They're taking a very pragmatic and practical view about the IPL. And if a player gets an IPL contract, you just let them go. You rearrange the international fixture list, and you work around the IPL. Oh, that one's hit high up into the air by Finn Allen. There's a man trying to get underneath it, and he's taken it. Andy McBride takes a very, very well judged catch. Well, it wasn't there for the drive for Finn Allen, but I think he kind of knew that, and he's just trying to hit through the line because of the infield, everybody in the infield during the power play, and he's got right underneath it, hit it a long, long way up in the air, and good for Andy McBride. He's judged that very well.
Wonderful catch. It's gone 5 times high as it has gone in front of distance, horizontal distance. Just lost his shape there, Finn Allen. Just lost that front shoulder and ends up scooping it off the toe. And there's the wicket. Okay, it's the lesser experienced of the two New Zealand batters, but there's that wicket, another wicket before 30, and that gets a little bit twitchy. Ireland did show how you bat when you're 2 down for just around 30. They showed how you can get through it and still post a good score. So there is a blueprint there. But this is a hugely important partnership just to ease tensions in that New Zealand camp.
I'm determined to get this question out. So what do people think about, like, for example, this tour, there being no Kane Williamson and Southey and Bolt, and seeing new players come in? I think, is there a sort of a sense of frustration? The New Zealand cricket pushed away firmly up towards mid-on, but only as far as Curtis Camphor.
There's been a real push through New Zealand cricket to look at player welfare, to make sure that, especially around COVID, in terms of how much time they've been away, and then how much time they spent in quarantine when you got back to New Zealand. So there was quarantine time as you went away, quarantine time when you got back, and how long you were away for. So there's been a real eye on that.
Adair in again, bowls a Yorker outside the off stump. Guptill looks to drive, plays over the top of it and misses, 11 for 1.
And that was, so I was back in New Zealand doing some coaching, and that was part of our few of our discussions in terms of when we would get our international players back and when they would be available to play domestic cricket. Because of the tours, there was the World Cup, there was the IPL, there was another tour just before the World Cup. Was it Pakistan? Yeah, the Pakistan tour that they came back from early. So there was quite a few tours quite close together.
Adair in again, off the back foot, Guptill defends.
And New Zealand cricket mandated, not quite the right word, but they decided that a player would not be away from home for they would not go over a certain amount of time. Was
that decision taken in partnership with the Players Association?
Yeah, it was all about player well-being and just looking at what happens to players when they spend too much time away. I know it sounds a little bit awkward when you start to think about the boat trips from Australia to England and etc. Sounds a little bit, but there's the player longevity, player happiness, family, making sure the family stays well looked after. So there's a real focus on that, which means that there is a higher rotation of both playing and staff, coaching staff and management as well. We've seen almost a whole change of leadership, coaching staff on this tour, with Jurgensen leading it as head coach, and then there's a few others. I got all the names.
Young in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Will Young.
And then there's coaches from New Zealand domestic cricket that have had a bit to do with with New Zealand A team that are on this trip as coaching staff. And so there's opportunities for players for a push, and there's opportunities for coaching staff to get to know and understand the international environment just a little bit more. So from one tough scenario,
Young in again, thick outside edge, flies away past second slip, down to third. Curtis Camphor fields just a single, 12 for 1.
From a tough scenario of how much time players do spend away and what it's like to be on the road, to trying to turn that into a positive in terms of, again, player welfare and making sure that players and their families are as best looked after so that players can play for as long as possible. The touring diary is pretty full. You don't spend a lot of time at home, even in season.
Width here on offer, and Guptill was tempted by the cut. Oh, gee whiz. He was twitching. I'm not quite so sure why he didn't go through with the cut shot. Maybe it was too wide in the end.
It was almost one of those ones where you half dabble at it and it comes off the toe of your bat. Just a real little Q-tip through to the keeper.
Probably was too wide in the end. But he was itching for play the cut shot there. 3.5 overs gone, target 301. 12 for 1, pushed away behind square on the offside.
But most of that all came about because of the quarantining in New Zealand. After a tour you come back and you spend 2 weeks alone in a hotel room basically, and that was how New Zealand kept itself safe at a time where it was a bit unknown what the effects of COVID were going to be. And so the extra 2 weeks on top of a 3-week tour, a 4-week tour, it's just...
Outside the off stump again from Will Young, and once more Guptill looks and ignores.
Nice shape too, Young. Just getting good shape, a little bit of a way swing from back of a length. Could do with just being a bit tighter, but lovely shape. Gives Guptill has nicked out quite a bit as well. Sort of sixth stump, sort of a little bit of a lazy defensive. So they're in the right sort of spots for Martin Guptill.
Still 2 slips in, 2 opening batsmen. Captain Balbirnie and Sterling, and this time it's dropped down on the onside. They set off for a single, they complete the single, and just judging by the body language of Andy McBrien, he thought that the run out was on there. If he was sprinting in from cover and if he'd picked up one-handed, he reckons he could have had a run out, and he's berating himself now. He's right too.
I think if he had picked these. He took a gamble on the pickup in terms of he was picking up and rolling it into the stumps in the one movement as opposed to making sure it was in his hand and then rolling it. Took the gamble to give him that extra time to line up the throw. Guptill, who was before that 2 off 12, I think that was the pressure that dot balls build on a guy that's playing in his 190th game. It doesn't matter how many games you played, dot balls still make you do some silly things, and he could have run himself out there, Guptill.
Could have done, but didn't. Remains on 3 off 13 balls as Adair is in once more. Highly optimistic appeal for leg before wicket.
I was looking forward to your words there, Dennis. How's he going to judge that? Highly. Yeah. It's
fanciful.
It's going over and missing leg. I think is it's quite a bit. Quite a bit going on there.
By a long way. So do you think Guptill's got his eye on the next year's World Cup, then 50 over World Cup? To sort of,
I hope so. I hope he has. I think I love watching Guptill play. I think he's a wonderful guy, a wonderful teammate, and I hope he has the success that gets him through there. I would love him to see that and close out a career.
Pushed away defensively up onto towards cover, and there's no runs. But tidy start.
There are. I think one of his good, real close friends was Ross Taylor. They were very tight. And I think you feed off good friends. And I think I hope he's got someone as good as Ross Taylor in there so he can have those times.
Forward comes Guptill, blocking that absolutely stoically. No run.
Being able to get your mind off cricket with someone that you love hanging out with. And I think that's an important thing for all the cricketers, for most people. Get your mind off the things that stress you out. And I hopefully he's been able to find someone like Ross, or has someone that he gets along well with, so that he can have those off the field relationships, so that you stay happy and healthy.
Good nip backer again from Mark Adair this time, in at the thigh pad, knocked away on the onside, no run. Guptill 3 off 17 balls, Will Young 1 off 2.
Targeting Guptill sort of about that pocket on his front leg, especially. There's been a few outside off stump, but really locking him up, tying him down on that, probably between the top of his pad flap and his pocket. Tough area for Martin Guptill to get away.
Oh, driven over the top of mid-off and all the way for 6. That's a wonderful pressure release for Martin Guptill. 3 off 17. Suddenly he's scoring at 50 because he's 9 off 18. But again, just beautifully in the slot and pushed it over long off.
And just how long he holds his head down. It's been a signature of Guptill's hitting. Keeps his head down until the ball's almost halfway down. Not quite that side, but the head stays down. The left shoulder stays in the shot.
And now he leaves the next one. Good comeback from Mark Adair.
Lovely stuff. Went very wide, angling in. Very nice little change of delivery point. Just lovely shape from that Guptill, that 6 that he hit over long off.
If and when the new Future Tours program is approved, it's proposed by the ICC and the majority of its members, there'll be an ICC event every year. It's going to make it, I'm told, it's going to cut down on the number of retirements. I mean, there's...
when do you go?
Exactly.
You hold on for another year.
Well, what about next World Cup?
Yeah, and then you hold on for another one, yeah. Wow, that does make it difficult. That makes sort of retiring after a test match a little bit insignificant.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're holding on for what?
See, Guptill's thinking, well, there's a T20 World Cup in 90 days' time. Be nice to get into... Oh, it's an inside edge! It's an inside edge!
Young and young.
Will Young caught off the inside edge by Lorcan Tucker off the bowling of Craig Young. My goodness. You know what? They've been bowling, both opening bowlers have been bowling little nip-backers. And that one is nipped back enough to find the inside edge. That's actually that's a really good delivery. And, Will Young is on his way. And the 2 early wickets that Ian O'Brien speculated about have materialised. 19 for 2 New Zealand. Need 301.
Yeah, interesting position. New Zealand find themselves in, but on that point of the Irish bowlers, disciplined, banging away. They haven't tried a lot. They've stayed channel, and then they've bowled hip, and then they've gone back to channel, and then they've bowled hip. They've had a little bit of movement. That one there, just a little, it sort of kicked a little bit. It did definitely sort of just ping off the surface as a new ball does. Just had that little bit of nip. And Young on the move, looking to get on top of it, could only get a little inside feather onto it. Simple catch. But the 2 most experienced New Zealand batsmen together now.
So tell us a little bit about Heinrich Milan. I mean, I know that he was born and grew up in South Africa, but he made his name as a coach with Auckland.
Yeah.
He's not at the ground today because I think he's got another day or 2 of isolation, having contracted COVID. Apparently he's well and symptom free. I remember him as a great innovator, really clever tactician, and I can't help thinking that his knowledge of the New Zealand team and the New Zealand players could just play a significant role.
Guptill, Phillips played for Auckland. Ferguson plays for Auckland. Oh, I need my sheet in front of me so I can get all the names off the top of my head. But he'll know all of the New Zealand cricketers as well. Will Young from CD, I think it is, and so he'll have plans for them all. But the good thing is from the island bowlers is that they've just stuck to their plan. No slow balls yet. They've just banged away. The new ball will do something.
That's a little wide outside the off stump to Latham and left alone. Well,
and that's what I think associate crickets do quite do. Associate cricket, I think they do that very well. They hold their plan, they bowl dumb. So they don't do anything, they just keep bowling the same ball. And I think New Zealand, Black Caps got a little bit trying to bowl smart when you actually end up bowling not quite as well. They got a little bit clever, I think, too early.
That's clipped away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Nicely fielded by Dockrell. But I know a number of bowling coaches who always say, look, the white kookaburra doesn't stay new for long. While it is new, and if there's anything at all in the pitch, leave the trick balls alone. More often than not, just hit the top of off. While that seems new, and it's doing a little bit, make it count as much as possible. Here's Craig Young once again up to the crease in the bowls, and outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Latham.
So it's a 60-run partnership for the third wicket for Ireland to get them back on track. I think this is going to have to be close to 120-run partnership between these two in terms of the experience. 190 games and 105 games, I think, for Tom Latham. I think this one has to almost double that partnership to get New Zealand into a position.
Here is Craig Young once again. Oh, that's beautifully whipped off his pads by Latham. That's a delight. That's just, I mean, it's over pitch, sure, and it's swinging into the pads, but lovely put away.
That's that little bit greedy ball that you bowl. Still a left-hander. You've got the ball swinging right to left like an outswinger to a right-hander. He's just tried to swing it back into the left-hander's pads. Got a little greedy, little leg side, touch full, and Latham lovely puts it away. You're saying about the new balls. Yeah, use that seam. Bang it away. Just keep hitting that seam at the top of the innings on a pitch that's just got a little bit of kick for the new balls.
Pushed out towards cover now, and Dockrell fields. There's no run. Target is 301 for New Zealand, and they're 23 for 2. So two extremely experienced proven match-winning players in Tom Latham and Martin Guptill at the crease, so nothing too much to worry about at the moment, and it's a good pitch, good conditions, but I tell you what, Ireland have got their tails up. They won the last series they played in ODI cricket against the West Indies in the Caribbean. They've run India close in a T20, and their tails are up. More from Ian O'Brien, and then it'll be John Norman.
And I'm sure there'll be a little bit of Ireland beating New Zealand in rugby for the very first time, coursing through them in terms of they can do it, beat the unbeatable. We can do something ridiculous too.
Adair, right arm over the wicket, crunched back to the bowler who fields. 23 for 2.
Afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, IOB. Beaten them for the first time in New Zealand.
That was,
They've actually got a pretty good record.
They've got a good
recent
record. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Ireland are second, third, fourth best team in the world at different stages of the last couple of years.
Yeah, they beat them, I think, last year. They beat them in America a couple of years ago as well.
Yep.
So, yes, our Ireland about to beat New Zealand for the first time in 50-over cricket as well. Touch wider from Adair, who's maintaining that good length. Guptill takes a single. Difficult for Guptill. He hasn't played any cricket at all since April. I mean, he's basically flown from one side of the world to the other. He's been, I don't know what he's been up to. He's got a young family. But essentially has not played any cricket.
With a recent record that isn't what you'd want from him. I think, I said it, we were talking off air earlier, he's a 1 in 5 through his career. I think he sort of changes the game 1 in 5, which isn't bad. You kind of want 1 in 4.5 to be seriously world class. Just a little bit behind that, almost 2.5 years between hundreds in white ball cricket, which he is well known for. The one against Netherlands just recently, but out of hitting. And he's a guy that wants to and loves hitting balls and feels like he needs to hit balls.
Adair switch to round the wicket. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Tell you what, that was close as well. McBrien's already given up one opportunity. It was tip and run as Latham played this close to the wicket. Actually, it wasn't at the non-striker's end. It was at the striker's end. backward point running in, but Guptill I think was safe.
Yeah, Guptill is seriously quick, but if you saw him, he called that through Guptill, head straight down and just ran and powered through. Wasn't looking at the fielder. He knew he had to go.
So it means Guptill facing now into the body of the tall opener, who just plays this down to widest fine leg, and another run, 26 for 2.
It's that shot there that causes me concern. Just getting long with his front foot. When Guptill gets long, lands on his heel when he's putting his front foot out, that's when he gets a little bit planted and gets the bat out in front. The head's a long way behind, and that's when he starts having some issues. So that shot there just causes me concern.
Latham this time, comfortably playing the ball to third. This is the thing with Guptill. They're not allowing him, are they, to play his natural game, which is, of course, to play straight, to get under the ball.
That freedom of...
But it's also, you've got to trust the bounce as well, and the pace. I'm not sure this is really the pitch.
That was the undoing of Finn. Just a little bit of bounce in the front shoulder then tries to accommodate it, and you tower the bat up in the sky. Guptill hanging tough, if you like. Staying in there.
Yeah, not the kind of Guptill innings that you associate with him. Short, left alone. And it's a dot ball to end over number 4 for Adair. Or is that going to be called as wide?
He is a slow starter. He does have a history of being a very slow starter and having no problems catching up. But he does not have the weight of runs behind him at the moment. The middle form.
How will he be remembered, Guptill, do you think? I mean, let's assume, and it is an assumption, we've got a T20 World Cup coming up in Australia, conditions which will suit him. Certainly playing on pitches where he could trust the bounce and the pace. Playing shots like that, as he picked out a fielder, no, there's no one stationed inside the rope at long on. It will go to the boundary for 4, but just for a second, possibly Guptill's heart in his mouth. He saw Dockrell, though, inside the circle. Carried through with a shot, but again, no real timing of note.
I think it's 2-3-7 unbeaten against the West Indies. I think that was back in
2015. Something like the World Cup.
I think there's an element that New Zealanders will remember him for that, but they won't remember how often he did change a game. I think a lot of New Zealanders see him as underperforming, and they don't necessarily want him in the team. I don't think they quite have understood his value at the top of the innings, either A, getting through the new ball, and B, also banging that new ball back over the bowler's head.
We're at the 7 over stage. New Zealand 32 for 2, chasing 301. And we'll cross for an update from the Super League at the end of this over. Bowled by Young. Again, third man is the fielder, brought into the equation. Latham moves to 7. Yeah, Guptill's actually been one of my favourite players to watch. I think it's that touch of fallibility. Doesn't have the consistency of a true great, but certainly in white ball cricket we've seen some great innings. That one against West Indies in 2015
it's the innings and games that he has changed that I think that hopefully he'll remember. I certainly will remember him for. Wonderful player.
Beaten by Guptill, who, I tell you what, Jarrod Kimber's joining me, and he's looking quizzically at something. Now, the delivery did beat him. There was some movement away from him, but it didn't move that much. Oh, I tell you, it's the bounce, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kept very, very low.
Yeah, we'd seen a couple in the first innings. We thought we'd see more in the second innings, but that certainly has. I'm not sure it kept low enough for Martin Guptill to stand mid-pitch going, I've never seen a delivery like this.
It's true. It wasn't bowled at 90 miles an hour either. Scampers through for a single. Another shot that stumps, and I'm not sure that Guptill was in. If the ball had hit at the non-strikers end, Dockrell with the opportunity. Oh, this is hair and scare and stuff. Guptill on the red ball run. We'll have to see a replay. He would have been out by a mile. What is going on out there? Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, he was in the frame.
He was in the frame of the World Cup final.
He was a long way away. Metre and a half, maybe? Just over a metre?
Latham facing up the left-handers. Forward, punches this into the covers. No run. So there's been 3 run-out chances, 2 of which, if the fielders had thrown the stumps down, New Zealand batter would have been dismissed.
Yeah, I think they realise that they have to rotate the strike a little bit here just to get some pressure off themselves. And in doing so, they're obviously doing the exact opposite. And eventually, Ireland's going to hit the stumps. You'd think.
You would think. Young in, again, on good length. Straight wicket-to-wicket line. Another shot at the non-striker's end by Dockrell, but that's for show rather than anything else. Latham comfortably home. I mean, this is to be honest with you, since the fall of those 2 wickets in Ireland's innings, they've played this game exactly how they could have dreamt for maybe another 20, but essentially they racked up 300. They knew that they put pressure on an undercooked New Zealand side, take a couple of early wickets, expose a middle order with a debutant. With Guptill at the crease, he's played no cricket for the best part of 4 months. Defensive from Guptill. This is what Ireland needed to do. This is what Ireland are doing. They're actually showing the benefit of having those 2 games against India as well, when New Zealand haven't played much.
Yeah, it's their summer as well, isn't it? So, they're rolling a little bit more. I know there's a couple of test players in the New Zealand lineup who've obviously been out here, but, you're in the middle of Ireland's summer, and they've been playing a lot of cricket. I think they've looked better today. I saw them beat South Africa and the West Indies. I think at times today they looked even better than they have in some of those other wins. They've just looked, look at someone like Andy McBride, who we know is a limited player, but is brilliant at playing that kind of role. He's now played, a lot. Harry Tector is obviously, was a difference maker today. But even you look at some of the smaller innings like Tucker and Camphor, and then now you've got the bowlers, Adair and I know Adair's still quite young, isn't he? He's 25, 26 maybe. But Craig Young, on a pitch like this where there's any variable bounce and there's any help in the assistants, he's just going to come in and bang it in. There's a lot of players who really know their role on this side.
And it is Adair. Right, I'm round at the wicket. This is just outside off stump, but played towards the leg side, square leg. Fielder's got to come around to stop it, so that'd be a couple. Just seeing some replays of some of those run-out opportunities. Really, this is the only aspect of their game, actually, Ireland, which has let them down, because you would have imagined at least one of those opportunities. They were close to the stumps, underarm throws, but just missed out. So we've had 1 ball of the 9th over, 37 for 2, chasing 301 New Zealand. Guptill and Latham at the crease, and it's Latham facing defensive as the ball is angled in wide of the crease from Adair. Played back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, the only other part of the game that failed was their openers, right? And I think if Ireland are at their absolute best, Paul Stirling's probably tearing you up at the start, and then Balbirnie. I think there was a period where Balbirnie was averaging about 50 over a couple of years in one-day cricket and made a lot of run, maybe even 3 years. So that's the only part of the game that hasn't worked for them today. So for them still to get to 300 and then putting pressure on New Zealand up front.
Full again on the pads of Latham. He likes it there. Singh fields on the edge of the circle. And I suppose if New Zealand are to take anything from Ireland's innings, it's to know that actually batting got quite comfortable from about this stage, actually. Although I would also say that New Zealand probably just shade in terms of out and out quality. Lockie Ferguson for New Zealand, obviously, in terms of the raw pace. Ish Sodhi as well to an extent, but I'm not sure that they've selected the right team for this match. Did they really need essentially 3 spinners, or would they have done better with just to play back to Adair from Guptill, or would they have done better to actually play Duffy maybe ahead of Bracewell?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they bowled Phillips at all is a little bit confusing there, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure. They're a weird team to go up against Ireland at the moment, because I think a lot of teams look at them as a T20 team and go, well, we can roll them quite easily. They're much better in one-day cricket.
This seems a much more complete team with Camphor and Singh in it. Again, Guptill is in absolutely no hurry at all. Anything on the body, he's either trying to take a single or he's happy to defend back to the bowler.
I'll tell you something about Guptill as well. He's one of the worst players of left-arm seam in the world. Really struggles against it. It's more a problem he has in T20 cricket when he's going a bit hard, but there is a very good left-arm seam, that plays for Ireland. So that is going to be very interesting if he gets behind the rate and he has to catch up against him.
38 for 2 as Adair is in again. He beats Guptill. This comes into the right-hander, hits him high on the thigh, and bounces through to first slip. Yeah, so this was a situation, 9 overs in, that essentially New Zealand called upon Blair Tickner to bowl. And he started off okay, but in the end was quite expensive. But it was at that point you thought, actually New Zealand could do with another fast bowler here, rather than having Bracewell and Sodhi. You know, they had Ireland in a little bit of a under pressure, essentially, but Tickner and then Sodhi, I think it was at the start, they just allowed Ireland to get back into the game. I just wonder whether if they'd had Duffy to come in, possibly it would have been a little bit of a different story. We shall never know. Young start of the 10th over with New Zealand in need. Well, it just feels like the pressure is on. There's a touch of old school about this 50 over clash. We saw that throughout the innings. There's 2 or 3 different paces that Ireland played in. They threatened that they were going to get into 4th or 5th gear, but then that was when Campher was out, and then Tucker was out as well. Just at the moment they were getting on top of the New Zealand bowlers. We know that Guptill can hit 5th gear. We're not seeing it at the moment. Latham it is. Again, happy to just ride the bounce.
Yeah, I think Ireland play a kind of a more old school method. So they've got the attacking opener who goes hard, but then everyone else sort of knocks it around for a long time. Once they're set, they start to score. They do bat quite deep, which means that they can go, that it can really accelerate at the end. But it is a little bit more of a old-fashioned style of ODI cricket.
Down the leg side, and so close. A one-handed diving attempt by Campher, stationed at fine leg. He came so close to what would have been an incredible grab, but in the end it's Latham who's hit what's been labelled a 4. I don't know if it bounces over the head of the fielder. It did, just inside the rope. New Zealand coming very, very close to losing a 3rd wicket, but truth be told, that was a bit of a poor ball from Young that deserved the treatment.
I was going to say it went over Campher's head because he was short, but he was actually about 5 metres in.
Gets his line right this time, does Young, who possibly came close to picking up a wicket with the worst ball of the match.
He's now putting his arm around people in the crowd. But yeah, I think he obviously either misread it or was just too far in from the rope. Or he just misread it. Because he was in, but had he noticed early on how well it had been struck, it was beautifully timed.
It was actually quite a nice shot from Latham, who took a little bit of a movement towards the offside, plays this into the offside, no run. He'd moved a touch, didn't he, towards the offside, and I think Young saw that, fired it down the leg side, but got it wrong, essentially. Would have been called a wide if he'd left it alone, but it was there to be hit. Latham didn't go for full out and out power. He just essentially tried to clip it over the rope. Campher, stationed at fine leg, just couldn't get close enough to the ball. Last ball of the over, and once again Latham forward, plays beautifully along the ground, and does he beat the fielder? He does at mid-off, but there's not enough pace on it to defeat Little. He throws the ball back, and it's another couple of runs to the score. So, end of over number 10. The target 301, New Zealand 45 for 2, but we did bring you live commentary of day 1 of Super League's Magic Weekend yesterday. Watching today at St James's Park, talkSPORT 2's Craig Murdoch. Well,
Craig's gone.
He was there.
It's an exciting game, so is it an exciting game? I can't remember what the score was.
Don't they have about 3 different matches? 3 matches in one day.
It's like finals day.
Finals day, oh yeah, don't talk
You
about
heading
that.
to finals day?
Well, if Surrey had gone, they might have.
How is I cannot believe Surrey, they are by far the best T20 team in the country, and they still managed to not make finals day.
Well, you know, if they'd actually been able to play Jason Roy, Sam Curran, Reece Topley and Chris Jordan,
Their
who's there,
backups are good enough.
We had Tom Curran batting at 3.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
And he top scored.
I kind of like the idea of him batting at 3, by the way.
He played absolutely fine, but you cannot tell me if we'd had those 4. I mean, Yorkshire could point to the fact that Harry Brook and Joe Cole,
aren't you an independent broadcaster?
Nope. That was the cricket, the talkSPORT cricket derby. Gareth Batty against Darren Gough.
Yeah.
I haven't messaged Goughy since. I messaged Bats 2 days after. I said,
how'd he take it?
Pretty badly, actually. He said he doesn't know he'll ever be able to get over it. I said, well, you're just going to have to win next year. He said, yeah, all right.
Such a good team.
It was a brilliant team. Down the leg side, Latham clips this away. Another run to the score. It's a brilliant team.
So when I was with Melbourne Stars, we used to have to factor in the fact that like 4 of our best players would disappear mid-season. And so I basically brought in this thing of, why don't we just assume we're going to lose all 4 games and plan, for that. And they were looking at me like I was crazy, and I was like if we win one, I'm saying that's great, but you're picking a guy who's never batted before to bat number 4 just because he's in the squad.
Yeah, that's fine if these are group stage games.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
It's ridiculous.
I understand that you're in no way upset by what happened to Surrey.
I am absolutely incandescent with rage. Should never have been allowed to happen. Beaten past the outside edge. Good looking drive, but no connection between bat and ball. Guptill 16 from 30, 46 for 2 New Zealand, chasing 301.
That's
talkSPORT 2.
That's the length to Guptill from the left-handers, because it brings in 2 things. If you can straighten the ball at all, you can get him bowled a lot, and he occasionally LBW, but he gets bowled by the left-armers. But he quite often just nicks at that ball. He doesn't like the angle of it going away from him. Long been a problem with his batting.
And I imagine it always will be. As this is, well, it's not called a wide, and no real problem from the batter, but that was pushing things, I imagine. 46 for 2.
Yeah, I think again that's a sort of length. The sort of width that you probably wouldn't bowl to most right-hand batters as a left-arm quick. But I think Little can get away with that here. He's just beaten him outside off stump, and he wants him to try and drive again. He's got the slips in place. So it probably looks like a bad ball that Guptill should have gone at, but it's probably a good decision that he hadn't played a big shot at that one.
He doesn't seem to be perturbed in any way. Straighter this time. Length dragged back just a touch. And Guptill takes the single, 47 for 2. What will be interesting is when we haven't seen any spin yet. And it was quite expensive. Both Sodhi and Phillips picked up a wicket, actually.
I thought Phillips bowled almost the best of the 3 of them, if we're being honest.
Well, it's one of the reasons he's moving back to Otago, moving to Otago, is so he can develop his bowling a little bit more.
I didn't think he was that bad a wicket. He was I've never seen a wicketkeeper practice as hard before a game as he would. Incredible to think he's no longer a keeper.
Little is in. Left arm over the wicket. Strikes the pad of the left-handed Tom Latham. Stifled appeal, but the ball clearly going down the leg side. Leg by called. 47 for 2.
He did something I have never seen another wicketkeeper do in practice. And it's something that should be in the game. This is around 2018, so hopefully others have done it. He practiced every single possible outcome. So he practiced the ball coming through at his waist high and then having to throw it through. He practiced slower balls and having to throw them back at the stumps. He practiced skies going over his head when he's facing the wrong direction.
That's proper visualisation, isn't it? Little. Again, good length ball. Cut to backward point, no run. This is accurate probing bowling from Ireland. 11 overs they've bowled. New Zealand 48 for 2.
Dropping the glove, getting ready to throw. Like all the micro things that you have to do if you're a white ball wicketkeeper.
Where was this? Where were you watching this?
This was when he was keeping for the Jamaica Tallawallahs in 2018. And, So
you would have got to the ground early. You would be in the grounds watching.
Set up all my stuff. I had nothing to do, so of course I'm sitting there watching him work out. But I was comparing him to our wicketkeeper, Spiceman, Andre Fletcher, who didn't quite go through the same level of meticulous. Beautiful hit over a cricket ball is Fletch, but not quite the same as far as the attention to detail.
Why is he called Spiceman?
He's from, Matt Ness will be able to tell you, what island is Andre Fletcher from? Is it it's Grenada, isn't it? Yeah, which is the Spice Island. You've been to Grenada, haven't you? No, you missed Grenada.
No, I didn't go to Grenada. I was out of there by the time the limited overs series.
Such a good island. I don't remember the spices on the food being that much Although there was some spices in the cocktails.
First ball of Kampfer's opening spell, and Tom Latham has seized upon a short and wide delivery. And you know what? You can't bowl there to pretty much anyone. Crashed away for 4, 52 for 2.
Yeah, Kampfer's... I don't know. Do you think he's more of a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder?
I think a batting all-rounder.
So I compared him to Peter Boren before, where it's almost a proper... You're not quite sure what his strength is, but he tries so hard with both, he can make both work.
In again this time, and forward in defence is Latham.
I mean, he's bowling 130 Ks. I've seen him bowl a little bit quicker than this, maybe not massively quicker, but he can get up when he needs to. So he's almost... When I first saw him, I thought he was going to be a bowling all-rounder, but I wonder if he is maybe more leaning towards that batter. But at his pace and his height, he can't afford to give any sort of width or length.
He appears to me to be the kind of cricketer who just wants to be involved all the time, and that's why he's also a bowler. Again, straighter and defended by Latham. 23 going a runner ball.
He's Ireland's Glenn Phillips, is that what you say?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, he's not as he doesn't appear to be as blessed with the natural gifts that maybe Glenn Phillips has. Certainly not in terms of batting.
No. I think Glenn Phillips is more talented, but I think both of them just want to be involved in every single ball when they're out on the field. Yeah, I'll feel a silly point. Yeah, I'll go to third man. Yeah. Can I bowl this over?
Kampfer is in again. This is wide. He bowls the ball wide of the crease, and the ball goes wider still. Fired down the leg side. Tucker hasn't got a chance of closing that one down. Despairing dive and away for buys. 57 for 2, New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, at his pace, you shouldn't be missing.
Actually, that was
line.
Wides, wasn't it?
Oh, it was
That'd
wides.
be wides, not buys. Sorry. So 5 wides.
He's missed his line there by 2 feet. I think I'm being friendly. At his pace, you really shouldn't be missing it by that much.
No. Fuller, and he's given leg before. Latham's been struck on the pads, and I just wonder whether Latham is going to review that. It certainly took me by surprise. Latham's having a quick word with Guptill, who's turned his back on his strike partner, but they are going to review, yeah. Latham thinks the ball's going down the leg side. Ian O'Brien at the back of the box thinks the ball's going down the leg side.
Well, you're throwing him under the bus.
Umpire 2 director, we have a player review for LBW.
I was surprised that the figure went up.
Well, you called it more as a leg by, didn't you?
Front on, please.
It was swinging a long way. It did. I think it might have hit him on the full, which helps.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen the replay yet. I think it did hit him on the full, but Kampfer does bowl so wide of the crease.
I think it has to be going down leg because it was just swinging so much. But we'll have a better look. It goes so early as well.
Okay,
God,
looks to be no bat involved.
In front of middle.
Confirm with Ultra Edge, please.
Well, it won't be. I don't think Ultra Edge is going to come.
Thank you. Keep
to
going.
Anybody's
we have a
aid
gap
here.
Between bat and ball. There's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking, please?
Might just be middle and legs. Interesting. I think it should be missing based on the angle and the swing, but
he's hit in front of middle. But the angle.
Which is on the highest call. Can I have Aline on the screen, please?
Oh, that's a millimetre. That is hit the bottom of leg stump by an absolute millimetre. Oh, they've got away with one there. I don't think many umpires have given that out on the field either.
No, but Alin Dar has given it out on the field, and Tom Latham has got to walk off. LBW Kampfer, 23 from 25. And that is a huge blow. Ireland removing the New Zealand captain, and there's still some distance away from that target.
Yeah, look, he's bowled everything this over. He's bowled short outside of stump. He's bowled at one of the worst deliveries you'll see at international level down the leg side. And then he's just gone, do you know what? Maybe I'll just flick the switch. Is Wackar Eunice mode available to me? Can I bowl the big hooping in-swinger? And he's got away with one as far as the LBW goes there. It didn't look out live. It's just flicking the outside of leg stump. But it was fast, it was full, and it swung. And that's, pretty good.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. The Terrier's done it. And it means that Henry Nicholls comes to the crease with New Zealand in need of a little bit of experience and in need of two players to stick around. I'm not sure they can afford another wicket in the next 5 to 10 overs or so. Ireland have got this game by the scruff of its neck, and it's thanks to a wicket from Camphor in his first over. He's pinned Tom Latham in front of the stumps, slightly fortunate to get the on-field decision, and it's umpire's call that has assisted in seeing Latham on his way for 23. So Camphor, who weighed in with a more than useful little cameo, 43 from 46, has removed the Kiwi skipper, and Henry Nicholls is off and running straight away. Beautifully played, square of the wicket, and that's a boundary to get him motoring. So Guptill 17 from 33, not looking anywhere near his best. Nicholls new to the crease. You've got to say, Jared Kimber, that Ireland, I would imagine, are favourites to win this game at this stage.
Yeah, I didn't think Nicholls played particularly well in the test matches. I didn't think he was in great form. I'm a big fan of him, but he struggles more against the off-spin more than anything else. He struggles against spin of recent times, but certainly off-spin, and there's two in Ireland's team.
Down the leg side, and that should be called a wide, unless there was a little flick off the pads. No, wide it is.
Curtis Camphor's got his bowling on iPod shuffle mode. He has absolutely no idea where the next ball's going to come. It's like the worst Jackson Pollock painting I've ever seen.
Effective though.
It's working for him. He's bowled a hell of a spell in this over.
He's only bowled 5 legal deliveries plus a couple of additional ones. Okay, last ball of the spell / over. And it's the first normal delivery of the over, which is played by Nicholls, who crunches a cover drive, 2 extra cover, no run. Right, 62 for 3 it is then here on talkSPORT 2. Ireland chasing, or rather New Zealand chasing 301 after Ireland posted 300 for 9 from their 50 overs. And after a word from Jared Kimber, it will be the returning Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, Kath not happy that I mentioned iPod rather than iPhone, but I'm pretty sure that the iPod invented the shuffle. I'd have to do some deeper work. I've just been having a look at Martin Guptill's figures as well. I think Manners is coming on. Martin Guptill averages 25 against left-arm seamers in one-day internationals. It's certainly not a form of bowling that he prefers to face, and he struggles. I think he might be, of all the high-usage T20 players in the world, as a left-arm bowler comes into him.
Chopped away behind square on the offside down towards the back point boundary, and Martin Guptill picks up 4 runs. He's not bothered at all about his scoring rate, and 3 wickets have fallen inside the first 12 overs. I think he needs to bat time now. Keep going, Jared.
Yeah, just on that shot there. I mean, that was fine, but it was very catchable, I think, through the offside. Of all the high usage T20 players in the world that have faced a lot of balls, he has by far the worst strike rate and average against left-arm seamers. It's just not something that he prefers to face, and he's been like that his entire career.
Josh Little is that left-arm seamer, and he's driven over the top of extra cover to the boundary for 4. Well, I tell you what, I didn't have any problem with that. But
Josh Little's like, are you sure, Jared? Can you check the machine again?
It's angled across him, slanting across him, and Martin Guptill, undeterred, played a glorious lofted cover drive. Bit of width on that as well. He had to reach for it, but goodness me, he kept his shape. Delightful shot. 4 runs. New Zealand's target is 301, the first of this 3-match World Cup Super League series. 30 points up for grabs, 10 points for a win. The series win itself doesn't bring you any points, just 10 points per game. New Zealand have a 100% record, albeit... Oh, he's short! He's pulled it! He's top-edged it! Over the keeper's head! Can the keeper get there? Lorcan Tucker turns and chases. Not only can't he get there, but he can't prevent the 4 as well. Lorcan Tucker has crossed the ropes, and that was... well, it was a 100% false shot, top-edge pull over the keeper's head, and a 3rd consecutive boundary.
Yeah, he was lining up well against the cover drives. I think he missed one in the previous over, and obviously had that slash cut shot as well. And I think he was just taken a little bit by surprise, perhaps, by the shorter ball there. And Luckily enough, he got enough on it to get it over the keeper's head and out for 4. But living slightly dangerously, he's hit almost everything in this over in the air, hasn't he, Manu?
Yeah, all 3, very much so. Very much so. No slip-in. Slightly surprised by that. It's dropped down into the offside now, and they think about a single, but Captain Andy Balbirnie makes sure that it's a dot ball. Wouldn't you, given his record against left-arm seamers, and given that, another wicket now could really put the wobbles on, the target's 301, would you not have a little floating slip-in there?
It's interesting because he also slows down against left-arm seamers, and maybe that's something that frustrates him a little bit. So I wonder if the ring field might do that. But you're right, they had to slip in for him, of course, and they've moved away from it. I suppose after you smashed 3 fours in a row, maybe bringing slip back in is a little optimistic.
Brave. I like Brave. Turned away behind square on the leg side, out towards deep backward square, and they're through for another single. If England adopt Brendan McCullum's new approach to fearless cricket, I'm sure they'd have a slip-in, especially if the Stato analysis man tells them that Guptill's weak against left-arm seam.
I tell you what should happen then is if England are going to copy Brendan McCullum, surely New Zealand should copy Alistair Cook. We need a bit of like for like, don't we?
Well, okay. Have just
He's got a very good List A record, Alistair Cook, I'll have you know.
Yes, I know.
Katz has already got the Essex numbers out.
I know he does. And he's got a T20 Our producer Scott Taylor tells me secretly in our ear. Tucked away off his hip now for a single.
T20. It must have just been cut shots, tucks off the hips of ball shots, right? The bowlers kept coming in slipping and bowling short to him.
There would have been a few pull shots in there, a few cover drives and lots of tucks.
How many cover drives? It can't be
Couple?
many.
I don't know. Scott will tell us who the T20 was against. I'm sure he's...
So he's got as many T20s as Shahid Afridi. Who Scott will know made one for Hampshire. Scott was probably working for Hampshire actually back then. And I was there, and it was one of the funniest innings I've ever seen because he was on in years at that point, Shahid Afridi, and anyone over 80 miles an hour, he would drop the ball at his feet and sprint to the other end. And then anyone who was, medium pace or a spinner, he just got his front leg out of the way and slogging. It was brilliant. I'm sure Cookie had a little bit different.
Oh, short and wide and slap cut. Super shot, actually, from Henry Nichols, but Andy McBride dives to his right, cuts it off.
Were you out with us the night that we watched the Super Bowl with Alistair Cook?
Yes. Yes, I was. I saw a side of Sir Alistair Cook, that I never thought existed, let alone that I would ever see.
He was so
relaxed.
Yeah, he was very relaxed.
Driven now once again as Curtis Camphor carries on with his second over.
He was asking me all the technical questions about, and I'm not an expert. I know a little bit. He was like, "Why are they doing this, Jared? Tell me about this." There's like 200 Americans in the room. Can you not ask one of them? The sober one?
Scott tells me that Sir Alistair Cook, when he was just Alistair Cook, or Chef, made an unbeaten 100 against Surrey in 2009. Here's Curtis Camphor once again. It's misdirected down the leg side. Flick and a miss from Martin Guptill, whose scoring rate is now, after 14 off the last over, is now a respectable 30 off 38 balls. And New Zealand needing 301 for victory are now 81 for 3. 2 early wickets, and now a couple of overs ago the wicket of Tom Latham, who was LBW, and drive and a miss from Martin Guptill as Curtis Camphor goes a little wide of the crease now and angles that one in, goes between bat and pad. So do you think Tom Latham was unfortunate with the LBW?
I don't think that many umpires with the right arm bowler bowling around the wicket swinging it that far are going to give that out. It's not a horrendous decision.
Here is Camphor once again, and it's clipped up towards mid-on and fielded by Craig Young. No run.
Would you have given it out?
No, I thought it was. I thought it was missing.
Kath, did you see it live? Would you have given it out? The LBW? Okay, so there's 5 of us. 1 of us thought it was out. I think it's about a 20% of the time that you would give that out. So if that's the case and it's hit the last millimetre of leg stump, that's probably unlucky, I suppose, if we're doing it scientifically.
Yeah, unlucky but not wrong. According to Snicko. That's driven, not timed at all, completely mistimed actually by Martin Guptill.
But I think with those sorts of things, it's quite often when there's a close catch or a close run out, and like I like to put up a Twitter poll, and you do get, 30% or 15% of people who go against the grain, and you do. That's why we get those decisions. You only need one of them to be in the booth. On the field in this case.
Here is Camphor once more, and that one is pushed down the ground. And half diving stop. Able to go through for the single once again. The half diving stop from Craig Young. 79 for 3. New Zealand needing 301. Does WinViz or LoseViz or whatever it's called, does that work is that working today? That score, the win predictor, what's it called?
Yeah, WinViz.
WinViz, is that what it's called? Is that...
it's like you were doing a bit then.
14 overs gone, 79 for 3. Martin Guptill 31 not out. Henry Nicholls 6. Just a reminder that Ireland posted 300 for 9 on the back of a very, very fine century. Maiden ODI century for Harry Tector, who made 113 from 117 balls. A couple of 30s as well from Andy McBride, promoted up the order to number 3. And Simi Singh, 30 not out from only 19 balls. Do you... Where does one find WinViz?
It's on the CricViz app.
And you're going to have a quick look for us. Just have a guess at this stage. 14 overs, New Zealand 79 for 3. What do you reckon?
I can't get it.
It feels like 50-50 to me. Obviously it's going to be 48.4 or something.
If you're getting the tie.
Right. Now we are going to get some spin. Simi Singh into the attack for his first over of off spin, the 35-year-old. And he's wearing light blue boots, just to make him a little different. Lockie Ferguson wore black boots, so his 10 teammates all had white boots on. Simi Singh has light blue boots. First delivery pushed out in the offside for a single.
I'm a fan of the black boots.
I was, actually. I just think maybe a few more guys, sort of might have worn them. He wears them all the time. He's got obviously a different sponsor, Lockie Ferguson. 80 for 3 now. Still feels very, very close. Too close to call. There's some inexperience batting to come for the Black Caps, and Ireland have got their tails up. They're playing at home. They know the conditions. Everybody talks about the unique features of Malahide, the village ground, and that one is clipped away by Nicholls for another easy single down to long on. George Dockrell fields. Dockrell does still bowl in 50-over cricket, doesn't he? He doesn't bowl in 20-over cricket at all these days. But
it's rare, yeah. If something's going horribly wrong, I suppose he'll still bowl a couple. But yeah, he can still bowl. I think he got through some overs recently.
Here is Simi Singh once more, and beautiful timing from Guptill on this occasion, just pushing it down to long off, where Josh Little does the fielding. So, the current scoring rate just over 5.5, required 6.2. So they're behind. They've had the power play. They've lost 3 wickets. I don't know whether WinViz might just have Ireland as slight favourites at this stage, actually. There's a quicker one, round arm delivery from Simi Singh, wide of the crease, and then arm a bit lower than the normal trajectory, and it slings it in from a wider angle, and it's played defensively by Nicholls. Singh in once more, and again Nicholls plays it defensively, pushing it straight back to the bowler. 82 for 3.
His last list day game, George Dockrell, he took a 5-wicket haul, in fact.
So he does still.
But that was
bowl.
list day. It wasn't for Ireland.
Played defensively again by Henry Nicholls. So they're just having a quiet look at Simi Singh. 3 singles off his first over. 82 for 3. Target is 301. We're having a little drinks break. I don't know whether it's a formal one or an informal one, but it's going to be a glove change as well for Martin Guptill, I assume, who's 33 from 44 deliveries.
He hasn't bowled his 10 over quotient since 2019, but he bowled in the games that we called in the West Indies. He bowled 3 overs in each innings. Manas.
All right, we just had an interesting message on Twitter, and while we have the drinks break, let's pop back for another update on Super League's Magic Weekend. Watching today's action for us at St James's Park is talkSPORT's Craig Murdoch.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's half-time in Game 2. It's Catalan 6, Warrington 24. Come to that one in a minute. But the first game finished and it was 30 points to 18 in Huddersfield's favour. 5 converted tries from them. Toby King, Carl Trout, McQueen, McGilvery with a brace. Too much for Salford in that first game. As I said, 30 points to 18. The second one, Catalans, the favourites, have been put to the sword a little bit by Warrington, who found a bit of form finally in this Super League season. Gareth Widdop will cross early in the 3rd minute. He got himself injured in the act of scoring. Looked like he dislocated a shoulder, and he has left the field, as I said, on 3 minutes. Warrington were 4-0 up. Sammy Somalongi got Catalan back in it, and Tompkins put them in front after 9 minutes. 6-4 they led, but that's as good as it got for them in that first half. Jake Wardle with a try on 13 minutes. Ratchford converted, and he added a penalty for a 16-6 lead. Then tries from Matty Nicholson and from Ratchford sees Warrington at the break 24 points to 6 in front against Catalan.
Thank you very much indeed, Craig Murdoch. Remember, you can get in touch with us on Twitter at cricket_TS. Jared, just before you go, Scott Taylor tells me that Lockie Ferguson was on a podcast recently and said that because of the specs he requires for his bowling boots, the manufacturer only produces black boots. Hence, that's why he wears black boots instead of white ones, as white boots aren't available for what he needs in a bowling shoe. Now, I'd like to know, just before you go, how convinced you are of that.
I think they look really good. I mean, what?
I think they look great.
They can't make them not white.
Well, that's what he said on
black.
the podcast. Really?
What material is he using?
Kryptonite.
Tar? Are they made from tar? I mean,
that's bizarre.
All I could say is it wasn't on my podcast. I don't trust it.
Drinks break coming to an end. Did you find out who was winning, by the way, on CricViz, the win predictor? No. I'm going 50-50 at this stage, but Kath Dalton, former Ireland international herself, may be slightly more inclined towards the home side, Kath.
Only slightly more biased. Apologies there, my mic wasn't on. Only slightly more biased to the Ireland side. I think they've got themselves into a good position. Another wicket here or two could certainly keep that win viz in Ireland's direction.
Seriously, does it feel 50-50-ish? Or do you think Ireland have got their noses ahead?
Oh, I think it feels 50-50. With Guptill still in, we know how destructive he can be when he gets going.
Exactly right. Well, he's a bit hit and miss at the moment. There's almost a miss, but it just hits the inside edge of the bat as he drives the next delivery from Curtis Camphor inadvertently out towards square leg. But he was looking to hit that one, I think, straight or maybe to mid-off, but he's got a fortuitous single. So, yeah, Guptill is... he's carrying as much rust as your average prawn trawler, I reckon. He's looks like he's been at sea for a while, since the beginning of the innings, really. And he's had good moments. Oh, there's a peel! He's got him! He's caught behind! Henry Nicholls has got the tiniest little feather on that one. Now there's no question that Ireland are favourites. There's a long way to go. Martin Guptill's still there, but Henry Nicholls has gone. A little outside edge, a second wicket for Curtis Camphor. And the Black Caps are 83 for 4 with a serious wobble on.
Absolutely, and well bowled Curtis Camphor. He hasn't bowled every ball in the right place so far, but when he has, he's allowed the ball to do the talking. And it has, and that is a crucial wicket for the Ireland side, and one that New Zealand would be massively disappointed with.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be really interesting to see Guptill's approach here. let's not get too carried away. Glenn Phillips is coming to the crease, and he is a magnificent cricketer. He's on debut. That's what Ireland have to cling to. They'll have to hope that, despite all the cricket that he's played, and he has played over 170 T20 games domestically, and he may well cruise to victory with an unbeaten 80. But I'm just thinking, if Guptill thinks, whoa, I better not get out now, and then goes too defensive, requirement, that's not so much of a worry, is it? It's under 6.5 and over. But what I'm trying to say is Guptill can't leave it all for the batsman at the other end.
Absolutely not, and that does put pressure on you as a batter. And especially if you're the batter they expect to possibly carry this innings now. It's a bit more pressure on Guptill. Wonderful wicket for Ireland, though.
Right, Glenn Phillips on strike, first delivery. Bit of bounce there for Curtis Camphor, but it's nicely ridden by Glenn Phillips, who guides it away down to third man for a single. Glenn Phillips is only 25 years old. He's played, actually, 176 domestic T20 games and 35 T20 internationals, and has a strike rate of 140 in both. Almost exactly 140 in both internationals and domestic. But this is his ODI debut. And a drive here off inside edge once again from Martin Guptill. It seems to me to be struggling with the nip backers, and Ireland have got three seamers who bowl very good nip backers. Curtis Camphor also can swing it away, but at the moment they seem to be onto something here, just angling that ball back into the pads.
Yeah, they're trying to attack his pads. There is a gap between bat and pad at the moment. They're trying to exploit that, Ireland, and they're doing it really well.
They certainly are. It's Guptill now. Well, he to push that one through mid-on, and it's just straightened him up a little bit, and he's ended up becoming chest-on, pushed it to mid-off, is able to take a single, but you have to admire Guptill for hanging in there. Some days, the ball's just not hitting the middle of the bat, and it's really important, isn't it, just to dig through and carry on.
Especially because they've lost so many wickets now, New Zealand, early on. Sometimes you have those scrappy innings, but you find your form.
Camphor in. Oh, that's a good leave. Glenn Phillips was left that one alone. I don't reckon it was more than 3 or 4 inches outside the off stump, but it's a good leave because it didn't hit anything on its way through to the keeper.
Now, Curtis Camphor's making something happen, and we saw with the New Zealand bowling innings that they brought spin on quite early, whereas Ireland are obviously bowling Camphor after their 2 opening bowlers bowled their spell, and he's done his job. He's got a couple of wickets, although he's gone for a few runs. The way Ireland win this game is by taking wickets. They're not going to win this game defending that score in 50 overs. I think they're going to have to bowl them out.
16 overs gone, and New Zealand are 87 for 4. Only played 6 of their scheduled 24 World Cup Super League games. They've won all 6. They've got 60 points in the bag, which actually leaves them extremely well placed. Even if they do have a hiccup against Ireland, shouldn't affect their ability to, on their likelihood of qualifying automatically for next year's 50 over World Cup. Now, Josh Little back into the attack. First delivery is a little short outside the off stump and eased away by Guptill for another single through the offside.
And if you're Ireland now, you need to put pressure on. Now, I'd like to see a couple of slips in place, really attack these two, and if they get them 5 down for under 100, I feel like it's game to Ireland. But they have to put that pressure on. And as you said earlier, Manners, it's about bravery. Are you brave enough to go and take those wickets?
I emphatically concur. You know what? It can only be for one ball. If you put a couple of slips in, you're sending a message to the batter. He's got to be careful. Glenn Phillips has just come to the crease. Oh, there is a slip now. Well done, Ireland. Josh Little in again, pushes it defensively away. Glenn Phillips just drops it down on the pitch, actually. So Paul Stirling in at slip. That's good to see.
They must have heard us.
It's the obvious thing to do, isn't it? I mean, you have to make something. As an underdog, there's often, mostly, little to be gained from standing toe-to-toe with the overwhelming favourite and just trading blows, because you are likely to come second. Do something a bit different. Reverse the pressure. I mean, New Zealand are under pressure. They're 88 for 4. Josh Little in once again. And a slap drive from Phillips, and he now doesn't time the ball. All this mistiming going on. I'm just wondering if the pitch is sort of becoming a bit tired.
Yeah, maybe a bit lower. We saw a couple keep low. Guptill surprised look on his face when he left one or played a missed at one, and it kept very low outside his off stump. So maybe it's just keeping a little bit lower.
Gripping a bit?
Yeah.
Drying out? I don't know.
It is nipping off the seam for these island bowlers. They're still getting a little bit of movement laterally as well.
Little in again. Short, pulled away, very quick hands, very characteristic of Glenn Phillips' strength. Extremely strong physically, but also exceptionally quick hands. Gosh, he was onto that one quickly. Pulled away for 4.
That was a wonderful shot. Really great shot. Onto it fast, as you said, Manners, and just threw his hands through it. No one at deep backward square, so that was a safe shot to hit and one bounce into the advertising boards for 4. Really lovely shot. Josh Little's just got to keep hitting his length. He's got to slip in place. He's got to use them.
Oh, apologies from Glenn Phillips there. He pulled away as Josh Little was maybe 3 yards away from his delivery stride, and he's just pulled away and apologised to the bowler and to everyone else. He was just distracted and maybe he wasn't ready. If there was movement behind the bowler's arm. Actually, the discipline in that sense has been exceptional at the village cricket ground in Malahide. Josh Little once again up to the crease, now bowls, and Phillips opens face of the bat, steers it away down towards third as a sliding tackle down there in the deep, and they go through for another easy single.
And Josh Little just has to keep hitting that area just outside off stump. He's got to slip in play. The ball is still moving off the seam. He's got to keep being aggressive. I don't mind that, although that went for a couple of runs out to the boundary. At least he's bowling that length that is enticing a drive and makes it a bit more difficult.
Craig Young down at third on the third boundary. Here's Josh Little again, and this time it's punched off the back foot. Again, a easy looking shot from Glenn Phillips. They ran the first hard and enabled them to come back for a second, as Craig Young down on the third boundary does the tidying up. Well, Phillips has made a bright start, 9 off 7 balls, Guptill 38 off 48, still stuttering, and every now and then his innings threatens to burst into life, and then he mistimes another half dozen deliveries. Comparative scores: New Zealand 96 for 4 after 17 overs, Ireland was 74 for 2, so some disparity of 22 runs, but 2 wickets.
Yeah, 2 wickets are key as well, I think, if Ireland are going to be in a chance for winning this game. But Glenn Phillips on debut just looks like he's settled a little bit now. He looked a bit nervous first couple of deliveries, but with a couple of boundaries and a few twos off that over, he's settled in.
Curtis Camphor continues down the leg side. That's flicked something, I think, the pad on its way through. Lorcan Tucker. Well, I think Lorcan Tucker just yelled. It wasn't an appeal. I think it was just a yell.
He might not have been yelling for an appeal. He was yelling for a drink.
It was just, he just sort of yelled, I think, really. You know, that Ireland are, they're on edge, but a good on edge. They're anticipating something special, something good special, not something bad special. Oh, that's a glorious shot. What a shot from Martin Guptill. The second time he's eased one over long off for 6, and that's really all it is with him. Alim Dar's not sure if it bounced just before the boundary, right? Seemed to me to go all the way.
That was just stand and deliver, just effortless. Threw his hands through the line of the ball. It was just a length delivery, and he's just thrown his hands through it. What a lovely looking shot that was.
Camphor in, bowls the same ball, same shot, drops at mid-off. He's bowled the same delivery. Guptill's drawn into the same shot, and Simi Singh couldn't hang on. He's halfway back at mid-off. He had to run to his left. He did have to dive. I don't think he could have got there in an upright position. but he just couldn't hang on, and what a wicket that would have been.
Oh, you just want him to hold on to that. It's a diving effort, great effort.
Goodness me, they went through for 2 runs as well, so Guptill was dropped on 44, and he's now tucked the next delivery away through the leg side for another couple and moves on to 46. Well, with Guptill gone for 44 and New Zealand 102 for 5, that is a long, long way back. I'm still thinking it's quite a long way back, actually.
It is a long way back, but how many chances can Ireland keep giving Guptill? He's had quite a lot of half chances. There's been a nick over the keeper that hasn't quite carried. That one there too, so...
Camphor in once again, perfect delivery, hitting the top of off, but it's intercepted by the bat, which is clipped up towards Paul Stirling at mid-on, and there's no run.
And if you keep giving a world-class player like Martin Guptill chance after chance, then he's going to go big, isn't he, eventually? And you have to take those chances. Those chances are what win you games of cricket, especially if you're the underdog side against the best ODI team in the world currently. You have to take those half chances. We saw 2 run-out misses as well earlier on.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I've forgotten about those. Here's Camphor to complete his over. It's a good delivery and brings the best of Martin Guptill's defensive game into play, and he pushes it out on the offside. He's 46 not out from 54 balls. Glenn Phillips is 9 off 7. And New Zealand are 104 for 4.
And it's an evenly poised game at the moment. You just feel it could go either way, with Martin Guptill still not out there at the top of the order with 46. If he goes on and finds his form, he's had a bit of a funny innings. Some deliveries he's really got hold of, and others he's really struggled. So it's been a bit of a mix for him. But if he can keep going, he could take the game away from this Ireland side. I feel like he's such a crucial wicket at this stage.
Do you know, I know it's been very, very slow to sink in, but my attention has been taken by the New Zealand top order rather than looking at 8, 9, 10, 11. That's outside. Josh Little round the wicket to Martin Guptill, tries to steer it down. Glenn Phillips tries to steer it down to third, but makes no contact. Matt Henry's coming in at 8, which is one place too high.
Yeah, I agree.
Ish Sodhi 9.
Yeah, it looks like a long tail by New Zealand batting. So this is why this partnership's so crucial. If Ireland break this partnership, I feel that they were in with a big chance of winning this game.
Michael Bracewell is in next at 7, and he's a batting all-rounder. Swing and a miss here from Glenn Phillips. He's really thrown himself into the cut shot there. It was like it was a front foot cut shot. He swung so hard he missed it.
Yeah, and Guptill was just having a little chat to him after that shot. But Josh Little coming round the wicket, I like the change of angle. Sometimes a change of angle as a batter is a bit of a nightmare. And he's just playing a missing there. He's throwing his hands very hard through the ball, but he's just not getting the connection that he wants.
I mean, he is known for the speed of his hands. I mean, he the whip shots and played very, very strong wrists. That one is steered up behind square on the offside. They go through for another single as Harry Tector does the tidying up. He's I can't remember what the numbers are. I'm not even sure I know what a bench press is, but I do know that Glenn Phillips is known for his enormous upper body strength. He can bench press something like twice his body weight, or is it 3 times his body weight? Something like that.
Goodness me, don't need that to pick up the shopping, do you?
Josh Little again around the wicket, short, pulled away. There you go. Those quick hands once again. He's so quick to seize on a scoring opportunity, Glenn Phillips, and it just sort of rapier-like. Bats with a heavy bat as well, so you need those super strong wrists and forearms. Farmer's forearms.
Yeah, I couldn't pick his bat up looking at the size of it.
It's huge, isn't it?
But I also think from an Ireland perspective, if you're Josh Little at the moment, you know someone's got such quick hands through the ball, just chuck in a slower ball. Deceive him with that. If he's throwing his hands like that through the ball.
And now punches one out towards cover. It's a crowd catch. You might have heard a few people at the wrong angle cheering there because it was punched hard into the ground and so quickly by Martin Guptill that it bounced up to backward point.
At this stage, does Guptill keep going? Does he just keep looking to be aggressive, or does he play a bit more of an anchor role? Is he going to be the Harry Tector of this innings?
That's exactly what I was wondering.
Drop anchor a little bit.
Seems to me that he's caught in two minds. He hasn't really sort of adopted a really. Oh, that's driven by Martin Guptill. Now he's certainly not going to turn away that scoring opportunity, and he's driven it in the air wide of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4, and it brings him his 50 from 56 deliveries. Bear in mind that he had 3 off his first 17 balls, and then his first dozen runs came from 25 balls, so he's now got 50 off 56.
Yeah, he's caught up pretty well there actually, and that was a wonderful shot to come to his 50 over cover. Really lovely shot. He's throwing his hands through it. When it's the wrong line, the wrong length, he has punished the Ireland bowlers, but when Ireland have got it right, he has struggled. So it's been a bit of a funny innings, a bit of a mixtured innings from Martin Guptill.
All right, well, 105 for 4. We've had 19 overs. New Zealand need 301. It is very, very much game on. To describe the next few overs, here's Jared Kimber.
Though pushes it into cover point. There's no run. 109 for 4. Guptill on 50 off 56. Phillips is 10 off 12. So, Kath, no way Ireland can lose from here, is there?
I'm not speaking too soon.
In the bag.
Yeah, I am the optimist, as Manners knows from the India series, but I'm not going to be too optimistic too soon this time.
Kampfer's got a slip in place. This cuts Phillips in half. We've seen an incredible amount of lateral movement when they've bowled. That was just outside off stump, angle back in. And I think Tector has ended up taking that almost leg slip. Yeah, he's Tucker, Lorcan Tucker. Almost taking that at leg slip. He's moved so far down. So, big movement again.
Incredible lateral movement there. That was huge.
Again, bustling through as well, so they seem to don't lose pace off the wicket. Kampfer's deliveries. It's short outside off stump, punched beautifully, straight to Harry Tector this time at point, and there is no run. 109 for 4.
And as a batter, if you see that lateral movement, you see it that vicious, it does play into your mind. How do I bat on this surface now if I get one of those? You just hope you don't nick it.
Although the way Glenn Phillips is thinking, he probably thinks, if I could just reverse scoop this next one. He's on 10 from 14. The partnership is 26 off 25 balls. Kampfer comes in again. Maybe rolled his fingers on that one a little bit. It was a length ball outside off stump. Sort of sat up in the surface, and Phillips left that alone, and then looked absolutely disgusted with himself for having left that alone.
Yeah, I think he did. So far, he hasn't moved his feet that much to balls outside off stump, Glenn Phillips, but anything that's been at him and short, he's punished and put away. So Ireland have got to bowl that a bit wider to him, I think.
Kampfer again. This ball hits the seam and darts back in. He has a toss at the other end. He's nowhere near a run out, but good on him for thinking it was. They steal a single to short cover. 110 for 4. Is a great story about Virender Sehwag when he's in the change room. Every time he was dismissed, Kath, and he'd sit there, and you could just hear him whispering, going 4, 6, 4, and it'd be like Tendulkar and Dravid batting, right? And someone would say, "What's happening?" He said, "I would have hit that for 4, for 6." That's how Phillips looked after he left that last one. Like, I should have hit. That's my ball to hit for 4. Kampfer comes in again, wide on the crease, angled, and Guptill opens himself up a little bit, pushes this back down to the bowlers. They run good over, 2 for 31 from 5 from Kampfer, 110 for 4. That was Kampfer's most normal over.
It was indeed, but going back to that point, I think I might start doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd be very popular in the team, however, if I get out and suddenly start calling everything 4 or 6 that they should be hitting. Yeah, might have to pick the teammate I sit next to carefully if I do that.
Yeah, I think he also, Sehwag used to do incredible things like commentate moments of his career in the third person. And my favourite one was when he was the IPL captain and they'd been absolutely rolled for about 110, and he made about, I think, 40 or 50 of them. And he came onto the team bus and he said, there'll be there'll be a 7 a.m. Training session for everyone tomorrow. Not for Viru, because Viru made runs, and then dropped the mic and went and sat at the back of the bus and had a sleep. I think he lifted his own rules. He also used to hire someone to send text messages for him. Simi Singh comes in again. This is outside off stump full and pushed into the covers to Andy Balboni's left, and they take a single. Phillips moves on to 12.
I couldn't afford somebody to hire
Can you
somebody.
imagine?
Yeah, that would be wonderful. That is living the dream. If you can hire somebody to control your text messages. Oh.
I also heard that it wasn't as if they were like big detailed text messages. The biggest text messages I've ever seen are from Ian O'Brien's friend Paul Nixon, who used to send essays. This one's defended on the front foot to silly point, and I've got a couple of friends who do the same thing. But same way, it was just like, are you free for coffee? I think. Although MS Downey hired someone to play an online game for him. As Singh comes in again, this keeps low. You hear the little shout there, but I think that was off the middle of Guptill's bat. It goes down to short third man for 1 run. Yeah, he used to play one of those online role-playing games, and someone must have realised he was a cricketer or involved in cricket. And when India played, they would attack his, let's say, castles. I don't know what kind of game it was, World of Warcraft type game. So he had to hire someone to protect his stuff. Simi Singh comes in again, and again on the back foot. We've seen both teams try this. Phillips goes on the back foot to a ball he could have easily come forward to. He pushes it back to the bowl. There's no run. Those are all the weirdest jobs I know in cricket, anyway.
That's high level commitment to a game, certainly.
Off the back foot again, and it's punched down to long on, and they just take 113 for 4. Phillips moves on to 13. The target's 301. I think they're scoring quicker than Ireland were at this point. Does that sound right to you?
That does sound right to me, yes.
Obviously, Ireland had that big explosion when Harry Tector hit 6 straight boundaries. It was outside of stump and pushed to point. They look for a single. Phillips says no as Guptill takes off. Good over from Singh there. 6 runs off his 2 overs so far.
Yeah, I think that last ball by Singh, when he went a little bit fuller and didn't allow them time to rock on the back foot. We saw it with the Ireland batters, as you said. They played a lot on the back foot against spin and played it remarkably well. So he's going to want to make sure his length is a little bit fuller if he's going to cause any issues.
I don't think any of these spinners are particularly quick in this match either. Andy McBride, has Andy McBride bowled yet? I don't think he has he? So he's not particularly quick either. But it does feel that if you do slow it down a little bit, you have enough time to go back even if it's full. But maybe it's not as easy to come forward if it's slow. Maybe they're just holding in the track a little bit. I don't know. Just the way that everyone's playing them. Camphor is coming in again. He's got the ball held for a wobble ball here. And this hits the seam and jags back in. Gets an inside edge onto Phillips's pad. Ends up just outside on the off stump. He had no idea where that was. There was a bit of panic. Thought it might have been running onto his stumps.
Yeah, Camphor's making something happen every ball at the moment. It feels like a wicket could be at any stage. He's getting that ball to really nip back. And it's proving very threatening.
It's interesting too, isn't it? Because he had those big swingers to begin with, and almost since then he's been bowling everything for the wobble ball, just trying to get it to move back in. And the ones that have come in a long way for him. It is outside off stump, short. It's uppercut straight to third man, and it's dropped again. I say dropped. Adair dived on the boundary. I think he might have got the outside of his finger to that, and that has gone for. Did that go for 6? I think. We'll probably just have a look at it, but I think it carried the rope. But it was a late decision by Phillips to play the uppercut, and he got a lot on it, but he never really got under it. He just sort of sliced it almost at catchable height. Well, actually, I take that back. He did get it. He did get under it. And it's just as Adair has come around, and I think he did. He got his fingers to it, didn't he? And that has just carried for 6.
Yeah, interestingly enough, if Adair was on the boundary rope, he was actually a metre, maybe 2 in from the boundary rope. If he was on that boundary, it might have been a simple catch.
Which would be the second one, if that's the case, because Curtis Camphor had one land behind his head. And again, they've only both just gone for 6. This is a good ball at the stumps from Curtis Camphor this time. And Phillips flicks it off his pads from middle stump. And they take one single down to fine leg. 119 for 4. Phillips on 19 of 21. Guptill 51 off 60. With Jared Gimmer and Kath Dalton here for talkSPORT 2. The target is 301. Slightly ahead of the rate, New Zealand, but as far as wickets go, they're certainly behind here.
And going back to that short ball delivery that could have got a wicket, I think Camphor saw him advancing and decided to drop it in short, which I quite like. It shows you he's thinking as a bowler.
He's bowled him. Full, straight, Yorker. Gave himself some room, did Martin Guptill. And he tried to squeeze this out, almost a third man in the end. I think he just picked the wrong shot option. Originally, he wanted some room to smash it over the offside. Then when it was a Yorker, he decided just to try and guide it to backward point or even to third. Instead, he's lost his off stump. Another wicket for Ireland. New Zealand are 5 wickets down now. This is starting to get fun.
That was a fantastic Yorker. That was right in the block hole on off stump. Very, very difficult to hit and richly deserved by Kampfer. He's bowled really well. He's bowled smartly. After his slightly erratic start, he's actually bowled pretty well and he deserves that wicket.
Do you know what Curtis Kampfer's nickname is?
I don't.
Because did they just play the theme to Mighty Mouse then? Did you hear the weird song in the background?
I did. I was kind of curious what was going on.
It sounded like a 1950s cartoon or something. It was very, very random. Anyway, 120 for 5, chasing 301. They're scoring at 5.5 runs and over. The run rate's not really the problem here. It's that Curtis Kampfer keeps taking wickets. He's got 3 for 38 from 5.5 overs. So they're scoring runs off him. That's not the problem. It's just he just keeps getting a wicket.
And that's crucial. Even if you go for runs, that obviously clearly Ireland don't mind Curtis Kampfer leaking a few runs because he bowls wicket-taking deliveries, and that's what's making him so dangerous at the moment.
He reminds me a lot of a young Dan Christian. Dan Christian used to do this. He'd come on and he'd bowl like wides down the leg side and bounces that would go a metre over the batter's head. But he was very skillful with the ball. He's become a bit boring, actually, Dan Christian, as he's got older. But it's a similar sort of thing. It's just quick enough that it keeps you, it keeps you guessing. And there's a lot of different skills that Kampfer has. 3 for 38 from 5.4. Bracewell is the new batter. He's the last batter, really, specialised batter. After this, we just have specialist bowlers who can hold the bat, sloggers like Matt Henry to come. But it's Kampfer with the slip in place to Bracewell, who defends this out to short cover, and there's no run.
And now there's massive pressure on Phillips as well. On debut, he's in at a crucial time for New Zealand. They're going to rebuild this innings. I think if we had WinViz now, I think it would be Ireland's way.
WinViz forgot to load this game. It won't come up when I keep going there. Don't know what's happened there. But yes, I would have, Jared Viz certainly has Islanders' favourites. This ball's outside off stump and it's pushed down the wicket and no run. Good bowling again.
Maybe you should start your own.
I could, yeah. I'll work out how much money is in it and then I'll have a look. But yeah, very good bowling in the over there. Curtis Kampfer 3 for 38 from his 6. Guptill, the last batter to go, 51 from 61. It was an interesting innings. How would you describe Guptill's innings?
It was really a mixture of playing some wonderful cricket shots. A couple of times you thought he's just hit that so cleanly out of the screws, and then other times you just felt he was very, very scrappy and he looked out of sorts. So possibly hasn't played a lot of cricket for a while, and that's possibly why he played an innings like that, where he showed his class at times and at other times looked like he really struggled.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. Are you going to take a spell, Kath? Kath's going to take a spell. Simi Singh comes on, and it's outside off stump, and it's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. We've got our Wellington expert.
Plenty of wickets, Kath. You've got plenty of wickets today, Kath, yeah? I've seen 2. Just 2. The 2 New Zealand ones at the top of the order. Kath, you've seen 5 or 6.
Singh comes in again. Again, Phillips is back and across, and he flicks this out to deep backward square for 1. Where does Bracewell bat in white ball cricket for Wellington? I'm assuming it's up the order.
Yeah, he's opened a bit, and then he's come in sort of 4.
Because this is a different kind of role, isn't it?
This is a very, very different kind of role. He batted this position in the Test matches. Was it 8?
He did.
7
and 8. Yeah, he did bat at 8. You're right.
Touch high, and then certainly was positive.
Singh around the wicket at Bracewell. Gets some spin here. It's defended. They've got a slip in place. Paul Sterling's in there. Goes to backward point. No run.
It was positive to his detriment, I thought, in a couple of losing Test matches where no one scored enough runs and not enough.
He flights this in the air. It's from the inside part of the bat. He beats him. And all he can do really is flick this out to square leg for 1. Yeah, I think the Trentbridge one, I think he was told to come out and smash it, and that was a horrendous innings.
But I think there was an element there, just bat positively. little bit loose in that positivity.
I wondered if, remember when Moeen Ali would bat at 7 and 8 and he didn't really know how to do it because he batted top order? It looked a little bit like that. Where he didn't really understand what to do. This is a beautiful delivery. It spins and takes the pad of Phillips, and it's not going to be an LBW shot. It's a bit high as well, but it was a good off-spinning delivery there. No run.
So, he played an unbelievable match-winning innings for Wellington this year.
Oh, he's gone back to a half volley here. They are really taking this to the extreme. These guys facing spin on this wicket. 179 to win in 27 overs. Ireland well on top of New Zealand here. Bracewell, new to the crease, 1 from 4. Phillips is 21 from 26. Ian O'Brien, who recently coached Bracewell. You would have been his bowling coach.
Well, you spin. But I did pick up a couple of things from his with his spin bowling.
You should bowl it faster, mate, into the wind.
No, I said no. Where the nets were at the Basin Reserve, if he was a bit messy in his action, he'd head off towards McDonald's. So I thought it would sort of remind him to stop heading off towards McDonald's, and that became a bit of a thing. And I watched him today, and he was pretty good. He was pretty got through his action nicely.
Camper, full straight Yorker, just outside off stump, and Bracewell leans into defensive shot, back up the wicket, no run.
Quite often looks rushed. But he's in control. Like that shot there, that delivery, the full one there from I cover that just looked a little bit late on it, but he's actually in control. And his nickname's Beast because he is huge. He is a big boy.
Beast facing up here, back of a leg, knocks it out to the offside. There is no run. That's a character from X-Men, isn't it?
Has been seen using the Beast stickers, the Kookaburra Beast stickers. Just recently, he's got the old school Ridgeback stickers on here, which is
that's a bit of a throwback, isn't it?
Yeah, that's actually Tom Blundell's bat that Michael Bracewell borrowed one time, scored big, and has just managed to find its way into his bag.
Outside off stump, he gets trapped on the crease here a little bit and ends up opening the face down to third, but he was a little bit lost. He's a big guy. I mean, he's next to Curtis Camphor at the moment, so that's not really fair, but he's certainly, he's a decent size. We're just having a look at Camphor's first 3 balls of his last over. When he took the wicket, he bowled a short one outside off stump, 2 beautiful ones on a length, and then just went the off stump Yorker.
That's a real genuine bag of licorice all sorts, isn't it? That is just, I don't know, you don't know, good luck. And then you're talking, we used to call it the DSO. Come back to that.
Camphor comes in again. Might have rolled his wrist on that one a little bit. It was outside off stump, left alone.
Bowlers like this, they every now and again just produce the DSO, the dreaded straight one. And it's so sort of out of the blue or so just because you kind of get a little bit loose when you're batting. You just kind of lose your focus because you don't know where it's going.
There's a bit of Shardul Thakur where he's got all the skills. He can swing it both ways. He's got cutters. That was a leg cutter, that last one. It was a really good ball. So he comes in again. And was outswing it now. That hooped a long way away. Was left alone by Phillips. So he's got all the skills. And he's just fast enough that when he bowls a bad ball, he might still be able to get you out with it. And if he bowls a good ball, you're in trouble.
Yeah, isn't it? Here's the thing. It was a comment the other day. Was it Bummer said that the white ball was swinging for a little bit longer than they were used to. This ball's what now, 13th over, and that's still genuine, lovely swing.
Another Yorker here, straight and full, and they hit this straight to mid-on. I think that's Balbirnie coming around there, falling over, and they take a single. And it's not Balbirnie, it's Young. Andy will never forgive me for that comparison. 124 for 5 at the end of the 24th over. Bracewell is 2 from 7. Phillips is 22 from 29. Here on talkSPORT 2. Just a reminder, we'll bring you more of Ireland's games throughout this summer with live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary at the T20 series with New Zealand and the white ball series against South Africa later this month. And if you are listening online or on your smart speaker, but you need to be on the move, you can listen to us for free in the talkSPORT app. We can swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. It's available now wherever you get your apps. I'm Jared Kimber, and with me is Ian O'Brien.
There's 127 for Michael Bracewell against the Netherlands while they were over in a New Zealand 11 game.
It wouldn't have been batting 7 there, I assume.
It was batting 4, 5. Oh, what's that? 1, 2, 3. Batting 4. It's hard to count past 3.
Sing. over the wicket to Phillips. Forward defence. Thinks about a run, but he hits it straight to short cover.
I'm just trying to find this innings that he that just changed a T20, a domestic T20, just because the scorecard is ridiculous.
Singh comes in again. He sees Phillips move there, and he bowls a very, very quick ball to try and get an LBW or a bowled. And in the end, I think he gets caught in maybe the back of Phillips's pad, and Lorcan Tucker is completely confused where that is, and it ends up trickling for a wide. Oh, okay. I thought that hit the pad of Phillips, but it was a confusing moment. The batter was moving one direction, the keeper was moving the other direction. We got the faster ball. Singh around the wicket. Bracewell pushes this to short cover. No run. He's got a slip in place. Paul Sterling back in slip for the left-hander as the ball is spinning away from the bat. We had 12 wides in this innings. Certainly been assisted. This one doesn't spin. Goes on with the arm outside off stump. Plays it off the back foot out to deep cover. And Dockrell comes around. They just take one.
Keep getting feels of Taunton when we look at the ground from one end with the there's at the far end of the ground in Taunton, not the sort of the main stand end at the Ian Botham stand, and there's like a marquee tent where they go and dine and eat. It sort of just looks a little bit like that ground. Lovely.
It's knocked on into the leg side here, and they just take one as Bracewell, was it? Almost got hit in the face by a throw that came in. Yeah, so they've got the old Malahide club, which you can't actually see during the international games. I think there's usually something in front of it. And then they've got a big marquee that goes around, and then they've got temporary stands on the other side. This ball's outside off stump and pushed to short cover, and they take one. There's a fumble by Harry Tector.
Beautiful day too.
When they first put their temporary stand up, they put it up. I think these things cost a lot of money, as you know. The erecting and the taking it down takes quite a lot of money. And they put it up, and they put it too close to a listed tree or some kind of, it wasn't allowed to be there. And so Cricket Island had to move it about 5 metres.
The tree?
Sadly, the tree wouldn't move. A bit rude. This ball's outside off stump and flicked to short mid wicket. And there is no run. At the end of the over, 129 for 5 at the halfway point of this innings. Their current rate is 5.16. They need almost 7 runs and over. They've lost half their wickets, but I'm sure they can get there. But to take them there will be Jonathan Norman and Ian O'Brien.
It's been a tough first half for the New Zealanders. The Irish bowlers have bowled very well. Started off with some very disciplined back of a length, hit the seam bowling. Given that they didn't need to hunt with wickets because they had scored 300, it was very good bowling. Hung in there. And then a couple of change bowlers have been a little bit indifferent, but they've had success, that's all you can ask from your change bowlers. And that's where I think New Zealand will probably be kicking themselves maybe at the end of the day. Are those wickets to the next tier of bowlers? And that's where the associate teams often struggle. 2 or 3 bowlers will be serious but world class, and then a couple of others will be just not quite. And New Zealand have managed to find ways of getting out of them. And that could be the undoing of them. Afternoon, John.
Afternoon, IOB. Full member, by the way, Ireland.
Oh, sorry, yes, apologies.
It's all right. You're forgiven.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I can't dig out of that one. I cannot dig myself out of that.
Halfway stage then, in terms of overs. Halfway stage possibly in terms of wickets. 129 for 5. Phillips 23 and Bracewell 4. McBride is going to bowl his first delivery. Went the distance when he played in the T20 cricket against India. This is inside edge of the bat onto pad. No run to start him off. He just bowled 1 over against India, and it was he didn't bowl a second. I'll just have a little leaf through my book to see how many runs it went for. This strays onto the pads of Phillips, and a run is taken. It's a big ask from here. I think we're all in agreement whether we fancy Ireland to win or whether we think New Zealand will. Bracewell possibly coming in a position too high, and also Phillips. Bracewell, who made his 50 over debut for New Zealand earlier this year in April, took 5 wickets in his last match against Netherlands. Well, he didn't take any wickets earlier, and it's not going to be with ball in hand that he's got a job to do. And Phillips is on debut. 23 from 32, plays deep in his crease. and no run. One thing I will say in their favour, though, nobody scored more runs in the Super Smash, which is the 20-over tournament, than Michael Bracewell. So maybe we are not giving him quite the dues, as this is played to short mid-wicket from Phillips, who remains on 23.
I'm trying to be doing my best to pump his tyres. You guys would have been bringing him down.
You're the one who said he's coming in a place too high. I'm quoting you. Played back to the bowler.
It's still a place too high. It's still a place too high.
That's what I'm saying.
In an international.
And Phillips, third highest run scorer in the Ford Trophy in 21-22. So a little bit of form as Phillips again plays deep in his crease, comes across, tries to nick a single to the leg side, but only picks out the fielder at mid-wicket. So another inexpensive over. That over from McBride, going for just one.
It's been a wee while since the last boundary. I can't see. What have we got? We've got 3 or 4 overs, maybe even 5 or close to 5 or 6 since the last boundary. And you can tick it over with 1s and 2s. You can keep the scoreboard going, but those boundaries, one every couple of overs, are so important to just keep the run rate and the pressure off you as a batsman. You always want that fix. You need that fix as a batter. You just need that little bit of, just give yourself a couple of balls off almost. It just takes the pressure off your shoulders for a couple of balls. You can relax again if you like, as opposed to getting twitchy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If these first 2 deliveries don't go to the boundary, it'll be 5 overs since we've had that last one. And the first ball is fielded at backward point.
Again,
so
just testament to the discipline of the Irish bowlers at the moment. They got it right at the top of the innings. A little bit loose, but got wickets, which is, take that, happy days. And then they've just squeezed it back on in this last 5 with just no bad balls, nothing to give away.
Bracewell facing, and this is angling in on his hip. Comfortably just flicks this away for a single. Those overs I was talking about from McBride, playing against India in a T20 at the same ground. In the first T20, he bowled 1 over that went for 21.
Oh.
And in the second T20, slight improvement, he bowled 1 over for 16.
Oh, we've all done that, haven't we?
Well, you have.
What was Stuart Broad's the other day? Was it 35 in a test match?
Yeah. Doesn't he hold the world record in both tests and T20 for most runs conceded? Fielded at backward point. There'll be 2 here. Ran quickly, and just for a second there, as Bracewell was approaching the non-striker's end. Just had to get the hurry up, but 2 taken. Yeah, I mean, it does have. What was the most runs you ever conceded in an over, Ian O'Brien? Not Jared.
I don't know. I know I bowled in a test match 4 overs for 40 at the start of a test match. Sri Lanka at Gaul versus Dilshan. 4 overs for 40.
Oh, I tell you what, the shout of catch it in the crowd, and it's been dropped. Just backward of square, and it's Singh again. He put down Guptill earlier on in the piece when Guptill was on 42. That didn't, in the end, make too much difference. Guptill was dismissed for 51. This was a far simpler chance running in from fine leg, and Simi Singh has put that chance down. He got 2 hands to it. It's never easy when you're jumping forward like that, but really that should have been taken.
Yeah, that's in the not hard category.
This is helped around the corner. Will it race away to the boundary? Indeed it does. So another 4 to the score. A poor follow-up ball from Young. This is helped away. Bracewell moves to 10. New Zealand should have lost their 6th wicket in the over. Instead, they've advanced the score and they've got that boundary. 138 for 5.
The frustration ball. Kept it tight, wore the New Zealand batsman down, forced a mistake, and then the not so good one, and Bracewell manages to get their first boundary in such a long time. Grumpy bowler having a drop catch makes a mistake.
Fuller on the pads, flicked to mid-wicket, and well, that's the end of an eventful over. Ireland have been, wow, they batted well. They lost a couple of wickets at the top of the order, but batted sensibly, then opened up a little, and a brilliant innings from Tector is made, and 50 over 100. Really the bedrock of their 300 for 9. And despite bowling well, it's their fielding that's let them down so far. 2 missed run-outs for sure, 2 drop catches, and, well, you don't want to be dropping Phillips even if he is on debut.
Yeah, those fast hands not quite catching up with the short ball. Sort of just crammed him on that sort of bottom of the ribs, just below your chest line. Just got on him and couldn't get hands over top of it, couldn't really get hands underneath it, sort of clothed it down the fine leg. Yeah, and Singh, I don't know if he was late to move or late to pick it up, but got in a pretty good position to catch it in the end, and yeah, knocks it on, scrum down in front of the pavilion.
Well, that could be a moment, we shall see. It's McBride who is going to bowl his second over. And again, he's got this jittery run up to the crease before delivery, where essentially, a bit like Mark Wood used to do, slightly slower. He kind of like jumps to the left, back to the right before delivering the ball. It must be a little bit. Yes, must be a little bit disconcerting for the batter. This time, no time warp step from McBride, wicket to wicket line, and clipped away for no run. 138 for 5, 2 balls into the 28th over. Down the leg side, this should be called a wide. Indeed, it is. Seen that the overs are up there.
Yeah,
IOB.
Yeah, they've been missing off the scorecard for a little bit. It just makes things hard to keep track of where the overs are, where the teams are.
One button I press. Outside off stump, down on the sweep is Phillips, and it was interested in coming back for a quick second, but good fielding at long leg.
So it's you to blame that there was no overs on the scoreboard.
No, it's me to thank for the fact that we now have them. I just put a call in, I know a guy. Craig, if you're listening, thanks. 140 for 5, Bracewell facing. McBride going out over the wicket, bowling not quite round arm, but certainly very wide on the crease, spearing the ball in. It's flicked away.
Again, just denying boundaries in the sense that there's just nothing free. The one that Bracewell managed to get away in the previous over, it's still a decent shot, but just nothing to get under.
Over the wicket again. This is tossed up, and Phillips almost yorks himself coming down the track. There's a moment hesitation between the two batters as they attempt, or at least think about a single, but Phillips is sent back by Bracewell.
Three sweeps from Phillips, the last 3 deliveries he's faced.
One ball left, and McBride's over again. It's that little time step. This time into the umpire. It's going to be Sterling who will field inside the circle at third, and another inexpensive over. The pressure continues to mount on New Zealand, who should have lost their 6th wicket, but have 5 down. Phillips 28, Bracewell 11. The score 142 for 5. So they're approaching the halfway stage in terms of the runs they need. 159 needed from 22 overs, and a huge amount of importance on this partnership between Bracewell, who's played, this is his 4th ODI, and Phillips, this is his 1st. Oh, Kath Dalton's back.
I am back, which normally means there's going to be a wicket as well.
Wow, okay then.
Only today that's happened.
It's a beautiful day today, by the way. Look at that blue sky. It's far different from the blanket cloud that we saw at the toss, and Tom Latham decided to bowl first. I wonder if he looks back and thinks that was a mistake. Short, wide, and cut away just for a second. Possibly third was in the equation, but that was there to be hit from Young, and indeed it was. Phillips moves to 32.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, just short and wide outside off stump, and through his hands there with a back foot cut shot, which was really well played. It was deserved to go for a boundary. Poor ball by Young.
Yeah, he played it straight as well, didn't he? It was quite close to him, but good technique. Fuller on leg stump, no run from Phillips, who's apart from that drop when on 25 has impressed. I mean, he comes into this match with a lot of cricket behind him. He's been playing a fair amount of T20 blasts, hasn't he, for the last month or two. So I don't know, it's just a feeling that some of this New Zealand side, they haven't played enough cricket, and they haven't been playing the right format if they have been playing cricket. Forward in defence this time, Phillips. Textbook test match defensive shot there.
And I always think playing international cricket is just a different ball game. It feels different wearing an international shirt, playing in a proper ODI. The pressure's just different. So he's settling in very well here.
Yeah, he's been earmarked for a while, and of course has played T20 cricket for New Zealand, so it's not exactly uncharted territory. As Phillips himself is ready, and again, no width on show from Ireland. When it has been a little bit of width, it has caused. It's either led to runs or sometimes it's caused problems for the batters. But essentially, maintaining that wicket-to-wicket line is making run scoring very, very difficult. Possibly, a little bit of a, if not a two-pace pitch, certainly one every now and again does keep a little bit low.
Yeah, I think when they have bowled straighter, as you said, there's been a few chances.
Young again wraps Phillips on the pad. Now there's a shout for leg before behind the stumps, but possibly an inside edge from Phillips there, because nothing from the bowler.
Yeah, that was an inside edge onto Phillips' pad, but that's great. I like the fact that Young's aggressively going straight and trying to take wickets still. See Ireland in the ascendancy, you feel at this stage, but they've still got to take wickets, they've still got to bowl well.
Yeah, just seeing a replay. Healthy inside edge onto the front pad. Phillips again, straight, no width, clipped away. Fielder dashed in, Dockrell it is, at deep square leg, just to make sure there wasn't a second on show. So the end of over number 29. Phillips has moved to 33, Bracewell 11, the target 301, the score for New Zealand 147 for 5.
And you feel that this partnership is probably the last two set batters for New Zealand, two proper players for New Zealand, so that if they're going to win this game, they're going to win it in this partnership. They need 154 for 126 balls, so not massive strike rates required, but a partnership is certainly something they need at this stage.
Yeah, the required rate is 7.5. They're not going anywhere near that at the moment. Bryan again is in, outside off stump, defended by Phillips. This is the thing, Ireland, they're playing the game really well. They're getting through a lot of cheap overs. They've still got some quality bowlers to bring back. If they can get through 5 or 6 cheap overs from McBride, down on the sweep is Phillips, taking the ball well outside off stump to deep square leg for a single, 148 for 5. Ireland are going to feel comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. If they just keep hitting the sweepers as well, the New Zealand players taking singles, there's nothing really happening in that batting. So Ireland will be happy for that, and ones are fine. That's not going to hurt them too much.
A little bit more flight and loop from McBride this time to the left-handed Bracewell. Another single taken. I mean, the last 5 overs have gone for 23. If the next 5 overs go for 23, then the required rate is going to be up by around 9. That's going to be very difficult. I mean, Phillips, of course, we know can hit out, so can Bracewell, but there's not much to come as Phillips is down on the reverse, can't keep the ball down just for a second there. The fielder inside the circle, short third, is interested, takes a couple of paces to the right to try and take the ball, but just skirts past him and away for 4.
That was clever batting because he premeditated that very early. Got his hands in the right position early, and then when the line was outside off stump, he just freed his arms. He knew there wasn't a risk, not too much of a risk. As long as he got it over third, it was fine.
Well, big shout for a leg before. I wonder here. Unmoved Aleem Dar. McBride is going to speak to Tucker. You could hear. I think that this is close. I wonder whether they're going to review this.
It's certainly worth a review.
Indeed they have. They've gone upstairs. Now, it's Phillips, so that may be in their mind, their last recognised batter. He was down on the sweep.
Director,
he was hit on the fall.
For LBW. The original decision was not out. I've checked the front foot, and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Big moment in this game, possibly right here.
Okay, thank you. Ball is very close to batting gloves. Can we go to ultra edge, please? Thank you, nice and slow. Okay, there's a gap between the ball and the bat and the gloves. There is no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking, please?
So nothing on the bat. It's all about where the ball hit and where pitched.
Okay, just waiting for ball tracking.
And where it will go on to hit the stumps.
Thank you. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets are hitting. Alim, can you give me Alim on field, please, on screen? Alim, I'm going to need to reverse your decision and signal out.
It looked close, didn't it, to the naked eye. Alim Dar seemed to rule it out very, very quickly as well. I'm not sure what he thought he saw. Maybe an inside edge, but it's very difficult to say. We'll never know, probably, but the end result is that New Zealand lose their last recognised batsman. Glenn Phillips has been dismissed. Leg before wicket for 38. And New Zealand now, well, if they were in trouble before that wicket, they certainly are now. Ish Sodhi coming to the crease ahead of Matt Henry. And New Zealand 153 for 6.
And that's a crucial wicket for Ireland. And what did I tell you? Every time I'm on air, there's a wicket. So there we go.
You know, Brian's trying to pull down the fader, drag Kath off air.
Yeah, no, a great wicket from Ireland. Richly deserved. They bowled really well. They bowled really, really well on this pitch with these conditions, and they're beating New Zealand at their own game at the moment. They're just cruising this.
It is true. I mean, when you consider they were 26 for 2 and really struggling against the pace of Ferguson, the accuracy and nip of Henry, but I still feel that New Zealand will look back and feel they've picked one spinner too many on this track. I don't think they wanted to be playing Sodhi quite so early in the piece. Tickner didn't have the control, and essentially Ireland were allowed to score runs far quicker than anybody really expected. One ball left of the 30th over, going to be bowled by McBride. Slip in place is there, but the ball hits the meat of the bat from Ish Sodhi, and that brings us to over 30. 30 gone, 301 the target. New Zealand 153 for 6, and after a word from Kath Dalton, it will be Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, and that's been the difference so far, is having Curtis Campher come on after the opening spell and bowl as well as he did. Even though he didn't start his spell well, he bowled wicket-taking deliveries, and having that extra pacer has made the difference between these two sides so far, and Ireland are capitalising on that.
Tell you what, could be a very, very famous sporting weekend for Ireland, with victory over New Zealand's All Blacks yesterday in the second Rugby Union Test match, and what looks likely to be another victory today in cricket. Here is Simi Singh to continue. 4 overs at a cost of just 13. First delivery is driven down towards long off. All that's left now, Kath, is for the Irish to challenge New Zealand at a bit of Gaelic football or hurling. You done much hurling?
I have not, no.
Any Gaelic football?
No Gaelic football either. I'm massively disappointing here, man. As honour.
Well, I mean, it's what
I don't even like Guinness either, so it's not going too well for me, is it?
Don't you?
No.
You ever tried it with blackcurrant?
I haven't.
Splash of blackcurrant.
Game changer.
Could be. Never know. I think you ought to try it if Ireland win. Here's Simi Singh again, a quicker one, and over the wicket, turns back in towards Ish Sodhi. And my goodness, 154 for 6. They're just over halfway towards their total. They need 147 from 118 balls. A little bit more width here. That was certainly cuttable. Ish Sodhi tries to cut it, but a bit of extra bounce, and into the gloves of Lorcan Tucker it goes.
Yeah, you feel like he's just having a little chat Bracewell to him there and making sure he stays there. Bracewell's going to be the batter who needs to face as many balls, as many deliveries as possible. Shots like that from Sodhi is not going to help.
Well, Bracewell's only in his 4th one-day international. Sodhi in once again, and back goes Simi Singh, Sodhi goes onto the back foot and punches it down to Andy Balbirnie, the captain. Did you see how Andy Balbirnie celebrated the sixth wicket when third umpire Jareth McCready overruled, or told Alim Dar to overrule his on-field decision? Pushed away, square to the wicket by Bracewell again for another single. He moves on to 14 off 20 balls, but Balbirnie, I mean, he celebrated all 5 wickets previous, but he knew that was probably the game-changing one, and the Irish skipper was absolutely jubilant. Here's Simi Singh once more, and it's a quicker one. He just changes pace very nicely, and Ish Sodhi pushes it out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So it's really, really steep now. 114 balls left, 145 needed. Is it about Ireland keeping their cool, keeping calm, or is it about them pushing, seeking another wicket?
I think just carrying on with what they've been doing. The approach that they've had so far has been fairly aggressive, I would say, fairly brave. They've put slips in place when we've asked them to manners, so they've been listening. But yeah, they've taken wickets at crucial times, and that's been the difference so far. If you keep taking wickets, it's difficult.
A new over begins. Sweep shot, bottom edge from Michael Bracewell, and he gets 4 runs for it. Sweeping, and he kept it down. I didn't mean to hit it off the bottom edge of the bat. Maybe didn't mean to hit it that fine either, but Andy McBride, who's been very, very economical, just 11 runs from his first 3 overs, concedes 4 there. He did get the line wrong.
Yeah, it was a lovely sweep shot, but as I said,
Bryan again, and Bracewell punches it towards mid-off. McBride fields himself, no run.
If you take wickets at regular intervals in 50-over cricket, all the time you're having to rebuild as a batting side. You've got a new partnership in, you're rebuilding again, and that just stems the flow of runs and stems the freedom to hit the ball to the boundary.
Pushed away on the onside by Bracewell, and there's no run. It's actually picked up by keeper Lorcan Tucker. News from Wimbledon, Kath.
I know it's gone to a 5th set, I think.
Who do you think won it? Here's McBride once again. This time it's driven by Bracewell, straight back to the bowler.
I'm guessing you know.
I do. Scott Taylor, our wonderful in-touch, multitasking producer.
I think Kyrgios might have won it. Did he win?
No, he didn't.
Novak
Djokovic won the 5th set. 161 for 6 at Malahide in Dublin, New Zealand, and really, really up against it. Ish Sodhi pushes that one down to Mark Adair at long on, and they go through for another single. So my question about whether Ireland push for another wicket, which would really, really put them in the driving seat. I mean, they're in the driving seat already, but it would leave the Black Caps with several limbs dangling out of the car if they could take another wicket. So I just wondered about all the easy singles, and because you often see at a team like this, okay, let's just keep it calm, guys. Let's keep it calm. Let's just keep doing what we're doing, and they you get into a rhythm where suddenly the opposition taking 5 or 6 singles, and then the odd boundary comes, and before you know it, they're back in the game after 6 or 7 overs. So I don't know whether Ireland need to strive and really sort of go for the cricketing version of the kill. Don't know. I mean, it's tough, isn't it? It's a tough task. Maybe if they do, maybe it is the right thing. Simi Singh begins a new over, whipped away out towards square leg. Because of the asking rate, because they're 6 down, maybe this is actually the right time just to keep it tight.
I think it is the right time to keep it tight, but they've got a slip in place as well with Singh on to bowl, so they're still looking to take wickets, still looking to be fairly aggressive, not massively aggressive, but fairly aggressive.
Being positive. I think that's they are being positive. They're not sitting back and waiting for the opposition to make mistakes. That can be the problem. in the situation like this when you are in control. Let's push down the ground once again to Craig Young at long off, and once more another single.
I think they won't want Bracewell to feel too comfortable either, because if he feels comfortable, you never know in cricket. Funny things do happen.
As Simi Singh knows all too well, he scored 100 from number 8 when last summer when South Africa sat back. They thought they'd got the game won. Ireland were 6 down for less than 100, and Simi Singh had lots and lots of time, lots of overs. South Africa thought the game was won, and they did win it in the end, but Simi Singh scored 100 from number 8, the only man in the history of the ODI game to do so. As Simi Singh, the bowler, is in once again round the wicket, pushed away by Bracewell up towards mid-off. He does the fielding himself.
Yeah, I absolutely don't want somebody at number 8 coming in and scoring 100 here today.
That's pushed down the ground.
Or maybe the New Zealand fans do. Just me.
Well, Ish Sodhi is at the crease at the moment, of course. He's a massively experienced domestic T20 player, 37th one-day international. He's played IPL, BBL, CPL, as well as the Super Smash. Last ball is again whipped away for another single down towards long on. Nonetheless, Simi Singh, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 21, has done an outstanding job, and I'll tell you more about Ish Sodhi in just a moment. But it's drinks break at Malahide, so more news of Super League's Magic Weekend. Watching today's action for us, as he has been all day at St James's Park, is talkSPORT's Craig Murdoch.
Yeah, thank you very much. Game 2 over now, and it was a comprehensive win for Warrington against the Catalan Dragons. All the form pointed to a Catalan win, but it was Warrington who scored 6 tries through Gareth Widdop, Wardle, Nicholson, Ratchford, Thewlis and George Williams. 5 conversions from Ratchford and a penalty just saw them too good for Catalan Dragons today. The only downside for Warrington was Gareth Widdop, after scoring the try in the 3rd minute, he left the field with looks like a shoulder dislocation, but everything rosy in Warrington's garden today. They win this one 36 points to 10.
We were talking about, thank you very much indeed, Craig. We were talking about Ish Sodhi, the likelihood of him scoring 100 at number 8, which he would need to do. Do you know what his highest score is in ODIs? He's coming at number 8.
Do I have to guess for you to give me the answer?
24. 24. Which is a modest contribution with the bat, to say the least.
That's being polite, Banners.
Polite kind of person. I can tell you as well that Nick Kyrgios, is that pronounced right?
That's correct.
He's wearing his bright red patch for the presentation ceremony in order to receive his runners-up trophy.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Couldn't find another colour.
No. Anyway, drinks break well in progress here. I have to say, often when there's an upset, you look at a few turning points and you say, well, that's where the game was won and lost, and this unusual happened or that unusual happened. We can go back, and there are lots of turning points and lots of moments in the game. But my overall impression so far from this game is that New Zealand have been well and truly outplayed. There hasn't been a moment of fortune that's turned it here or there, anything unusual that's happened that's given the underdog a chance. And they haven't looked like underdogs at any stage.
They haven't. They've played magnificently well, Ireland. At every phase you felt, maybe they would slip up at this phase, and they haven't. And what they're proving today, I think more so than the India series, the India T20 series that only just recently finished, they're proving they can do it over a longer format as well. And they've got some very good players.
33 overs gone, 17 left. New Zealand's target is 301. They're 167 for 6. So we need another 134 from 17 overs. with only 4 wickets remaining, and the bowlers to come. Matt Henry in next. Andy McBride continues now off the back foot, punched away by Ish Sodhi. In some ways, I understand the promotion of Ish Sodhi. Matt Henry is the more competent batter, but if Matt Henry then gives you a chance and puts you back in the running, and you need 12, 13, 14 and over for the last half dozen, do you want Ish Sodhi coming in then? You'd rather have the lesser batter, who can bat, come in a little bit earlier when he's got a little bit more time. He's not so much of a big hitter. Does it make sense?
Yeah, correct, absolutely. I think they're the right way round in the order, and Matt Henry can hit a long cricket ball, so if he's coming in at the end, that's probably the perfect time for him.
McBride in once more with his off-spin, and that's pushed away up towards Harry Tector, who's very well placed for the Man of the Match award. Should Ireland go on and win, actually he's a serious contender for the Man of the Match award, even if New Zealand somehow rescue this game after his brilliant 113 from 117 balls. How well he has played, goodness. When Hardik Pandya gave him a bat, gave him one of his own bats, and said he hopes he becomes the first Irishman to win an IPL contract, he's not doing his chances any harm. I know this is a different format. Now another single as Sodhi pushes it down towards long on. Singles are there for the taking. Singles are available and they are being taken, but every time they take a single, the asking rate increases. What they need is a boundary and over now, New Zealand. They need a boundary and over now. And that one is driven by Bracewell, and half stop parried at cover. Fielded by Mark Adair, eventually running in from long off.
They're going to have to go at some stage here, New Zealand. They've been building up these singles for a while, and as you said, they're correctly so, Manners, that the run rate's just going up, and they're going to have to take a risk at some stage. I know it's difficult 6 down, but they have to.
Asking rates just crept over 8 and over. Oh, that's leading edge. Ish Sodhi tries to play it on the leg side. It skims on, maybe a top spinner, hits the leading edge, pops up into the air. Yelps of catch it, but it fell well short of Simi Singh at cover. And the another over comes to an end. The one thing Ireland are doing, well, many things they're doing very well. One thing they're doing very well at the moment is getting through their overs quickly with 2 spinners.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. And when you're losing a game of cricket and you don't look like you're winning, the thing you want is the game to slow down so you have time to think about it, and they're not giving the New Zealand batters any time to think. They are racing between these overs, and it's putting so much pressure on this New Zealand batting lineup.
And as you said, they are going to have to start, I think, systematically planning ways in which they are going to hit a boundary and over off the spinners. They need 8 and over, so they need a boundary and over, really. That's driven in the air and just past cover, once again down towards long off. And tell you what, the Irish are absolutely tigerish in the field at the moment. That was Craig Young sprinting away to his right, slide tackling the ball, making sure it didn't get past him. They want this victory, Ireland. They want this victory. They're still in with a chance. They've got 6 games left in the World Cup Super League. All calculations suggest that if they win 5 of them, they're in with a very good chance of automatic qualification, depending how other fixtures go. And points on the board. I mean, it's going to be a tough ask, make no mistake. But while that dream lives, they also have just the dream of adding another major test-playing nation to their list of ODI scalps in the last year. England, South Africa, West Indies have all been beaten by Ireland, as Simi Singh is in again. He's just, he's at his absolute best at the moment, Simi Singh. Experienced off-spinner, 35 years old, played lots of cricket, knows exactly what he's doing, what he's trying to do, and at the moment every delivery is coming out the hand just as he wants it. Tempted lap sweep now from Ish Sodhi. He's trying to just almost flick that over his left shoulder. Gets a single.
Yeah, he's trying to do something a little bit different to create maybe a gap in the field. If you play those types of shots behind square, you can change your field setting, but not enough at the moment from these New Zealand batters.
Simi Singh around the wicket to Bracewell. Down the wicket he comes, using his feet. And Simi Singh sees him coming, drags it down. He can't get underneath it. I think he wanted to drive it back over the bowler's head, hit it straight. In the end, he loses his balance. His studs get caught in the pitch. He almost tumbles over, manages to regain his ground and regain his balance and composure. And this time pushes it out. And the offside sets off for another single. Lorcan Tucker whips off his glove, has a shy at the non-striker's end, but they have managed to scramble through for a single. And for New Zealand now, it's just a question of taking it as deep as possible. Give yourself a chance. Give yourself a slim chance, because that's better than no chance.
Absolutely. These two are going to have to bat a little bit of time to try and build up some sort of total.
Simi Singh in again, and this time it's whipped away behind square on the leg side. Another single, last ball of the over. 174 for 6, just 14 overs remaining now. Bracewell 25 off 33. Requirement is 8.5, just a fraction under 8.5 and over. And Kath, it's worth pointing out that it's not about trying to keep up with the run rate for New Zealand at the moment, because they don't mind if it goes to 10 and over as long as it's only off 4 or 5.
Absolutely, and they do have Matt Henry who can hit a long cricket ball to come in next. So these two, their job is really to build a little bit of a partnership, try and add as many runs to this total as possible, and as you said correctly so, Manners, take it as deep as possible if they're going to get anywhere close to this target.
I think I said 14 overs left. There's actually 15 left. We've had 35, and Andy McBrien in for another over of his off spin, and that one is pushed straight back to him, and he throws it towards Ishodi's end, because he had come a yard and a half out of his crease. I think he'd regained his ground. That was perfectly legitimate from Andy McBrien. He's in once more. That's short. Pulled out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. That relieves the pressure, but only a little bit. That's the first boundary for 5 overs, I think.
That's the first boundary for a while. That's a lovely shot. Just dropped it a little bit short there. Jumped on the chance of a short ball. Hit it out towards mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs. Lovely shot. Good swing of the bat.
Was indeed, and Ishodi into double figures, 13 off 18 balls. Whipped away down the leg side, out towards George Dockrell at backward square leg, straight to him, no chance of a run there. Michael Bracewell, 25 off 33. Ishodi batting at the unusual heights of number 8, 13 off 19. He uses his feet as well now, and again can do nothing more than push it straight back to Andy McBrien. He's been extremely tidy. Two off-spinners well in charge of their craft at the moment.
Absolutely, and really well fielded there, and they're not giving them anything in this ring, Ireland. They're fielded particularly well, even if it's a half stop. They've got something on it, and the intensity of these Ireland fielders at the moment, you can tell they're really up for this.
It's obvious, isn't it? They're bristling. I mean, they are absolutely on their toes, defending every run as if their lives depended on it. Whipped away again by Ishodi, straight this time to Harry Tector, and there's no run. 122 from just 85 balls remaining in the innings, and only 4 wickets with which to get them. And Ishodi at the crease, walking down the track, step and a half again, drives it to the captain, Andy Balbirnie. Tell you what, he's got his sunglasses on, but you know that his eyes are sharp and alert. He's looking, he's making sure everybody's paying attention, in field, not losing concentration. It is very much game on at the Village in the beautiful grounds of Malahide Castle. And to describe the next few overs, is he? There he is. Jared Kimber.
You and me, Manners, actually.
I think it's you for one more over, Manners.
Oh, is it?
Beautiful sunshine. Mate,
I'll do another couple.
Stay here in the sunshine and just see how this goes. What is it? 8.5 runs and over here for New Zealand, with just not enough wickets left. We'll see. Can they hold their nerve? Ireland have had some wonderful wins in T20 and one-day cricket. Can they hold it?
Simi Singh in once again, and that's pushed up towards extra cover. I did mention to Kath that it could be a famous sporting weekend for Ireland.
Absolutely.
With 2 wins over New Zealand.
Absolutely. And a home one as well, like this.
Exactly. Oh, that's edge. Down the wicket. Bracewell looking to take a chance. I said they need a boundary and over. He's again advanced down the wicket to Simi Singh. Lavish cover drive. Thick edge just past the gloves of Lorcan Tucker and a fortuitous 4.
Yeah, head on the move too there from Bracewell. Head moving, body pulling away from the delivery, trying to open up the offside. Head moving away so much that little bit of turn takes the outside edge, and no chance for Tucker. But yeah, a welcome boundary for New Zealand.
Singh wide of the crease, angling it into the left-handed Bracewell, who drives out towards the man fielding cover.
When I say welcome, awkward boundary, you certainly welcome them when you're batting, but it always feels a bit awkward when you sneak one past the keeper.
Here's Simi Singh once again, and pushes it to the same man. Harry Tector at cover, picks up, has a shy at the stumps, on the bounce, another single.
Still no Georgie Dockrell. I sort of haven't seen him. Well, he hasn't bowled in this game, and he certainly, he was a bowler that didn't really bat, and now he's an all-rounder, but we're not seeing with the ball.
He's a batter who doesn't really bowl now.
Well,
doesn't bowl in T20s at all. He's a bit yippy.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah. Here is Simi Singh again. It's whipped away down towards long on, and Craig Young comes scampering and beavering in the outfield, keeping them down to a single. Bowls occasionally in 50-over cricket.
What a wonderful life. You start as a bowler, get good at batting, then just give up bowling. He's got it right. He's done it well. Done it very well.
Very good, Simi.
Punched away by the left-handed Bracewell again down towards long on. There he is. George Dockrell does the fielding, and they go through for a single. Who's the New Zealander who you played with, who was a left-arm spinner who batted at number 11 and finished his career opening the batting and didn't bowl at all?
I never played with Mark Richardson. I played against him domestically, but right. Mark Richardson was just finished his New Zealand career finished before I started. But yeah, he started as a left-arm orthodox, genuinely yipped up, turned himself into a batter for Auckland, then started opening innings and took one of the most memorable test wickets. Sir Clay Mushtaq on about 120 helped Sir Clay Mushy got plenty of runs, and then celebrated it like it was a hat-trick to win the European Cup final.
And is it fair to say that he's now a controversial radio and television host, or is he just outspoken?
IOB pause, not the Manthorpe pause.
I just let that one go through to the keeper. That was all. I tried to outspoken and
controversial at times, isn't he? Punched away off the back foot out towards Harry Tector. While you think about that, Darren Kimber can take over.
I don't necessarily agree with too many of his opinions. Let's put it that way. That's all right? I get away with that, don't I?
I think that's fine.
I think he has the same sort of philosophy towards me, possibly.
And Vic Bryan comes in, and this is floated up, and it is smashed over the tents towards the Malahide Club. In fact, big 6 from Bracewell. Used his feet well and hit that over long on. And that's gone. That might be out of the facilities.
All the spinners in this game have used their pace really well, and the only times they've been hurt is when the batters have had to come to them. Came at him, stayed still at contact, kept his head down for as long as possible, and launches it. And a white ball against the blue sky just looks wonderful when it's not you bowling.
The ball is out. That end of the ground, it's not the park, so I can't remember what is behind the park. It might be a
duck pond? A pub. There'll be a pub.
No, the pubs are at the other end. Don't worry, I know where all the pubs are.
It will be a pub, won't it? Or a church.
It might be a church, actually. But yeah, it's not as easy to get the balls back from that end as it is the other end. And so they've got the replacement ball out there. Mark Richardson, we've already yipped up. I think his first ever bowling was against the Indians in a first-class game, and he got Kapil Dev and Sachin Tendulkar out. And then for years never got anyone out. McBrien comes in again, full and straight at off stump, angled in from around the wicket, and hit straight to short cover. There's no run. Lorcan Tucker claps away.
He plays the... I'll come back.
Short. Push back to the bowler, no run.
The sort of Piers Morgan role.
Yeah.
I mean, you find a role, you get good at it, and you get paid, whether it be one a lot of people agree with or disagree with. You're getting talked about, and here we are talking about him. Wonderful cricketer.
Also,
wonderful old school opener.
Remember, he used to dress up in a Kathy Freeman onesie and sprint the slowest member of the opposition. Lot to like about his cricket career, as this is flicked away to the leg side for one. A lot not to like about his media career. 132 after 1 for 32 after 6.5 for McBride.
Made a real entry into media on the back of a well-staged Stephen Fleming interview. He just retired out of cricket, gone to media, interviewing Stephen Fleming.
McBride doing that, jumping to the left, jumping to the right as he comes in to bowl again, ends up just bowling on Sodhi's pads, flicked a bit deep backward square for one.
A well-played role by Fleming caused some faux controversy, stormed off after an interview. You've changed. You were once on our now change your room, and now you're on the other side. It was all for fun, but launched his media career because it got played and played and played everywhere. And to be fair, Fleming played the part well. Deadpan. And
was Fleming's acting as good as when he used to dress up as a giant aftershave bottle? No,
Rexona or something.
Yeah, body spray, wasn't it?
Underarm. Yeah, that was a bit awkward for a bit. And he was advertising New Zealand's favourite air, sort of heat pump in New Zealand as well. He sort of, how much money do you need?
He wasn't a natural seller, was he, Stephen Fleming?
Wonderful presence and a wonderful man. How much money do you need sometimes?
Singh coming over the wicket, short outside off stumper, ends up in the keeper's hands as the camera operator was looking for a deep backward point.
On the back of that six that Bracewell hit, he hasn't bowled much flat. He's bowled very little flat and fast. That was flat 90 kilometres an hour. He's been around 76, 77 for a lot of it.
Singh comes in again, and this is knocked on the leg side. This no runs, 91 kilometres an hour, so up to the Akshar Patel, Ravi Jadeja pace.
Just got up on the back of it's what spinners do when they feel a little bit of the pressure. They just go a bit flatter, a bit faster. It's working for them.
194 for 6 as Singh comes in, and this has worked out to deep with wicket. They should just take one. They need 106 from 69 balls. Ish Sodhi 16 off 27, batting probably higher than he's used to. Bracewell is 38 off 43. Ireland still well on top, but these two batters now set. And set batters have looked pretty good on this pitch. It's really getting started that's been the bigger problem for most of them.
Overhitting from the word go.
Singh comes in and gives himself some room to Bracewell. He tries to flash this through the offside in the end, but Young comes around at long off, and they just take the single.
Sort of that 10-pin bowling back leg that sort of flings out the back to open up the body to hit that through the covers. Couldn't quite beat the man at cover, but nice shot. Very nice from Bracewell.
Singh again on middle and off, and Sodhi just turns it out to one of the sweepers on the leg side, George Dockrell. 197 for 6 after 38.5.
Doesn't seem to be a lot of nervous, jittery, false shots. They seem quite comfortable. They seem quite in control. They don't look tense and frustrated and trying to make something happen at the moment, the New Zealand batters.
Around the wicket to the left-hander again. Bracewell gets inside the line here. He flicks this. There should be a couple as Adair at short fine leg has to chase off, and they do come back for the second. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of Ireland versus New Zealand here on talkSPORT 2. 39 overs gone, 199 for 6 New Zealand, and this partnership is now 46 of 55.
Quietly.
Yeah, I like that, but I also worry that if they don't score close to the rate, means that when they do have to step on, they're going to probably lose a wicket, and that's going to open up an end again.
There's an element of who breaks first, and I think that's the phase of the game here, is who's going to make the first mistake, and then who can jump on, who can pounce on the mistake. And I just get the feeling New Zealand are hanging in there and waiting just to capitalise on the change bowler that's going to have to come. There's going to be a couple of overs from not the frontliners in this next 3 or 4 overs. Are they waiting for that? Are they just... I think they're just hanging on to wait in for mistakes.
Well, we've got Curtis Camphor back on. He's got 3 for 40 from 7. He's bowled everything.
Yeah.
Some of the best deliveries you'll ever see, some of the worst deliveries you'll ever see.
He had to put to his phone in the figure 8 things to recalibrate his compass, didn't he, earlier in the innings?
Kampfer in again. This cross-seam delivery. It's not too short. We get off the toe of the bat. That kept a little bit low. I think that might have been the one that just skidded.
Just seen some highlights of his wickets as it through do you know the John Brown's Boy, or is it Peter Rabbit, the song that used to sing about the camphor-rated oil? I just cannot get, with Kampfer's playing, I cannot get the smell of my childhood whenever I had a cold.
Kampfer comes in again, back of a length, knocked on the leg side, no run. I have absolutely no idea what...
it's sort of an ingredient in mothballs.
Okay.
Camphor? No, never heard of it? Spelt differently.
Okay.
Oh, right. So it's made from wood bark of a tree and some... Never heard of it.
Sure this isn't just a New Zealand thing?
Oh, it might be, but no, it's a very...
It's a thing?
It's a thing, yeah. I mean, yeah. But anyway, so you don't... No, you don't.
No, I do not know. Length ball outside off stump. He comes onto the front foot and he pushes through the line here, Sodhi. But straight to short cover, no run.
Whenever as kids we had a cold or a blocked up nose or a little bit chesty, Mum was a sewer. She sewed up these little fabric bags, and would put a piece of camphor. It's a little bit like the fire starter waxy cubes that you put in a barbecue. The kind of waxy things. It's a little bit the same kind of consistency as those, and it smells kind of eucalyptusy, kind of mothball smell kind of thing.
Kampfer in again, full around off stump. This is turned to short mid wicket. There's no run.
Nice over so far. Banging away in good spots.
2 more dot balls, and they'll get to 10 required and over from here on in.
Which is what you kind of aim for in the last 10, minimum of 10, but you kind of want 5-6 wickets in hand, not 4. The bonus
batters helps.
That's exactly. That's the bonus for New Zealand here. They got batters that have been in for an hour and a bit each, or coming up an hour for them.
199 for 6. Kampfer comes in again. Again, it's just defended on the offside. This time Ish Sodhi can call Bracewell through. Actually, Bracewell calls Sodhi through as it trickles out to third man. That's the 200 up. 200 for 6. Probably weren't expecting this in the 40th over. 6 wickets down, but Bracewell 41 from 45. Ish Sodhi is 18 from 33, and Curtis Kampfer has been probably the main destroyer with 3 for 41.
Yeah, you said earlier it was licorice all sorts, and now he's turned it into after dinner 8s, or what are they called? What are those things? After 8s, the little minty things.
Little mints.
Yeah, not quite licorice all sorts. Just bangs it and goes hard.
Oh, he goes for the sweep, does Bracewell, and he almost sweeps that back into his groin, and it dribbles out on the offside, not his groin, the ball. And there is no run. So they brought their 200 up after 40 overs. They need, basically 10 and over from here. 10 and over and change. 41 off 46 is Bracewell, and Sodhi is on 18. And still Ireland are on top, but New Zealand are not quite out of it yet.
2 overs. Kampfer's got 2 overs left. What we got? Deer's got 5. Young's got 3. Josh Little's got 6. So there's Young's been bowled well. So Deer at the top. Well, Sammy Singh's got 1. Will he finish out here? He's been wonderfully economical. Nice variation of pace and good control. No one's been able to sort of tuck into him, and that's because of the wicket scenario. And we'll be seeing to bowl out finishes 10 overs. I was looking forward to watching him bat a little bit longer. Today, going on the back of how impressed you were, Jared. You have been with his batting. Not to beat.
He looked good when he did bat, didn't he? It was only brief, but comes down the wicket to Sodhi, and he's just absolutely smashed this. A big heave over long on. I think it was dropped in the crowd, but certainly a big 6. And this is a good idea to attack him. They've basically let him bowl at them so far.
Well, he's going to go flat, and I think if you've got an off spinner that's going to go flat to a right-hander, you can goad him. You just have to make sure you keep your head down, and he did, kept his head down, and just stay in the shot.
Straight over long on's head. Slog sweep, next ball, straight out to the sweeper, but it bounces just in front of George Dockrell out there, and just the 1 bounce.
So just going back to, I was wondering who was going to break first, in terms of who was going to make the first mistake. that little reverse sweep sort of said to me that, Bracewell made the first mistake, if you like. 6 ball of a very tight over from Camp. Didn't get out, but there was an element that he was inventing. It wasn't just trying to get through cricket and wait for the Irish bowlers to make a mistake. Now they're going at the bowlers. We'll see how Singh reacts.
And will he go at the off spinner who's turning it away from the bat? It's full and straight, and there's a leading edge, and almost goes to short cover. No runs. 94 needed off 57 balls. Bracewell is the set player, 41 off 47.
Slower, more flight to the left-hander. Leading edge, draws it in with that little bit of spin.
Like these coming around the wicket to him as well as it comes down, and he's hit that very, very hard. When Bracewell hits a ball, you need to be in the stadium to understand how hard he hits it, and that has gone very, very hard and very, very straight. Long off wasn't far away there, but he hit it so hard that Long off had no chance to get around, and that's another 6. Big over for New Zealand. 2 sixes in it.
Yeah, important one. Stayed in the shot. I can't stress it enough how hard and how low he kept his front shoulder.
Oh, he gets a bit confused here. He ends up thinking going back and giving himself room. They're going for 2. There should be a run out here at the bowler's end. Oh, there was never 2 there. Oh, and Bracewell wanted it. Sodhi was never confused. Bracewell called him through. It should have been Sodhi's call, and I'm pretty sure he's out. Sodhi's still on the ground. He's pretty sure he's out as well. It's going to be close, though. The throw wasn't that fast,
director. We have an
but
umpire
it should
review
never have
for
even been
run-outs.
close.
No,
Can you show me your best side on angle,
that's
please?
easy. That's part of those nerves. They have a couple of boundaries in the over. You should be able to get your fix, feel it, but a long, long way short.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
He's run him out by 2 foot there.
Made my decision
a better
for the
throw,
lights.
and he was run out by about 2 metres.
You have to make up your mind if you're going to go feet or metres. You said metres for the earlier run out. Now you're going 2 feet.
It was a country mile.
The previous one was a country mile. That was half a. Yeah, great, wonderful. Not going to say great, but very good innings from Sodhi in a position he hasn't batted at very much. Certainly international cricket. Kept the strike, kept it going, start the partnership, didn't get bogged down, didn't stall the innings. And a sad end, but it does. Look, got some good hitting power in Matt Henry.
And as Henry can come out, he can make a problem for Ireland if he gets some. He showed he's still not off the field. Did he injure himself? That seems like the slowest walk.
It's just a long walk.
214 for 7.
Might have walked the wrong way.
It is possible.
That's happened before, hasn't it?
There are tents on both sides, so you could look at the wrong tent, and you might have ended up, getting a free champagne. But unfortunately, there's my favourite story was when Morné Morkel walked off into the groundsman's hut at the Oval.
At the Oval, yeah.
Then had to walk around the boundary to go up.
Oh, why not?
Matt Henry is scored 211 runs from his 58 games. But in Test cricket, we've certainly seen that he can hit the ball. His best is not out 48. That'd be handy about now. Bracewell's 48 himself off 49 balls.
And there's so much pressure now on Bracewell.
Bracewell facing up. Turns this on the leg side. Simi Singh's going after it, trying to keep it to 1. And it is just the 1 run. 215 for 7 there. That's the end of his spell. So 52 runs from his 10 overs. Considering that he's not a frontline bowler, and what I mean by that is you don't pencil him in for 10. But on this surface, you can see why they went through the 10 overs with him. In fact, they could have also used Dockrell if they wanted to, but they're probably going to get enough spin from the other 2.
In these New Zealand and Ireland games, and especially here in Malahide, I can never get the name of the ground, the town out. There's always wickets to spin. Certainly New Zealand to Ireland, but also Ireland have always done well with their spin bowling against New Zealand. And again, we've seen, well, not necessarily wickets, but certainly good bowling, tight, good use of the pace. And the boundaries aren't ridiculously small. They're not. It's not a big ground.
No,
but they're fair.
Like a moderate ground.
Yeah, they're fair.
Curtis Camphor coming in again for his 9th over, and this is whipped away, really, from, off stump, across the line a little bit by Bracewell, and it goes out for 1. It was Bracewell, was it?
Yeah, they've got the scorecard wrong.
I was looking at the scorecard and I think that's Bracewell's 50. Probably muted applause because the scoreboard might have had it wrong for a moment there. but very timely knock. We said that this is not a role he's used to playing. New Zealand have picked him as a middle order player, where he's really more an opener or number 3 and number 4 domestically.
He has closed out some wonderful, like I mentioned a couple of times, closed out some innings for the Wellington Firebirds in white ball format. Do
you have to say Firebirds contractually?
No, I don't know. No, good point.
Camphor in again to Matt Henry, who's trapped on the crease and flicks this on the leg side, and Paul Sterling comes around like a gazelle to field that with his feet. 84 off 53 required.
No, I don't think I have to, but he has closed out some very good innings, some powerful batting, hitting over extra cover, hitting over long on, a little bit of sweeps and dabs every now and again.
Camphor full straight. You hear the half LB shout there, but it was also going down the leg side. It was more of a half volley really than anything, but Matt Henry was all over the place there. Didn't really get that close to the ball and dribbles back up the crease. To be honest, Matt Henry coming into this game was not probably thinking he was going to have to help in a chase of nearly 100 runs off the last 10 overs, or over 100 off the last 10.
He just has to be aware of what the Irish batters did at this stage of the game. He has to keep his head still. Don't try and overhit it.
Camphor again. That ball comes back in to him, Henry, as he pushes it. Got the mid on up, and that's Harry Tector in the circle. There's no run there. Dot balls.
He's one of those players who always, a little bit like Michael Bracewell, looks late on the defensive shot, but gets himself in a decent position. The left elbow, his leading elbow, gets into a good position, but always just looks like you could sneak one under his bat. Low back lift and not a lot of movement.
Change of field here. Long on goes out. And that's outside off stump. And he slashes at this, does Henry. That was kind of a free hit for a player in his position. But unfortunately, a little bit too much bounce there, and he doesn't really get that close to it, and it goes through to Lorcan Tucker.
Some wonderful old school stickers. Ridgeback and a bubble.
Yeah, obviously.
Ridgeback and a bubble.
I assume Kookaburra must have gone back to some retro stickers.
Yeah, they've sort of re-released some of those, my childhood favourites.
Yeah, that's like
the Ridgeback.
The Ridgeback was Dean Jones, and then the bubble was Ricky Ponting.
Was Ian Healy.
Yeah. Back of a length ball, and he drills this. Well, actually, sort of mistimes it a little bit to cover, and that was a good lot of dot balls, which is important, especially for Curtis Camphor, because it at times has gone for runs today. So that was a good over to the tail ender there.
Just before I disappear, Matt Henry just looks late on his setup in terms of that short wide one that he missed out on. He wasn't in position to then move to hit it. Looks late in his setup. Give himself an over maybe to just find the timing, but he's got to find the middle of the bat with Michael Bracewell.
And there's a red train going around, like a toy train that a bunch of kids and their parents are travelling on at the moment, just around the ground. It's a beautiful park. I haven't been to the castle, but I've heard there's a castle there.
That says ice creams, that sort of train.
Yeah.
Ice creams and that sort of toy train.
Where you say, we'll go on the train first, but you can have ice cream at the end.
That's about €40, wouldn't it be, over there?
We got a bowling change here. I didn't see if it was Josh Little or Mark. As Josh Little is coming on. As Ian O'Brien is...
No.
He got his numbers wrong.
Well, no. It's just a...
He's now proving to me that the producer got their numbers wrong.
Something's up. It's all good.
Someone got their numbers wrong.
I'm enjoying it. Edge of my seat's not big enough.
Josh Little comes in and Bracewell comes down the wicket. He tries to muscle this away to long on. It doesn't get much of it at all. It trickles down to Harry Tector. They take a single. 217 for 7 after 42.1 New Zealand. Ireland made a clean 300. And Little needs... Little's gone for 31 runs in his 4.1 overs today. He's been certainly one of the more expensive bowlers. I think he's quite good usually with the very new ball. Bowled first change today, and then he's also quite good at the death.
That's why I was sort of just looking at the stats and looking at his age, looking at his experience, and trying to work out. He's bowling at a real tense scenario here. Does have to get a couple of overs. They do have to find some overs. All right, put him in the pressure cooker, see how he goes. But as you said, the left arm variation does just work a little bit harder.
It's outside off stump to Matt Henry, who pushes it straight to short cover. There's no run.
He's banging away there. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's he's the sort of guy that in those late overs can bowl a waist-high full toss. You know, and it can go very wrong for him. But he also...
Top edge for a catch.
Yeah, he rushes players generally. And he does have a good Yorker when he's doing well. So he's not massively experienced, but he's played enough now that he's starting to get good. And they certainly want to see him as a top and tail bowler.
20th ODI, I think, and he's played 36 T20, so there's a bit there.
Little comes in again. This is pulled. It's off. He's absolutely clocked this, and it's gone nowhere. And that, I'm going to say it's dropped.
In Bracewell's pocket at the non-striker's end, almost.
Yeah. Balbirnie rushing in, the captain. Future Test captain. Current Test captain, but not actual Test captain. I thought that was off the splice. That was off the toe, maybe, and it has bounced just in front of him, so it wasn't dropped. Balbirnie was maybe a little bit slow on it, not because... he didn't actually get his feet in the right area to dive, but that was just because he was confused because it was hit so poorly.
That should have travelled another 5 metres towards that mid-wicket or towards mid-on. It just hasn't. Matt Henry's got a real dead spot near the top of his bat.
It didn't hit the bubble, did it? This is out. He's flushed at this outside off stump. Full and wide, but the angle coming in from the left arm seamer. Good pace on it, and it takes the outside edge and goes through to Lorcan Tucker. 217 for 8. Ireland well on top. They need 84 from 43 balls, New Zealand, and it is getting tougher and tougher. Bracewell still at the crease.
There's the left-hander variation. The wide angling into the right-hander. But a width lit up as Matt Henry's eyes lit up, and his 8th ball without scoring. Simple catch. Tucker's been clean behind the stumps today. I mean, all reasonably easy catches, but haven't noticed him in the way that you don't notice good keepers.
Yeah, that's one thing that we didn't mention about Little before, is he does bowl around the wicket a lot for a left-hander. He can get a little bit of tail, so I think that's part of the reason he does it.
Bracken did that a lot, going back a fair bit.
Wasn't McRae was handy at it?
That guy was all right. Yep.
Lockie Ferguson comes out to bat again, probably not expecting to come to this game today and do that. Well, he said that he was wearing the black shoes for a bowling boot, so obviously he'll come out with white shoes now.
Don't take 2 pair of boots away if you have to. Just take you got to ditch. You got to clean them pretty well when you head back to New Zealand. Remember?
Oh, this is nice. I like this. He's come out and he's such a tail ender. He hasn't put the helmet on correctly. And Michael Bracewell's that's not actually how it goes, mate. This is how it works. 38 matches, 63 runs at a strike rate of 47. Not exactly what you want when you're chasing 84 from 44 balls with 2 wickets in hand, but he does have Bracewell at the other end. He's just got to get bat and ball and run.
Changed bats with Matt Henry as they crossed.
Did he? Oh, he's been beaten outside again. This is good pace coming around the wicket little, and it's just getting a little bit, maybe a hold off the pitch as well. And just a little bit of movement away, perhaps, but good pace and good angle.
Yeah, good wrist release from
Josh Little.
Josh Little
at Malahide.
Good wrist release, and so just gets that little bit of extra kick with the older ball. If you can still hit the strings and get it to backspin, you've still got a chance.
He does again, and this is a good ball, and this hits high up on the bat, and you can hear the noise. He's got good pace.
That's that Malinga-ish sort of sling. He's not Malinga low, but that is really low left arm from around the wicket. Where are you going to hit that?
140 kilometres an hour, but that hit the bat hard. That's the end of the 43rd over. 217 for 8. Bracewell is 51 from 52. Ferguson is not out on 0 from his 2 balls. And we keep saying it, but it's almost two runs a ball now. Bracewell would have to play the sort of innings you only ever see for Wellington Firebirds. I notice you remember that name.
Just looking at the scorecard, Jared, that the bit that just stands out, that probably the most awkward, is that run out. The rest of it you can kind of go, oh, it's a scorecard of a team that hasn't batted too well. But that run out with Sodhi on 25 off 35 in a partnership that didn't look stressed, that you can say any part of it's the game if you like, but that's huge.
84 off 42 as Camphor comes in, and this is drilled. This has hit about 4 different things from what I can tell, and it's gone for 4. I think it hit Camphor's foot. I'm not sure if it didn't flick the umpire's trousers on the way through, but Bracewell hit it so hard it still flew away for 4, and I'm hoping that... Oh, is it the umpire's foot?
Oh, it hit Camphor's right ankle.
I think it hit Dar as well.
I think Camford's ankle went for 4 as well.
Let's have a look at this.
Bang, bang.
Oh, he's double tap. It's a bit
4.
like in Deadpool where he's saving the bullet, so he aims up the victims. Good boundary, and this is slammed away again. It's almost like Lance Klusner style batting now, giving himself some room. And I tell you what, I don't know who threw that in, but if they had an arm, that would have been run out again. Again, Bracewell just wanted the strike. That was hit straight to cover and hard, and a very, very soft throw comes in. Now we're just having a look at this. Big Lance Klusner blow straight back, and it hits the back of the heel and then flicks through Alim Daha's legs, who didn't move until it was past him, really. Huge power here. Bracewell is coming for Curtis Camper. This is outside off stump, but it's a good Yorker. It's full, and he tries to guide this into the gap, but unfortunately for Bracewell, he only finds short third, and there's no run there.
Yeah, nicely fielded there too. The short third man and point very, very tight up on the inside the ring on the offside, so has to be tight to the stumps. Cannot offer width. So Wobble in terms of length, probably a little bit wide, but gets away with it.
Camper comes in again. He sees Bracewell come across the crease. I don't know if he was going to lap or scoop. He ended up playing a pretend shot. But as he sees him move, Camper decides, no, it's not for me.
That's a skill. I reckon that's a skill that we'll see more often. Bowlers pulling out as they see the batsman moving early. Now they've got a head start on this next ball now, the bowler.
He moves across exactly the same way again. It's a slower ball this time, and he tries to slam it over the leg side, does Bracewell, and instead he's beaten by that cutter.
And in that way, he gets to go, if he does this again, what am I going to do? And he has as a bowler in this phase, you normally have 2 deliveries up your sleeve. You normally got I'm going to go bowl a Yorker or a length or whatever, and you've got your slow ball. You're thinking about your slow ball if you see something. Looked like he just was one in front of Bracewell.
Kaffer comes in, full toss outside of stump. He throws it back. He's now appealing for, I thought he was appealing for going in front of the stumps there. I'll tell you why I thought that in a moment. It's because I've seen Curtis Camphor catch a waist-high full toss and throw it in for a run-out before. He's a very clever cricketer. And just for a minute, I thought he was saying he got inside the stumps. I'm still not sure he wasn't appealing for that, actually. I think he was saying, sorry, I hit you with the throw back to the bowler.
And please don't run because it's hitting down on the fine leg boundary.
Yeah, but he threw that in after the Yorker was just bunted back to him.
Really well bowled. Good couple of deliveries.
Last ball of Curtis Camphor's spell. Perhaps match-winning spell, but this is a full toss, and it is hockey paddle squatted across the line. I don't know how he managed to get under that from an almost Yorker out the deep mid-wicket. They take one.
Bit of hurling.
It might have been Hurley. 224 for 8. There are 36 balls left. There are 2 wickets in hand, and New Zealand need 77 runs. Wow, it is very exciting, and I'm going to pass over to the death finishers of Kath Dalton and Jonathan Norman.
If only had £1 for every time someone had said that.
I've never been called that before, actually.
No, nor have I, really. But he's right. I mean, we do have a game, but only because Michael Bracewell's still there. 58 runnable, his best in 50 over cricket. He's only played 4 matches, including this one. New Zealand's at number 7? Alongside Lockie Ferguson, who's yet to get off the mark. That run out that Ian O'Brien was mentioning. It's a big moment in the game now. Ish Sodhi going for a second that wasn't there. He wouldn't have been accredited with the second. It's going to be Little. Left arm over the wicket, and Bracewell's down on one knee, and he's just helped that up and over. Third man who's inside the circle and away for a 4. So he still believes 73 needed from 35 here on talkSPORT 2.
That was a lovely shot by Bracewell. He's just used the pace of Little. He's bowled a little bit too full there, or more like a half volley length, and he's just got underneath it, and it's gone past. Short fine leg. No way Sterling was getting that. It's gone all the way for 4.
Yeah, mixing up my fine legs and my thirds there. Getting confused about essentially left-handed, right-handed, reverse, whatever. Doesn't really matter, does it? 4 added to the score. Pressure on the bowler. Although Ireland still feel the most confident. No room whatsoever there. Bracewell will come through for a leg by. So Ferguson, Bracewell can't do all this on his own, can he, Kath?
I was just about to say that I think Ferguson's going to be the one that Ireland clearly are going to want to bowl at, most deliveries at. So if they can keep Bracewell off strike, they should be fine. But there's a little bit of a tinge of nervousness, I feel, from these Ireland bowlers at the moment.
Well, they certainly did the job against Henry, didn't they? He was an 8-ball duck. He was the last wicket to fall. But yeah, Ireland could just about sense the victory. But still some work to do. Little is in, and that has popped up just to the left of backward point from the bat of Ferguson. Didn't know where that was going. Gets it off strike. Gets a single. And there's maybe a few words going on out there as well.
Yeah, we love that. Love a bit of a contest, but that's just dropped short of backward point. That could have gone anywhere. I think he shut his eyes as he hit that delivery, to be honest.
Bracewell then facing up, 230 for 8, midway point of the 45th, and that's down the leg side and helped on its way. Pressure getting to Ireland now. That's a gimme. Bracewell moves to 66. The score 234 for 8. Are you getting a bit nervous, Kath?
I am actually getting a fraction nervous, but yeah, a leg cutter there from Little that's just gone. It's just gone wrong. He's got the wrong line. He's not bowled it where he wanted to. It's good to see him mixing up his pace. Leg cutters are hard to deliver. They're a hard slow ball to bowl. You have to get your wrist in the right position, but yeah, it's just push that one down leg side.
To a ball from here, pretty much. 67 needed from 32 as Little is in again. And Bracewell tries to muscle this up and over long on, and he manages it. 6 runs. He moves into the 70s, and if they weren't nervous a couple of balls ago, they will be now. 240 for 8. New Zealand chasing 301.
Yeah, this is a magnificent shot. Really great shot. Off cutter bowled. Watched the line of it. Held his shape. Great head position. Just swung the bat through the line of the ball, and that's gone. Ireland need to have a little rethink here where they're bowling.
Left-handed Bracewell sets himself, flex of the knees as Little is in, full hit on the pads, huge shout for leg before, but that's going down leg side all day long. No run, 240 for 8. They're going to have a little word about it, but they'll be wow, Ireland going for this. Andy Balbirnie, now where is he fielding? Is he at third man and he's called for a leg before decision? That's the strange one.
Yeah, I felt like I wasn't even hitting a second set.
TV Upper 2 Director, we have
stumps.
A player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
I think Ireland are about to lose a review. While they do that, I can tell you that India need 21 runs from the final over. 3 wickets in hand, and Surya Kumar Yadav has just been dismissed for 117.
Thank you. Bat's close to ball. Can we go to Ultra Edge, please, to confirm? Just building Ultra Edge.
Well, the New Zealand dressing room looked very, very relaxed here. I'm still unsure of the process that Ireland have gone through.
Okay, if we just take it back. Okay, we have a flat
seek
line
to overturn
as
this
the ball passes the bat. There's
not
no
out
bat
decision.
involved. Can we go to ball tracking, please?
Here we go. So no bat on ball.
Okay, pitching in line. Impact umpire's call. And wickets are missing. If you can give me Rowley on field, please. Rowley, I want you to stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
So, as expected, Ireland do lose a review, and they don't have any left now. 5 overs remaining. New Zealand have got 2 wickets in hand. They're 240 for 8, with Michael Bracewell playing just his 4th ODI, 72 not out from 63 deliveries, and Lockie Ferguson 1 not out. So where's your money, Kath? Dalton, it's got to be with Ireland, surely.
It should be with Ireland. It will only be their doing if they lose this game of cricket here. But Bracewell's batted magnificently well, hasn't he? He's tempoed this innings when you really felt New Zealand were out of it. You didn't think there were any way of them getting back into this game, and he's proven that wrong by the way he's played and the way he's tempoed his innings so nicely.
Yes, I may mention the fact that he was the highest scorer in the domestic T20 competition in New Zealand. 478 runs in 10 T20, strike rate of 148. So, he clearly can bat. As Craig Young is in. Good length delivery, cut away, partially fielded by backward point, but not enough to prevent a single. 241 for 8. This would be something, though, if he was to take New Zealand home from the position that he found themselves in when he came to the crease and the position they find themselves in now.
I feel these players, and especially now, are just so brave. They never believe that they're out of a game of cricket until the last ball's bowled. We've seen that in the Vitality Blast recently. There's been some games that have overturned when you least expected it. I think it was Yorkshire at the Oval.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, sorry about
that. Little step away and across from Bracewell, and that is a brilliant shot. He has just flicked a ball outside off stump. He hasn't quite got down on the sweep, but he's bent his knees and flicked this up and over, backward a square on the leg side, and it's gone all the way for 6.
That is just pure timing. He's just used his wrists, come outside off stump, and just flick that for 6. That was unbelievable timing.
Oh, he's hit the tree as well.
The poor tree.
He's knocked a bird's nest out of the tree. 247 for 8. Bracewell moves to 78. Could we have 2 Centurions clubbed to mid-on? There's a fielder at long on, so just be a single. Earlier today, Harry Tector continued his stunning run of form. 113, top scored in Ireland's score of 300 for 9. Runs for McBride as well, 39 to him, 30 to Singh. Tucker with 26, and Campher, who's weighed in with 3 wickets, 43. New Zealand's innings, Guptill took, he played like a man who hadn't played in cricket for 4 months, as Ferguson picks out Sterling at short mid-wicket. That's the best looking shot that Ferguson's played in his short innings, no run. But New Zealand lost wickets early, 19 for 2, 57 for 3 when Latham, marginal leg before decision, went against the New Zealand captain. And when Nichols was out for 7, 83 for 4. They've been battling back ever since. And they're going to have to battle a little bit more as Ferguson's hit on the pads. And, if the umpire doesn't give it, and Alim Dar isn't going to, because that again was going to be going down the leg side, Ireland have got no recourse.
And they've gone to their slower balls now, Ireland. After being hit for a few boundaries there, they look to bowl more slower balls than on-pace deliveries. And on this surface, I think that's exactly the way to go.
Especially against Ferguson, I imagine. You just want to keep him there. Much like they did with Matt Henry, who 8 deliveries without scoring a run before he was dismissed. Short ball from Young, a look to the square leg umpire, no wide given, so that's the end of a good over for Ireland, despite that 6 from the bat of Bracewell. 53 needed from 24 balls, 2 wickets in hand, New Zealand.
And that was a good end to that over, which started not so well for Ireland, and they needed to recover that over if they were going to just stem the flow of runs. And I still feel like this could be on. I still feel like there's another twist in this tale yet.
Well, it's essentially Bracewell is either going to hole out or he's going to dig New Zealand out of the hole. It's all or nothing from here. I mean, we've only got 4 overs. Whilst it's still it's just over 2 a ball. I mean, the required run rate is 13. That's just about possible from here when you consider Ferguson isn't going to score many of those, you'd imagine.
Yeah, you never know. Might nick a few down to third man for 4. Who knows?
Possibly. Mark Adair is going to be brought back into the attack. And it's going to be Bracewell to face. Adair's only bowled the 5 overs, taken a wicket, gone for 27. It's a full toss down the leg side. Bracewell makes room, clubs it over wide of long on. There's a dash back for a second and comfortably made.
That was very well run between the wickets there. If you're going to run a 2, you've got to run the first one hard, and that's exactly what they did. Adair looking for his Yorker just completely missed it.
Is it surprised he's only bowled the 5 overs? Wasn't particularly expensive. He picked up a wicket. Either way, he is in now. Again, Bracewell makes room. Adair follows him, but over-adjusts. The ball goes down the leg side, so that'll have to be bowled again. 2-5-1 for 8.
Yeah, look for a slow ball bouncer there and just got his line wrong. He did try to follow him, but just way too wide.
Pressure on here on both sets of players. Possibly pressure on Andy Balbirnie, going for a wildly optimistic review in the last over. Pressure on the bowler, who's just sprayed it down the leg side, and pressure on the batter, Bracewell, who clubs the ball, a full toss, straight back to cannon off the stumps, and comes back for a second. So they're getting their two a ball.
They certainly are, and he's tried to hit that as straight as possible. The stumps actually prevented it from going for 4, but Bracewell, this is an incredible innings, given how everyone else has batted in this New Zealand side so far today.
Well, I suppose it's no fair cricket, but also he knows there's only one way to play now, isn't there? And it's this way. 83 Bracewell from 67. And down the track again as the ball squirts out into the offside. He's going to come back for the second. Relay throw. And again, he's not finding the boundary, but he's doing just enough to keep New Zealand in this contest. 46 needed, and we've got 3.5 overs remaining.
He is. He's putting pressure on this Ireland bowling and fielding side. Now as a fielder, you know that they're going to go for 2, so you might just push up a little bit more. That creates space behind you as a fielder as well if he does go for a big shot. So pressure's on Ireland here.
Here we go, as Adair is in. And that may be the fortunate outside edge from the bat of Michael Bracewell that Ian O'Brien was saying could come from the bat of Lockie Ferguson. No foot movement, trying to play this towards mid-wicket, gets a leading edge which flies through vacant first slip, and it's another boundary.
You can hear the Irish fans getting a little bit louder, trying to support their team. They can sense something going on here that they don't want. They don't want Bracewell to keep getting these runs.
Well, the camera just cut to Ireland fielder biting his fingernails. Full toss again from Adair. And again, Bracewell goes for the big shot. A shy at the stumps. And it's bounced over. And away for a single. Bracewell moves to 90. And the score 260 for 8. 41 needed from 18 deliveries. It is all going on out there.
Oh, Andrew Balbirnie, how is that not hit? I was convinced that was a run out. I was convinced.
They have had so many opportunities, Ireland, in terms of run outs. They have picked up one, but they could have got Guptill on a couple of occasions, and they could have picked up Bracewell there. That surely would have been game, set and match. 41 needed from 19 deliveries here on talkSPORT 2. And is there not a question that Adair, the bowler, could have actually collected the ball and run the batter out? Down the leg side, that would be called a wide. They're keeping up with the run rate in terms of 2 a ball. 40 needed from, how many balls? I'm losing 19 deliveries.
Yeah, I feel like Adair's just lost track of what he's bowling here. He looks a little bit scrambled at the moment. Just needs to take his time, reset himself and focus on his plan. What is his game plan at the end of the overs?
Long on, right on the rope, so's deep square leg. This is short wide, an attempted cut from Ferguson, and actually a dot ball, whilst not what New Zealand would have wanted, does mean that Bracewell will face the first ball of the next over. 18 deliveries to come here on talkSPORT 2. 40 runs needed for New Zealand to win the first of 3 ODIs against Ireland, who will feel they had this game sewn up. But Michael Bracewell has other ideas. 90 not out, 7 fours, 4 sixes, and it just feels like it could change. It could change in a blink of an eye for New Zealand. Bracewell sticks around, going to take this right to the end of the match.
Yeah, I think he will. He's batting so well at the moment, and he's playing the percentages exactly right. You just feel like Ireland have just lost their cool a little bit here.
Well, this is their experience tells, though, doesn't it? And okay, Bracewell hasn't got bags of experience, but Ireland haven't been in this position many times. They've never beaten New Zealand in a 50-over match, so they literally have never been in this position against this opposition. But surely still they're the favourites. Young in short. It's a slower bouncer, slow ball bouncer, pulled away to mid-wicket for another couple. Bracewell moves to 92, 38 needed from 17.
And New Zealand will want Bracewell on strike clearly as much as possible, and he's getting so many twos in that outfield. Ireland just can't seem to stop it going for two. Good slow ball bouncer though, but still two conceded.
Yep, the fielder's right on the boundary edge. Young again, still on good length, just a touch fuller from the last delivery, but should be another couple for New Zealand. No, just a single actually. I thought that they were going to push for a second. The ball was fielded on the boundary, straight to the wicket, but it means Ferguson now is facing 2 from 8, and the game changes. Ireland just need to keep him there.
It does when he comes on to strike, and Young, really well bowled there, kept his cool. He's bowled his slow balls into the surface, which makes it even harder to get a clean connection. That's why that ball only went for 1 rather than 2.
Deep square leg, mid-wicket, and long on, all operating on the edge. Oh, I tell you what, he's taken those fielders on the leg side out the equation. He stepped away as Ferguson, thrashed at the ball, and a thick outside edge has flown up over vacant first slip and away for 4.
Yeah, not exactly where he wanted to hit it, but equally as effective at this time of the innings. Really threw his hands through this one, tried to get as much speed on that ball as possible, and 4 runs.
33 needed from 15 here on talkSPORT 2. Fuller flicked it to square leg. Ferguson will certainly come through for 1, and 1 is all it will be. Bracewell back on strike. 32 needed from 14. Bracewell 2 hits away from a century. New Zealand 269 for 8.
Who's your money on now?
Well, if these two are still to get... Well, actually, I mean, you just don't know. This is the beauty of the game. I think you'd still rather be in Ireland's position, but it just feels like they're losing belief that they can close this one out. You picked up on it a while ago. I'm a bit slower to it. Down the track is Bracewell. Lofts up and over. And it's 6 runs from the bat over mid-wicket. Bracewell moves to 99. And the Ireland fans can't believe quite what they're seeing. 26 needed from 13, and this is quite an innings from Michael Bracewell.
That was a fantastic shot. He's just used his feet, danced down the track, full swing of the bat, hits the marquee on the full. Really fantastic shot, and he just looks full of confidence now. I feel like he's going to chase this total.
Well, in one shot, possibly, we're going to be in an agreement now. 32 needed from 26 needed from 13. Bracewell, no sign of the nervous 90s, and now it's the Ireland players with a little bit of a conversation going on at the top of Craig Young's run-up. He's having a little chat, working out what to do here. Now, what does Bracewell do here? 1 ball left of the 48. Does he take the single to get the 100 and get off strike, or does he just play the ball on its merits?
If I was in his position, I'd take the single, get off strike, not just because of the 100, but also because of the next over. And you want to be facing as many balls as possible at this stage.
Well, the Ireland fans getting behind their team now. They've just sensed that Ireland are losing the belief here, and it's quite a stunning turnaround. 217 for 8 when Matt Henry was dismissed. Here is Young. Bracewell down the track, and he will reach a century. Will he get more? No, it will be a second. He runs back, and it's 100 for Bracewell, his first in 50 over cricket for New Zealand, coming in just his 4th one-day international. But the celebrations will be muted because he still has a huge job to do to see his side home. 277 for 8 as Bracewell takes the applause, but he'll know the real equation is 24 needed from the last 2 overs of this match.
What a magnificent knock by Bracewell. When you felt New Zealand were completely out of this game, you thought no chance of they getting back into this game, and he's just turned the tide, just batted so well, magnificently well.
Going to have to get Ian O'Brien back in on this, I think. Can't have him sitting there watching from afar. What an incredible game we've brought you here on talkSPORT 2. I can tell you that England have beaten India by 17 runs in the third and final T20. And you can hear the fans of Malahide cheering on their team. 24 needed for New Zealand, 12 balls left. Bracewell's gone past 100, but it's Lockie Ferguson facing as Mark Adair is in. Ferguson, he's hit this high up into the sky, but the fielders are all on the boundary. And it's Adair who actually fields inside the circle at mid-wicket. And Ferguson comes through for a single.
Talk about hitting that 30-yard circle to get 2. Not when it goes 50 metres in the sky. Right. It's almost a free hit in the essence of the game. He's got to swing. If he gets a single, gets Bracewell on strike. If he gets a 4, it just works. It's not that dire straits. 12 off the last 2 overs, or 12 each off the last 2 overs.
23,
not that hard.
23 needed from 11. Not that hard. Well, certainly with Bracewell seeing the ball like he is, and this is a beautiful delivery from Adair because Bracewell's made room, edge towards the leg stump, and Bracewell, essentially Adair has just maintained his line. It's within the tram lines. He's bowled a good length delivery, and Bracewell cannot reach it, doesn't even attempt to hit the ball, and so it is a more than valuable dot ball.
As a batting option, right arm round the wicket, left-hander, I'd rather see him go across the stumps. Means you can still hit the wide Yorker through backward point, and then using the angle to hit it over fine leg.
Adair again on the stumps. It's full. It's played straight to Sterling at short third, and it's just a single. Bracewell is off strike. That's the most important thing. 22 needed from 9. Ferguson is going to have to weigh in with a few runs of his own.
And he's more than capable. Even if it's a thick outside edge, he's got that freedom now that he knows if he connects and gets a boundary or even a 1, he's just rotating that strike and scoring runs. And pressure's on Ireland here, big time.
The camera's just picked out Blair Tickner, who is the next man to come in if called upon. I mean, how about that? What pressure will be on his shoulders as Adair, right arm over the wicket, and strikes Ferguson high up on the thigh. Scampered leg by, gets Bracewell back on strike. 22 needed from 9 deliveries. 3 balls left in this over.
That's a slow ball. He got down to just over 100 kilometres an hour. Normally a slow ball by quick is sort of 115. That's way down on pace, giving Ferguson basically nothing to work with. And I go back to that scorecard. If Sodhi run out, and then Matt Henry's 8 dot balls, or 7 dot balls, and then his wicket. Those 7 balls, you'd love to fight. You'd love that to be almost a golden duck, and you have those 7 balls up your sleeve.
Bracewell needs a boundary here. Sets himself, moves to the offside. It's a full toss. He clubs it up and over, but doesn't get enough on it. Just a single. Fielder coming in from mid-wicket. 20 now needed from 7. Now this is a free hit for Ferguson. He's just got to swing for the hills here and try and connect. If he's out, it doesn't matter a great deal, but this surely has got to go. 4 or 6 needed from New Zealand. 281 for 8.
He's going to have a massive wind-up at this. His backlift is going to be huge for this delivery. He's going to absolutely go for it. This could go anywhere.
Sets himself baseball style down the track. Balls! Adair saw him coming. Fine in the Yorker. Ferguson was in no place whatsoever, and he's been castled.
Nicely done. Death bowling. Ferguson, who loves to bowl Yorkers, spoke about it in a pre-match article. Got the real slow ball previously, and now the very quick full Yorker, seam up stumps, and a good celebration. Wonderful wicket, yeah, but a free hit in the essence, as you were saying, John. 6 balls left for Bracewell to pull off some kind of a miracle.
Ferguson walks off 8 from 13. New Zealand 281 for 9. Blair Tickner walking to the crease, but it will be Michael Bracewell, who you imagine will certainly face, if not all the final over, at the first 4 or 5 balls of it. He will only give up strike. You imagine when the game is up. It's boundaries from here on in. 20 needed from 6 deliveries. The Centurion at the crease. Kath Dalton, come on. Are you breathing easy now, or do you still feel there's something in this game?
I just feel I've seen too many games that you think one side's going to win it, and they just don't. So who knows what could happen in this over. My heart rate is certainly elevated. I'm sure Tickner's heart rate is also elevated, although I feel his job will be standing at the non-strikers end for most of this over. He's
got to run 2s as well. He's going to, that heart rate will be going if he has to run plenty of 2s. He's only hit 2 6s in 100 odd white ball games. Not a lot. Not a great strike rate. Let's not hope. Well, from a New Zealand perspective, not necessarily want to leave him on strike.
How many 6s did you hit
in white ball? I had a test 6, John. Do you want me to I'll show it to you? Massive.
Do you know what? I think it can wait.
Yeah, it can.
Okay, final over of this.
200s in a match. What a treat and a tight one. The last
well,
over.
Absolutely,
tweaker.
Yeah. 103 for Bracewell.
Is this a low-scoring thriller now in one-day cricket? 300?
Well, Bracewell's got the Player of the Match award waiting for him if he can see this out. It's going to be Young to bowl the first ball of the over, and Bracewell's down on one knee, moves across to the offside, and he has silenced the crowd. He needed to get a boundary to get New Zealand back in this contest, and he's managed to do it. 4 from the bat, he moves to 107, and the crowd are silenced.
That's the area I thought he should have gone, to the left, to the right arm, around the wicket. Get across, open up that leg side. Use your skills.
Well, the 2 fielders on the leg side behind the batter are still inside the circle. Young in again. Bracewell's going to go again. Splits the field. And he will take another boundary. 12 needed from 4. Bracewell goes to 111. And the crowd cannot believe what they're seeing. And nor, I believe, can Kath Dalton.
This is unbelievable batting. It's brave batting going outside off stump. He knows where he's trying to bowl. Those 2 fielders in the ring, I feel like Young's just got to change his game plan here. He knows exactly where he's going. Maybe a slow ball bouncer, maybe a bit more of a wider Yorker to make it difficult for him. He can't just keep bowling that same delivery or just keep getting hit for 4.
This is where Bracewell's, what's he going to bowl? You need to be able to talk to your bowlers outside of the game to work out what your bowlers' options are in these scenarios. So as a batter, you've got half a clue as to what a bowler will bowl.
Young is in. Once again, Bracewell moves across to the offside, and this is a beautiful connection. He has smashed this over square leg. It was in the slot. Bracewell smashed the 6. He moves to 117, and suddenly New Zealand must be favourites. 6 needed from 3 balls, and what a turnaround from New Zealand, and what an innings from Michael Bracewell.
Absolute slot in white ball cricket. Not a half volley, not back of a length, somewhere in there. All you got to do is get under it with a little bit of bat speed. Whoa. Whoa.
Unbelievable cricket.
Just feel bad for Young in terms of the scenario. 20 off the last over. You win that one as a bowler. You've been back to win it. 6 off 3.
6 off 3. The fielder moving.
Were you at the ground for this? What a game.
What a match indeed. We're bringing to you live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2. Bracewell sets himself. Young is in. He's past the umpire and he's down. He lofts the ball up. Will it reach the boundary? It does. There's no fielder at square leg, and he's helped it up and over. And it's 2 needed from 2 deliveries. But Young and Ireland know 1 wicket. And this game is still theirs.
Slow ball, back of the length. Bracewell back in his crease. Sits, waits. In front of, about square leg. There's a deep backward square. Hits it too good. Were you at the ground for this? Did you get to see this?
Young. What can Young do? Is still time for Young to be the hero here. He's somehow got to get through the defences of Michael Bracewell. 121 from 81 deliveries. Bracewell sets himself. New Zealand 2 needed from 2. And once again he goes. And he's got a 6. He's helped the ball up and over long on. And Michael Bracewell has almost single-handedly beaten Ireland. New Zealand, who looked dead and buried, 217 for 8 when Matt Henry went in the 42nd over, have managed to claw back this game and beat Ireland by 1 wicket. Michael Bracewell hitting what turned out to be the final ball of the match for 6. 20 needed from the final 6. Well, he didn't need all 6. Andy Balbirnie cannot believe the crowd have been silenced and New Zealand win.
Like, blessed to be a part of that game. I did wonder how New Zealand would celebrate. It's one of those kind of one-day wins where you want to get up and punch the air and celebrate like you've just done something ridiculous. But then at the same time, and I take nothing away from Ireland, it is Ireland, and they do have a wonderful record against Ireland. So how do you celebrate a game that you're supposed to win in terms of betting odds and all those favourite kind of thing? You take it super close, and yeah, sort of cool and calm from Michael Bracewell after he hit that 6. Just took his helmet off, sort of shook hands with
a hell of a lot more than that one.
Oh, this would be absolutely gutting for Andy Balbirnie and his players, and I feel like Balbirnie will be thinking about that run out of Bracewell quite a lot this evening. That could have changed the game, but take nothing away from Bracewell. That was an unbelievable 100.
He was dropped. Was it Singh that dropped Bracewell as well at that fine leg running in? There was
Ireland had their
a couple of run-outs. There's a couple of drop catches from Ireland. New Zealand made plenty of mistakes. Ireland have made few as well. It was one of those games where it's two teams that not necessarily at the top of the game, but you get to see a wonderful little ding-dong battle.
Absolutely. Well, look, we're going to have a proper look back at this match very shortly here on talkSPORT 2. New Zealand have beaten Ireland by 1 wicket in the first of 3 ODIs at Malahide, chasing down 301. They left it late, and it was dramatic, needing 20 runs from the final over. Bracewell sealing it with a 6. But for more of a considered look back, we're now going to bring you following on.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on New Zealand in the first one-day international.
Up into the air, out towards deep mid-wicket and all the way.
On talkSPORT 2.
Well, hello and welcome to Following On. We've just witnessed and brought to you on talkSPORT 2 a great game of cricket, a 50-over encounter between Ireland and New Zealand. Ireland will not know and will probably never work out how they have just lost this match. And I'm not sure Michael Bracewell, who smashed the final ball for 6, will really understand how he kept so calm after going past 100 and then sealing the win in such a ridiculous fashion. Ireland set New Zealand 301 after Harry Tector continued his brilliant run of form. 113 he was, and the mainstay of an innings that also provided us rich fare, really. Camphor 43, McBride 39, playing at number 3, and Singh in the side today. Last man out for 30. When New Zealand came out to bat, well, they lost wickets early. Allen on debut, game for 6. Will Young for 1. When Latham went for 23, the score read 57 for 3. And 83 for 4 when Nichols was caught behind for 7. That looked like it might be that. Guptill playing his first match in quite some time huffed and puffed his way to 51. Phillips shined brightly for 38. But when East Sodi was run out for 25, the score 214 for 7, it looked like the game belonged to Ireland. Even more so when Matt Henry was dismissed for a duck, an 8-ball duck, 217 for 8. But somehow, Michael Bracewell, alongside Lockie Ferguson, who only made 8 in his half an hour stay, conjured up a win for the ages. It still left a lot, 20 needed from that final over. And unfortunately for Craig Young, didn't even require 6 deliveries. 4, 4, 6, 4, 6. 24 coming from 5 balls. And New Zealand walk off the field winners in this first ODI of 3. Right, time to look back at an incredible ODI with myself, John Norman, former Ireland international Kath Dalton, and former Black Cat Ian O'Brien here on Following On. Well, I'm going to leave Kath for a second because she still cannot believe, literally dragging herself up from the floor. She can't believe, she saw it, she called it, about 7 overs to go. It took us a little bit longer to wise up to the fact that Ireland were in danger of losing a match that they should win 19 times out of 20. First off, Ian O'Brien, let's talk about Michael Bracewell, because, that was quite some innings. 127 not out from 82 balls, 10 fours and 7 sixes, and he has just broken the hearts of every single Ireland player and every single Ireland supporter in this ground.
51 from 52 he was, and then scored 76 off the last 30 deliveries. He scored 2 a ball by himself. What I mentioned, it was on with Jared and I was on with Neil Manthorpe earlier, that he has played some wonderful match-winning innings for New Zealand, for Wellington, at the top of the innings, and then he has closed out some innings. He's not an old man in terms of experience. He's not an old man in terms of age, but the way he holds himself, the way he composes himself in the changing room, and then when he's batting, that's one of the. Yeah, that's a clean innings. There's some mistakes. Yes, there's the run out of Sodi. Sodi maybe should have been just pushing for 2 anyway, so there's maybe a little bit goes back on Ish, but just in innings there, you don't get to see an innings of that sort of quality. We saw a wonderful 100 in the first innings, obviously, but that one, the destruction.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll just stop you there, Ian. Let's hear from Harry Tector now.
Pulling off what would be a famous victory for ourselves, it's extremely hard to take, but all credit to Mikey. He batted beautifully there, and he deserves all the plaudits.
And your innings, perhaps it had so many symbolic things about it. You've had a tough week, but what an innings to send to your grandmother upstairs.
Yeah, I guess probably something about a Sunday, but hopefully she was pretty proud of that watching it. It was a weird week, but a nice one as well.
And obviously you've had a lot of 50s, but to get that special number must have been pretty special for you.
Yeah, I've been working pretty hard, and I guess it's nice that the rewards of that are starting to come off. But yeah, rewarding, and really enjoyed it. It was great fun out there, and just a pity it wasn't quite enough.
Well, look, really well done, Harry. Very tough to take.
Thanks,
well done.
Thank you.
Yes, Audrey Tector, who passed away last weekend, and I suppose that just puts it all into context. It's just a game at the end of the day, but what a shame that Harry Tector couldn't have signed off with a Player of the Match awards. That goes to Michael Bracewell, who starred, and we can hear from him now.
Special innings of your career?
Yeah, certainly. It's proud to do it for New Zealand. I don't really have words to describe it at the moment, but just enjoyed every moment of it.
Well, you took your time in those middle overs. There was a question amongst the commentary team when you're going to effectively explode, and explode you did.
Yeah, we managed to lose a few wickets there through the middle, so we had to do a little bit of rebuilding there with GP and I. So we managed to get a wee partnership there, and then unfortunately he went, and Ish came in, and we had another build a wee partnership there, and then we were able to start to put the foot down a little bit towards the 40th over.
Well, that was one of the things. You had partnerships through the end of that innings. Obviously, you had to finish it off, but hats off to the tail, who really batted well with you. Yeah,
we bat all the way down, and that's something that we pride ourselves on as a team. We can try and take games deep and put the opposition under pressure, and fortunately it worked today.
Well, it was an amazing innings. It was an amazing game of cricket, and many congratulations to you, Michael.
Thanks so much.
Fantastic
Cheers.
performance.
Thank you.
Michael Bracewell speaking there, 31 years of age. You talk about the experience of the guy, little flecks of grey hair as well, just peeking out from underneath that cap. So he's not a youngster. But I tell you what, there's less of me, more of the players. Here's Andy Balbirnie.
Gut-wrenching to take for the team.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's a pretty sombre dressing room at the moment. We got up to a really good total thanks to an amazing knock by Harry Tector and some great partnerships, and we did everything right with the ball, really. It's just those last 10 overs, and I thought Bracewell played an outstanding knock there, just paced it beautifully. But yeah, we're certainly hurting, but we're back at it in 2 days' time, so not too much time to dwell on it.
And what sort of thoughts go through your, like it's obviously very difficult thoughts that go through your head. You're looking around, you're trying to find fielders here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, it is tough. It all happens very quickly, but as long as my bowlers have clear plans, that's kind of most important thing. The fielders can get around as quick as they can, but it's a shame the way it ended today, because I thought we played pretty good cricket for 90% of that, and that last sort of 10% has hurt us in the end.
Well, it's probably a game that was taken away by one player, and we've seen so much of that in modern one-day cricket now, but your team really did perform, as you say, extremely well throughout that game.
Yeah, and I'm pretty proud of how we've gone. We had a pretty crushing loss our last T20 out here, and there was a bit of confidence in the group that we could come out and put in a good performance. I think we have put in a pretty good performance, but it's a kind of results business, so to be 1-0 down definitely hurts.
Well, you've given the spectators a lot to be thankful for today. A wonderful game of cricket, and so sorry for you to be on the losing side. Thank you very much, Andy.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take. Kath, I suppose the best thing is that there is another game in 2 days' time.
I think that's the best thing for Ireland now. They'll be absolutely gutted with that performance.
Shall we hear from Tom Latham now?
Turned out a very good weekend for the cricket team.
Yeah, look, it's obviously one of those games where when someone plays an innings like that, you've got to take your head off to them, and thought the way Michael held his composure, with the tail enders there was outstanding, and it was obviously one of the great knocks.
And in hindsight, when you look back at the start and the way the pitch played, in hindsight, would you have probably preferred to get some runs on the board, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think we've seen here how hard a ground it is to defend, and I think the wicket it was a great wicket throughout the whole 100 overs really, and I think 300 was a good score, but we certainly understand that a ground like this, it is hard to defend, and unfortunately for us, we weren't able to build partnerships throughout the whole innings. But as I said, when someone plays an innings like that, it's certainly got one out of the bag, that's for sure.
And Lockie Ferguson, very impressive with the ball throughout his spell for you in the early parts of that game.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully in a slightly different role. He's not used to taking the new ball, so I thought he swung the ball nicely up top, and obviously he's got the extra pace as well, so it's certainly great to see him back playing one-day cricket, and I thought all the bowlers did a good job. Irish batsmen certainly put us under pressure. I thought Harry played a wonderful innings as well, and they managed to build partnerships and sort of showed when you've got wickets in hand, you can sort of hurt a team towards the back end, and that's sort of what they did to us, and yes, obviously a great game of cricket to be involved in.
So how many beers is Michael Bracewell going to be buying tonight for you boys?
Well, we've got a game in a couple of days, so well, obviously he'll recover quite nicely, or hopefully recover well, and obviously it's important that we go again on Tuesday.
Well, Tom, thanks a million for giving us a wonderful game of cricket. Really good for the spectators, wonderful. Cheers. Fantastic, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a brilliant game of cricket, wasn't it? It kept us spellbound from beginning to end. It was a classic 50-over clash. It had so much about it. And, listening to what Andy Balbirnie said about the last 10 overs really costing Ireland, but I think they'll also just rue some of those mishaps in the field as well. If they'd just been maybe 5% better in terms of some of the catches that went down, the run-out opportunities, then New Zealand wouldn't have had a chance of chasing down that score.
That's very true, and I think the good thing for Ireland is that game in a couple of days' time, because you can put these things to bed and move on very quickly. Sometimes when you dwell on things too long, it's not always a good thing. So the fact that they've run the best 50-over side in the world that close should actually give them a lot of heart, although it won't feel like that at the moment. Should give them a lot of confidence, and 22-year-old Harry Tector playing an innings like that. And having said that, Paul Sterling didn't fire today, so there'll be a couple of players they would hope that do fire on Tuesday, and maybe they can get themselves over the line. So lots of positives, as well as obviously some things to work on for Tuesday.
The problem is, though, Ian, is that New Zealand, you imagine, will be better for today's game as well, won't they?
From a cricketing perspective and playing in games like that you should have won, in terms of Ireland, you would rather have got a hiding than have lost in that manner. That loss, when you've done everything you can, and you've just faltered, you've fallen over. Not only is it physically draining, it's mentally draining, it's emotionally draining. A hiding you can sort of put behind you a little bit easier. Yes, the game in 2 days' time, but that'll hurt from a fatigue way more than a hiding. And that's, I didn't even realise New Zealand were number one ODI team in the world. I thought they were way down with, but they did just enough, didn't they? Just enough. And I said, who breaks first? It was about 12 overs. I think 12 overs to go, and who makes the mistake and who can then jump on it and capitalise. And yeah, you just saw just that little bit extra from Bracewell, and done something he's never done before. Guptill's 51 on the top was good. GP on debut, 38 from 53. There's time at the crease, and he's got a little feel for it. Sodhi, a high score with the bat today. I think his previous was 24. He's got an average of 9.3 in ODI cricket. So there's some really good bits and pieces from quite a few New Zealanders, and that's normally how New Zealanders win ODIs. There's lots of bits and pieces around a couple of good performances, and I wonder what Shane Jurgensen's notebook will be reading. It'll just say Bracewell, I dare say, at the end of that.
And his reaction was quite incredible. I mean, I know that you Kiwis are an understated lot, but I mean, he just took his helmet off and kind of waved his bat to the crowd, and that was about it.
He's from Otago. He's born in Otago, and that's farming country. You're not allowed to show too many emotions down there. He's from the Bracewell family. They don't show too many emotions. It's sort of, have a beer, get on with it.
You just heard from Tom Latham, he's not allowed a beer. They've got to play again in 2 days.
Very mature man. I think he's got a sort of a 7-month-old, 6-month-old kid as well at the moment, and so it's he's had quite a few life-changing events just recently, and he's enjoying it.
Yeah.
Like previous winning margins against Ireland, massive winning margins. Ireland haven't even come close. 190, 51, 290, 129. They're all winning margins. And then by one ball and one wicket.
Do you know what? It's a very good point, because those 4 heavy defeats, and you're right, they're going to feel worse in the dressing room tonight than I imagine they did following any of those absolute whippings. No? Do you not agree, Kath?
I think it's all about perspective. I really do.
Don't you need a bit of time before the perception comes in?
Yeah, to be honest, I obviously played for Ireland, and I suffered many heavy defeat against some very, very good nations. And the games that we ran them close, you actually took more from. But maybe that's just my point of view. Some other players might react differently, of course. But I always felt like when you were in it, and it felt like a contest, that was always better than getting absolutely pummeled.
When you're so far in front of the game, though, this is the thing. This is the perspective. When you are so far in front of the game, you got New Zealand 8 down, and they still need another, however many,
84,
and you are so far in front, and it can only be you that really buckles. It's not necessarily the opposition that jump up and do something extraordinary. Yeah, Bracewell did something very good, but he hit some pretty average bowling towards the end. And when I mean average, I think tense, nervous, didn't complete action, didn't quite get plans right. And I think when you're in front and lose, that's the one that eats you up the most. When you compete against the team, that's good fun. But when you are so far in front and lose, there's cricket gear goes in the rubbish bin. There's all sorts. It's just a dead, hollow change room. It takes so long for anyone to talk to anyone in the change room, because you can't console each other, because there's just nothing left in the tank. When you compete and lose, there is something there, because there is some success to sort of celebrate. And when you get a hiding, you kind of just put it behind you, put some music on, and get on with it. Look, I'm looking forward to the second one. You know, in terms of a opener to the series and 3 T20s, yeah, that's a nice start to a series, isn't it?
Also, if you're looking at it from an Irish perspective, you will look at good performances throughout your. You know, they're not reliant on one outstanding knock, were they? You know, McBrien, you've got to say, you know, playing him at 3 worked. Obviously, Harry Tector with 100. Curtis Campher's come into the side. He's got 40 odd, and he's taken 3 wickets. Lorcan Tucker again looks useful with the bat and with the ball. Up until that final few overs, really, again, they looked. There was 3 or 4 key performances, which you'd say, take those performances into the game on Tuesday, we will compete again.
Absolutely, and when the game's that close, you can look at any error that you've made at any stage of the game and pick it out. What happens, and I've been in changing rooms where a coach has just picked up one person who's made the mistake of the whole game. I don't buy that. I think Ireland got 10 more runs, they win that game of cricket. Yeah. That's how small the margin was.
Match losing 100, Harry Tector. That's rude. That's really rude, really mean, and I don't mean it. But in some games there are match losing hundreds. That's not one from him. That's out of the box. That's a wonderful, mature innings from Harry Tector, and I enjoyed watching it. Completely forgettable in terms of what he did and how he did it. Wonderful innings, and it just that hurts him as well to score those and not get over the line, to not really be able to celebrate your own personal success with a group of team success. That's tough on him. But wonderful partnerships, got into some trouble, got out of it, the Irish batters, and should have, could have.
Looking at that game on Tuesday, do you foresee any changes for New Zealand? I said that they shouldn't have played Bracewell, they should have played Duffy. It shows how much I know.
No, Bracewell was always playing. For me, Bracewell was always playing. Look, I wouldn't be surprised to see Rippon play, but maybe in the T20s, the left arm wrist spinner.
They don't have a lot, actually, of options. Santner
might be available.
Is not quite there. Adam Milne had a hamstring. I mean, you could say possibly he comes in for Ferguson.
And there's Dale
Cleaver.
Cleaver, thank you. It's not a standout New Zealand team, and I think that's why we saw a wonderful game of cricket. It was based around one player that hasn't really done it at international level, but there were bits and pieces, and that's what New Zealand does so well.
And final thoughts from you, Kath?
I think it sets off a wonderful series. I think it'll be an exciting game on Tuesday. It depends how Ireland take that loss. If they come out all guns blazing and just go for it a bit more, we might see a bit more bravery up top by Sterling rather than a tentative knock that he had today. I think Ireland will be unchanged, and I think they'll take it to New Zealand again. It'll be exciting.
Maybe one change. Maybe Ferguson, just on the back of having not played, will get a rest, and then might play one off one, play one off one.
Maybe Duffy comes in if Milne isn't quite ready, because Milne hasn't played 50 over cricket for quite some time. Well, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the match here on talkSPORT 2. Big thanks to Neil Manthorpe, Jarrod Kimber, as well as Ian O'Brien and Kath Dalton. All 4 of those will be back on Tuesday for that second ODI. Gets underway on talkSPORT 2 at 10:30 in the morning. And if they're still on air at 1 minute to 7, then, you can almost be assured that, it's either rained or we've seen another classic game. And that really was a classic game of 50 over cricket that will live long in the memory banks. In the end, it was Michael Bracewell who hit the winning runs.